God damn it. My fucking computer doesn't work again this morning. Why is my life so shitty? God damn it. All right, where am I? Oh my god. Oh, not a good morning. Computer doesn't work. Get it to work. Oh my god, I'm so fucking done. Putin, get out of here. I'm not even the right fuck. Good morning, Lisa. My computer's not working right now. My computer's not working because it doesn't want, it wants to kill me. That is what it wants to do. It wants to killeth me. My eyes are watering. Hi. Let me see. I don't, my cursor's not working. I send donut holes. I eat donut holes. I will eat those donut holes. Hi, Badge. How are you? My computer's not really working. Okay, that's fine. I need to test some other thing. Give me a break. All right, is this sound? Let me check. Okay, this is all wrong. That's why. This is all wrong. Good morning. Yeah, I want a donut. Well, right now, my mouse, nothing works. My cursor doesn't work because life hates me. That's right. This is the universe telling me I am not a streamer. That's what this universe is telling me. I meant the speech. Yeah, smack it. I will. Actually, my eyes are watering. I didn't watch the speech. The only thing I watched was Al Green getting kicked out. But I can't. I just can't watch it. I can't watch, like, us acting normal. What? Which fucking camera? I can't act like normal. Like, this is just normal. That was my morning. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Jane. I know. I'm just, it just, sometimes it gets really hard. Sometimes it gets really hard. Let me see if I can, I have a big problem this morning, actually, with my sound. So I need to see if I can, I can't even get my cursor to work, though. Oh, okay. Maybe that's fine. Right now, maybe I can get, I need to check the desktop audio to see if it's going to go. Fuck, man. This is too hard. Okay, there. That. Let me see if I can get this sound. Why the fuck is the sound? Why is this sound? Okay. You guys can hear that. I can't hear it in my ear, which is fine. I don't need to. No, I can't hear it. I feel like Macs aren't as problematic as PCs. I've had more problems with the PC trying to get my streaming to go than anything. You turned on for some recap, and Orange Utan was still bloviating. Neil. Yeah, apparently it was the longest speech in the world or something. In the history of speeches. I feel like my camera is really not. Oh, don't. I need you to be nice to me. Don't screw up. I hate life. Okay, I need to figure out why this thing is not really damn it. Get out of here. Ah. I bet you they don't have to worry about this on Midas Touch. Fuck, man. I'll fly away. All right, I don't. Okay, can you still hear it? Let's make sure you can still. Okay. I don't know what happened, but I really fucking am tired of troubleshooting this in live. Okay? I would like to stop troubleshooting shit live. That's all. God, I'm just trying to do something here. I don't even want to get paid for it. I'm not even grifting. Jesus. I don't even talk shit about people. I don't spend entire streams talking shit about people. God, why do I deserve this? Anyway, good morning. Welcome to the Human Show. I'm your host, a human. What starts today, it was supposed to start at 6:45, I think. Anyway, there's a hearing on, oh, Neil, stop. Oh my God. You should not have done that. Don't do that. You're so kind. Stop. Neil. I'll have to play you a song. I don't really feel like dancing right now, but it's okay. Oh, stop it, Neil. Stop it. Oh my God. That's not why I was saying that. Oh my God. I'm going to have to send you some money. You're teasing. Well, you get a song anyway. At Lolo's Lounge. You'll make me not cry. Our country will be woke no longer. Yeah, we're definitely asleep. Oh, okay. I see why this is a problem. All right. Ay, ay, ay. Neil, you're so cool. You deserve it.
Rocking around the lounge, shutting the fascists down, finding the facts so fast.
We make the fun times last.
Lolo's Lounge, Lolo's Lounge, the best damn friends in the whole damn town.
My nose is running. My eyes are leaking. Oh, Neil, thank you so much. You're such a love. I'll get you back. I'll get you back. Thank you for the generous donation. You know what? Money's going to be tight, so we're going to have to no more super chats because the economy, and not in this economy. Don't be foolish with your dollars in this economy. Neil, you should use that to buy Canadian beer. Oh, Muskie, stop! Oh no! God damn it! What have I done? What have I done? Ah, we get some of this. Best damn friends in the whole damn town. We all ate the orange clown. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys are the best damn friends in the whole damn town. Thank you, Muskie. You're so kind. You're so kind. Muskie, you bought memberships yesterday too. Stop it. Stop it. Muskie is a rich Americano and can't afford popcorn fries here, gifts. Oh my God, you guys are too much. Stop it. Stop it. I don't know. Oh, are they all going in? Yeah, so today I talk crap about someone for an entire stream. Yeah, you do. You do. You talk about people the entire stream. Maybe wouldn't it be funny if I did if I acted like the others? Wouldn't that be hilarious? If I went and sat on a roof in the dark. or or I took out a bunch of restraining orders. I'm gonna do all those things. I'm gonna do all this stuff. That's what the popular streamers do. Seriously, I Need Trump's commissary was making about maybe easing. Yeah, they're going to. Neil, he's gonna back down. I think he's gonna back down, and if he doesn't, see, here's the thing about this administration. I don't think they have like a whole bunch of secret plans. You know, I think they are methodically going through the destructive pieces of all of this and just waiting for someone to stop them. I seriously feel like that. I feel like they're just doing things, dismantling, and waiting for someone to stop them. But they just keep going. So I think it's really interesting how I just think this is, I kind of keep asking myself, you know, if this were Democrats, we'd be stopped at every turn. we would literally be stopped at every fucking turn. Every turn. And yeah, exactly. If he backs down, Canada's still making deals outside of the U.S. Yeah, they can. I think that's great. I hope Canada does. I hope Canada figures out, and I hope Mexico does too, how to get what they need from other countries. This is going to increase global connection. That's fantastic. Maybe we have an unintended consequence of really fucking making some global changes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's great. I made coffee and crawled back into bed. Yes, Val. Yes, Val. Yeah, we in Canada would be very happy to stop him. I know. You would. And you should. Oh my God, this shirt is like a little cloying. Anyway. Oops. All right, there you go. Oh my God, what a fucking day. I went to bed too late too. God, I went to bed too late. Why do I keep doing that? I'm not even doing anything. I'm not even doing anything. Oh, okay. So wait, we have a couple things today. Sorry. I need to pay attention. We have a couple things today. First of all, this sanctuary cities. The Chicago mayor is going to be there. I don't know what other mayor is going to be there. There we go. I don't know which other mayor is going to be there, but this is something that's happening. And then this... Wait, what did I want to watch? Let me go to my show. What's in my description? Let's see what's happening today. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Oh, it's because it has... Fucking hell. It has the wrong description. Damn it. Because life is so fucking stupid. All right, hold on. I need to... Oh, man. What the hell? Now what? Now what? I think I covered up the things I was gonna... Oh, man. Would someone just punch me in the face? You could punch me in the face right now, and it would probably put everything out of my misery, and then I'd be all right. Fuck. hate you guys. I hate you. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Doodly doo. All right, there's that. Oh my god. Doo 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 doo. No. Doo 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 doo. Okay, Sanctuary City. Oh my god, Eric Adams is there? Oh god. Fucking hell. They're probably gonna make him grovel. Alright, well I guess we'll stay with this. Where? I think it's this one though that I want. Oh yeah, this must be the one I want. Because there's a markup of some bills today that are interesting, including, oh man, I can't remember which one is today. I think it's about getting rid of overdraft protection, a banking regulation. And then there was another one in there. Damn it, I can't recall right at the moment. But this was part of where they were talking about, like, you know, I don't know, the minutia that actually I feel is like super important. Because it comes down to what's being passed in the bills that they're passing, you know? So anyway, that's what I thought. That's what I thought anyway. Good morning. Welcome to a very human wake and bake this morning. I'm Lolo. You're human. Feeling very, very human today. And actually, like, cloying in this t-shirt. I might have to change this t-shirt. You're the one that I want. Oh, damn cat, I'm chasing out of the kitchen garbage. Oh my god. I have such fears of that. I'm always thinking, have I left something in garbage that particularly cats would be attracted to? There's been a turning point. Kamala and AOC can become president and vice president tomorrow, and Canada would still look elsewhere. You think so, Neil? Really? I mean, you guys, I understand why, but do you kind of get that this is really one guy? Like, it's not it's a stupid, like, takeover. Like, it's a hostile takeover of our government. This is not democracy. This is not how our government works, even under shitty presidents, right? Even Bush didn't get rid of he didn't fire everybody. Like, the minute Richard Nixon fired a White House whatever, right? The Saturday Night Massacre, where he got rid of the White House lawyers or something like that. That was a huge scandal. Like, that was like an amazing admission of guilt and scandal at the time. And I don't think people in the 70s were any more, like, lucid than they are now. In fact, I would have bet money that people were less lucid. Yeah. Trump wants to take over. He wants the resources in Canada. He wants the resources in Mexico. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. He wants the resources. That's why it's like a whole strip. Where's that thing Jim Stewartson did about the way they want to divide up the country? Hold on. I can't remember what the term was. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. And it had to do with let's see. All right, well, let me show you this. Hold on. Okay, I can do this. Hold on. All right, let me show you this. Ah! God damn it. Let's make it big. Let's make a big, big, big.
Hey, Krista.
Hey, Krista. What? What, George? Jim posted on February 2nd, why are we attacking Canada? Elon Musk is seeking his grandfather's revenge. Here is Joshua Haldeman's 1951 travelogue of bringing his family from Canada to Pretoria, which advertised a whites-only paradise. The level of sheer racism here is staggering, even for 74 years ago. Let's see. Oh, here we go. This is the technate of America. So if you were wondering why Colombia is suddenly being bullied by Donald Trump, it's on the map of the American technate that Elon Musk's Nazi grandfather if we don't mention the Arctic, which I think Jim did, the conversation is incomplete. Yeah, I think he did, Val. I think that's part of this. I think this is where he talks about it. It's on the map of American technate that Elon Musk's Nazi grandfather wanted to create from Greenland to Colombia. We're way down the K-hole. All right, let me read this. In recent days, there was a very public back and forth between the president of Colombia and the president of the United States. Trump bullied Colombia into taking back their criminals by allowing 2 planes costing $800,000 per flight. Wow. To land and deposit undocumented immigrants swept up in the new ICE pogroms. The government of Colombia has agreed to all of President Trump's terms, including the unrestricted acceptance of all illegal aliens from Colombia returned from the United States, including on U.S. military aircraft without limitation or delay. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a statement. Why Colombia? One obvious answer is that it's on this map of the technate of America. Oh, look at, there it is. Greenland, Canada, Mexico, everybody. Why do we go way down there? Why don't we stop here? Never mind. Never mind. Good morning, Adriana. How are you, darling? How are you? Let's see. As I've written, Elon Musk is fundamentally a messianic psychopath who has constructed a lattice of ideas and ideologies around him. Let me turn them down a little bit. Turn you down a little bit. It is to justify the horrors he has planned for humanity in order to place himself as the techno dictator of the world. He is as close to evil incarnate, aside from his friend and co-conspirator Peter Thiel, as I've encountered in my work. However, he does not have any original ideas. His grandfather, Joshua Haldeman, was the Canadian leader of Technocracy Inc., a quasi-fascist movement in the 1930s, with hundreds of thousands of North American followers that sought to create a technate from Greenland to Colombia. It was led by Howard Scott, seen here in front of their office. There he is. Technocracy as a concept is like any other extremist movement. It identifies a real problem, in this case not enough experts in the government, and took it to an extreme that only benefited the elite and those who sought to inject it with other more destructive beliefs as it's a recipe for dictatorship. Well, here we are. Jim, what? What? In 1940, Joshua Haldeman was arrested by the Canadian government for his role in the technocracy movement. On October 13th, 1940, a Regina chiropractor, I think it's Regina, right, named Joshua Haldeman appeared in city court to face two charges under the Defense of Canada Act. Haldeman became disillusioned with the Canadian government, and by 1941, with Technocracy Inc., his anger at the declining values of his own country, he hated Coca-Cola, movies, refined flour, and Jews, and increased through the 1940s until finally, in 1950, Haldeman moved his family to apartheid South Africa. Just 2 years after it started advertising itself as a whites-only paradise. As I've reported, Haldeman remained a Hitler supporter, a Holocaust denier, and a Nazi, and passed these beliefs to Elon Musk's mother, May, according to Elon Musk's father. 80 years after Elon Musk's grandfather led a movement to create a technocratic dictatorship spanning all of North America, his grandson crowned himself Techno King of Tesla. A North American Reich, now an American technate, is Musk's goal. Trump used Musk to buy the election. Now Trump is following through with his part of the quid pro quo, to make Musk the Techno King of America. We are truly down the rabbit hole, trapped in the swirling nihilistic whims of a man fueled by malignant narcissism, ketamine, and the hopes and dreams of his Nazi forefathers. He must be defeated or he will enslave us all. So there you go. That's why. It's because the vision is this. The vision is this. This is the vision. Technate of America. This is the vision. This is the driving vision. So that's why. I mean, I don't know. That seems to be, Yes, absolutely. Let me give you that link. Let me do that for you. Da, da, da. Let's see. When did he do this piece? This piece was January of this year. All right. So let me entertain you. Let me do some new trip. Jim on American Technate. Jim on Why Canada. There you go. That is the link to Jim's blog. And then let me go and take that over there. Yeah. Okay. I just want to see. La 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 la. This was the other one, I guess. And then I do have the markup. This one is the Homeland Security and countering threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party, U.S. national security. Meh. That might be mildly interesting. This is one I was thinking I'd like to keep an eye on. And then this is the markup where they're going to have that. I think they're doing. Oh, maybe they're not doing the CFPB. God damn it! I wish I had my notes and I hadn't fucked up this morning. Canada was instrumental in the U.S.'s atomic weapons program. That's right, Jim. That's what I've heard. I heard a chud yesterday. I heard a chud yesterday, a Canadian chud, no less. I heard a chud yesterday say that Canada should create an atomic bomb as a deterrent. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm Regina chiropractor. No. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I heard a chud yesterday say that Canada should just complete their atomic bomb and then use that as a means of like, I don't know, intimidation. That's what it was. Intimidation. That's what it was. I don't know. I think more people, I will say this. I will say this about last night's thing. State of the whatever. Or just speech. I guess if there's not an election, it's supposed to be just a speech, right? Or something like that. Anyway, the thing I want to say about it is I think more people should have walked out. I don't know if that vagina chiropractor. I know. Well, it always sounds like, it sounds like vagina, but it's Regina. I don't know. Good morning, Oomph. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't say vagina chiropractor. Yeah. Save us from these self-important losers. Canada could just use an intelligence test to enter the country. It would keep. But what about the people inside? There's some pretty stupid people inside Canada, too. I don't know. Yeah, so I wish that more people had walked out like Al Green did. But I guess that's not realistic, I guess. I don't know. I think he did it really well, though. He did it really well. He basically made them come and escort him out, which I think is the right thing to do. He just went through a really big cancer surgery, didn't he? Didn't he go through like a huge cancer surgery? I think, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. More Al Green. Yeah, we need more Al Greens. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't watch it. I want to thank you guys in the lounge for telling me that we shouldn't watch it. I think that was the healthiest thing we've done in a long time. So that was great. And the movie was fantastic. Oh my God. I love every movie that Max picks. I swear to God, they're so entertaining. I just feel like it's such a nice, cozy way to spend an evening just with a bunch of friends watching old movies. I just think that's so much fun. I can't even tell you. I feel like that's one of my favorite things that we've started doing. You did, Adriana? Oh, oh, it's so late. It's always so late for the East Coast. I feel bad. For some things, the highlights, oh God, yeah, the highlights are always more than enough. Jesus. I can't even take it. I can't even. Do. Yeah. Oh, actually, let me see if there's anything quickly that I can read to you while we're waiting for them to do their thing. British Rail needs stronger doors on their trains. Well, hey, I still have a problem, okay? So you're going to tell me that lady watching him kill the woman he operated on to look just like that lady, she's coming to try and stop him from killing the other lady, which he ends up doing anyway. And then the two of them walk off into the darkness because there's no sun. They're in the middle of nowhere. They just knock somebody off a train. And they're walking away, and it's like, oh, well, I'm like, wait a minute. I wonder if GP what? Let me see. I guess this movie. I don't know. It was a great movie, though. I really enjoyed it. And it was just the perfect thing to watch instead of the fucking speech. I can't even tell you. I watched it in the local... Oh, God. I couldn't do that, Jim. I don't know how you could do that. I just don't think I could even begin to act like that's... like, it would drive me insane. So, God bless you. Let's see. Then there's this. This is the Chinese... I don't know. I mean... I want this one. This one I want to start. Come on. All right. So wait, let me stop this. And then I will get the regular. I guess this isn't. Sanctuary, give me sanctuary. Sanctuary hearing. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Oh, here we go.
President Biden did not have the power or the money to stop the flow of illegal aliens.
Here we go.
At the southwest border. Turns out
Excuse
the only
me.
thing President Biden did not
Jimmy
have
Comer
was the willpower.
Jimmy Comer.
In a few short weeks,
You get
President
in
Trump
here,
has
Jimmy
proved what
Comer.
we all know to be true.
You get in
The
this
Biden
house right now,
administration
Jimmy
could have
Comer.
stopped the crisis at any moment. If only they had
You get in this
courage
house right now,
to enforce
mister.
the law.
And so I hear that in my head every
President
time I
Trump
see
assumed
Jimmy
office,
Comer.
Illegal entries at the southwest border have plummeted.
Oh my God.
A 94% drop in 1 month. 94%.
Oh my God.
Under President Trump, the world knows that there are consequences for unlawful entry into the United States.
I want there to be a movie
border
ending
crisis
to
was
this
not the
that
result
crashes
of
beautifully,
climate
and
change, a
I
lack
fear
of
I won't get it.
resources, or a failure to grant amnesty. It was the result of the last administration's deliberate choice. President Biden enacted policy starting on the day he assumed office to allow millions of unvetted illegal aliens to pour into the United States. Many of these illegal aliens have long rap sheets that include violent crimes. President Trump has an electoral mandate from the American people to deliver on his promises to secure the border
He doesn't.
and enforce the immigration laws of the United States.
He doesn't.
And
Are
he is
people still
delivering on
dying?
his
That's what I
promise
want to know.
Big time. The mayors here today each lead so-called sanctuary cities. And let's be clear.
Little Putin
these
head.
policies only create sanctuary for criminals. Sanctuary policies violate federal immigration law by protecting criminal aliens at the expense of the American people. Sanctuary cities and states refuse to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement efforts and harbor illegal aliens.
Now they do? Still? I thought you guys fixed that.
American people and restore integrity to the American immigration
I
system.
don't know. I don't think you did a very good job then.
Sanctuary cities forbid their officials.
Air Force One will crash after his upgrades from Boeing. Jimmy Dick. Jimmy Dick.
Turning over criminals
Little Jimmy Dick.
To ICE.
Jimmy Bob Comer.
As a result,
hey, Jimmy.
Cities release
Jimmy John Comer.
Illegal aliens back onto the streets where they often go on to commit more crimes. In Chicago, for example, an illegal alien who was recently arrested for killing a 63-year-old man had previously been arrested in Chicago for trying to lure a child. ICE
well, have you met Matt Gates?
Chicago authorities released back onto the street because of the city's reckless sanctuary policy. And now an innocent man is dead because of Chicago's refusal to follow the law. These reckless sanctuary policies also force federal immigration officers to go into local communities to apprehend criminal.
No, you had it right the first time, Butterflies. Muskie, let us prat.
Cities were to simply communicate and work with federal immigration authorities.
Speaking of atom bombs, there's a really good book called The Billionaire's Vinegar, the mystery of the world's most expensive bottle of wine. We contaminated the atmosphere. I don't know why I'm laughing.
Uncertain, dangerous circumstances just to make arrests. Sanctuary cities make us all less safe and are a public.
How? I live in a sanctuary city. I'm fine.
An investigation into sanctuary cities and why these mayors.
God, it's just not that. It's not what they say it is.
Pro-criminal, alien policies and obstructionist sanctuary cities continue to endanger American communities and the safety of federal immigration enforcement officers.
Honest to God.
Today, Mayors Wu, Johnson, Johnston, and Adams will be publicly accountable for their failure to follow the law and protect the American. Are you
going to arrest them? Why do I think they're going to arrest them?
Taking action against sanctuary cities. And Congress must follow, not by allowing a single penny of federal funding to go to cities and states that prioritize criminal aliens over the American people. I now yield to Ranking Member Conley for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every member here
Jerry
today,
Connolly.
Democrats
yeah, they
and
do.
Republicans alike, agrees that violent criminals don't belong in our communities. We all want our cities to be safe and have zero tolerance for violent crime, irrespective of the status of the perpetrator. Where we disagree is that my Republican colleagues prefer a selective application of the law to shield the President of the United States from accountability and this administration from the rule of law itself. In America, we uphold the rule of law, independent from partisan politics, without fear or favor. Betraying those convictions, President Trump's Department of Justice has tried to force the conditional dismissal of very serious charges against one of our witnesses here today, in exchange for that witness's total and complete submission to the radical immigration agenda being propounded by the administration. And the DOJ has done so over the objections of a Republican acting U.S. attorney whom President Trump appointed. Rather than enabling a flagrant corrupt and quid pro quo, 7 federal prosecutors, 7, including Republicans, resigned. One of them, a former clerk to Chief Justice John Roberts of the Supreme Court, said that anyone in his position, quote, would know that our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way. History is calling on us now to stand up.
Isn't withholding funds like
doing so also demands an affirmation of state and local sovereignty in determining the most effective ways to keep residents safe in compliance with federal law. To deny this sovereignty is an assault on the independence
I'm not
of every
drink any
American
more
city
wine.
Across the country. Today, Republicans have hauled before us the mayors of 4 major American cities to frame them as lawless because those cities have some limits on how intrusively and aggressively their own officials can conduct federal immigration operations and responsibilities. Let's be clear. The state and local laws that Republicans have issue with today are in full compliance with federal law. They do not obstruct ICE from carrying out its duties, and they are backed by evidence demonstrating that they keep people safe and safer in counties with laws that do not honor extrajudicial civil detainers and had significantly lower levels of violent crime than counties that have them. Mayors, police chiefs, sheriffs, and local leaders have made clear that the way to combat violent crime is allowing local police to do their local job of ensuring public safety in their own communities as they account for it. Commandeering them to spend limited time and resources as federal agents is a non-starter and can contribute to crime and non-cooperation in immigrant communities throughout the country. At this year's Conservative Political Action Conference, Border Czar Tom Homan said he is, quote, bringing hell to the city of Boston until it complies with his demands. I don't know what that means. Boston is my hometown, and I'm glad to welcome our Mayor Wu and her one-month-old baby here today. But
I know,
don't know
sorry.
Boston
I had a
welcomes
problem this morning
Mr. Homan
with
or
my
anyone else
technology
bringing hell
because
to the city. The Republican crusade against local independence doesn't just undermine public safety in our communities. It is blatantly cruel.
I'm a loser.
And I say inhumane and un-American.
That's what I meant to say.
Kenya Colindres, her
I'm
husband
just a
Wilson
fucking loser.
Rogelio Velasquez Cruz.
The universe
and
is
their 3
screaming at
children
me to stop
came
doing
to the
this, and
United
yet I
States in
continue to
2022
not abide.
seeking asylum, a legal category of immigration.
It's crazy.
After escaping violence in Honduras. Wilson was granted a 5-year work permit, allowing him to work at a tire shop and to provide for his family here in the United States. Kenya said that her husband had never been in trouble and was, quote, a man of God. On January 26, the family of 5 was in church when Wilson was lured out by an ICE agent waiting to arrest him. Despite having valid work permits, the Trump administration refused to hear his appeal and
Thanks,
is actively
Paul, but
deporting
you probably
him.
would.
Wilson was the sole breadwinner
Yeah.
for his family.
I'm a loser,
Now
baby.
Kenya has to worry
so
about
why
how
don't
she's
you
going to pay
kill
the bills
me?
and take care of her 3 children, on top of the fears
In
that
the
she
age
and
of
her children
chimpanzees, I was
might
a
be
monkey.
next. Last week in El Monte, California, Sitley, a woman who was battling bone cancer, tearfully watched as her mother, Yolanda, cried inconsolably as she was detained by ICE agents who refused to even present the detention order. Yolanda was Sitley's sole caretaker in her struggle against cancer and has no criminal record. And now Sitley is on her own. ICE is also conducting massive raids in cities and towns that have led to the wrongful detention of U.S. citizens, including Native Americans and military veterans.
We have ICE raids
One
here,
school
and we're a
district
sanctuary.
sent a
So
letter to
clearly,
parents
ICE
warning
is
that ICE may
operating.
board school buses and demand documents from children. Children are going to be afraid to go to school. One reportedly wrote a goodbye note to friends saying, quote, if ICE takes me, don't forget about me. If ICE takes me, don't forget about me. From a child. Is that the country we want? America needs immigration policies that keep everyone safe and make the country stronger and allow us to grow and fill in the skill sets we don't have. If President Trump was serious about delivering those solutions, he would not be attacking the Constitution's guarantee of citizenship to children born in the United States. To see our country through this period of darkness, we need leaders who will stand up for the rule of law and will champion public safety at the local level. And American families, whether they're immigrant families or native-born families, deserve due process, deserve respect, and deserve that Statue of Liberty that welcomes all comers. I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. I request unanimous consent that Representatives LaHood of Illinois, Lolo of New York, Crank of Colorado, Malatakis of New York, Hurd of Colorado, Evans of Colorado, Van Dyne of Texas, Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Gillen of New York, and Davis of Illinois be waived onto today's hearing for the purpose of asking questions. Without objection, so ordered. And now, before we introduce the witnesses, I recognize Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the ranking member as well. Just to briefly, respectfully recognize the
God, I
presence
fucking
of
hate
the
this guy.
family of Wesley Haynes, a constituent. I'll speak to his case in my time, Mr. Chairman.
But you're going to
His
be a
parents,
dramatic
Patrick
prick
and
right
Kathy,
now.
His wife, Olivia, his little brother, Brady, are present today, and they have a hard exit soon. Their 4-month-old daughter, Anne Marie, is waiting at home for Olivia to care for.
Okay.
And I just respectfully acknowledge their presence, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Ranking Member.
Well, then,
We will discuss the details of their case. They tragically lost Wesley Haynes last year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to recognize this beautiful American family.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins.
God, they don't even
I'm
care.
very pleased today to welcome our
They don't even
outstanding
care.
witness panel, the mayors of 4 major American cities. First, we have Mayor Eric Adams, who's an outstanding mayor of New York City. He was sworn into office on January 1st, 2022. We have Mayor Mike Johnson, who's the mayor of the city and county of Denver. He was sworn into office on July 17th, 2023. I now recognize Representative Krista Morte from Illinois for 1 minute to introduce our next witness.
Mr. Chair, I'm pleased to introduce Brandon Johnson, mayor of the greatest city in the world, namely Chicago, a city that was built by generations of immigrants, people like my parents and myself. Mayor Johnson was raised in Elgin, Illinois, which I'm proud to represent in Congress. The mayor was one of 10 children born to Andrew and Wilma Jean Johnson. His parents inspired him to become a teacher in the Chicago Public Schools and then later to run for office. Mayor Johnson won his first race for Cook County Commissioner in 2018 and later became mayor of Chicago in 2023. Mayor Johnson has dedicated his life to public service, and I'm pleased to welcome my fellow Illinoisan to the United States House of Representatives and to the Oversight Committee. Welcome, Mayor.
I now recognize Representative Presley from Massachusetts for 1 minute to introduce our next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to introduce Mayor Michelle Wu, a dedicated leader committed to making Boston a welcoming home for everyone, and the first woman and person of color to be elected mayor of the city of Boston. For over a decade, I've had
Wednesday.
the privilege of working alongside Mayor Wu and witnessing her dedication to public service firsthand. She leads with compassion, she is innovative and inclusive. Under her leadership, Boston has become the safest major city in America, a city that is welcoming to families from all walks of life. Just weeks ago, she welcomed her newest family member, baby Mira, who is with us today, a beautiful reminder of the future she's working to build. Madam Mayor, I am grateful for your partnership, friendship, and leadership. Thank you for being here.
Gentlelady yields back. And finally, we're also joined by Mr. David Beer, who is the Director of Immigration Studies at the Cato Institute. Mr. Beer is the minority witness here today. I want to thank you all again for joining us, and I look forward to our discussion this afternoon. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand.
Just go like that. Just go like that.
Do you solemnly swear
But you're
or affirm that
blessed.
the testimony
You're
you are about to
bathed in
give
the
is the truth,
blood.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Are
help
you
God?
bathed in the blood?
Let the record show that the witnesses answered
They're
in the
bathed in the
affirmative.
blood.
Thank you all. You may take a seat. We again appreciate you being here today
God,
and
you
look
just
forward
sound
to your
so stupid.
testimony. Now, let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statement, and they will appear in full in the
So
hearing record.
but no need to
Please
repeat
limit
it.
your oral statement to 5 minutes, and we're going to limit our questions to 5 minutes, and that's going to be enforced
Oh,
today,
really?
and that's for both sides. Both sides. As a reminder,
Okay, Jimmy
please press the
Comer.
button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would
That's
ask
right.
that you please
Shut
wrap
up.
up.
Shut the
I
fuck
now
up.
recognize Mayor Adams.
Sorry. I'm
for
going to
his
get really
opening
high. I think that's the question. The answer to
Good
today.
morning, Chairman Comer,
Get
Ranking
really
Member
high.
Connolly,
Oh, boy.
and members of the committee. As mayor of New York City and a former police officer for 22 years, keeping New Yorkers safe is my top
5
priority,
minutes.
and it has been our administration's North Star. When I entered this role, my job was to help our city recover from the negative effects of COVID. Most importantly, to bring down crime. As a result, overall crime was down across New York City last year, and we have now had 3 straight months of double-digit declines in major crimes. I'm here today to testify on how New York City can continue to reduce crime even as a sanctuary city. To be clear, a sanctuary city classification
Didn't
does
he just
not
shut down the Roosevelt
mean
Hotel?
our city will ever be a safe haven for violent criminals. It also does not give New York City the authority to violate federal immigration laws. To the contrary, New York City will always comply with city, state, and federal laws as it does now. Law-abiding immigrants in New York have an important role. Immigrant New Yorkers, including those who are undocumented, pay billions of dollars in taxes and contribute billions more in spending power to our economy.
Except for all the
Immigrants
crimes of
also play a
myself
vital
and
role in
my
the
associates.
functioning of the city.
Thank you.
This was on full display during the COVID-19 pandemic. The various immigrant residents of our city worked to keep the city moving while many other New Yorkers were able to shelter in place and work remotely. Hospitals, the food industry, and many other businesses were able to function because of the commitment of our immigrant population. As mayor, I do not control who enters or remains in our country, but I do have to manage the population that is within our city. In order to carry out this function
should be in
without
jail.
having long-term negative ramification, I must create an atmosphere
Laissez
that
les
allows
bon temps
every
brûler.
law-abiding resident, documented or not, to access vital services without fear of being
Hi,
turned
peace,
over
love.
to federal authorities.
I have to
I
change.
cannot
This
have a
shirt
city
is like
where parents are
choking me,
afraid
so
to
I'm
send
going
their
to change
children
my
to
shirt.
school,
I'll
or where
BRB.
children are sleeping on the streets, creating the potential for child exploitation
I'm doing,
and sex
doing a
trafficking.
wardrobe change.
If an
We're getting really
undocumented
fancy
person
here.
refuses to seek medical care until they have a medical emergency, our city's healthcare system will be strained. And if an undocumented individual witnesses a crime but is afraid to call 911 for fear of being turned over to federal authorities, criminals will roam free. And it reminds me of my early days as a police officer. I have seen firsthand the damage that can be done when someone is too afraid to seek out the police. Early in my career, I responded to a man who was calling out for help. We caught the suspect, but when it came to filling out the police report, the individual, an undocumented man from China, said he did not want to file a report and put a target on his back with federal immigration authorities. Approximately 4 decades later, our country still is in desperate need of comprehensive immigration reform. And as a result, New York City was hit with the largest humanitarian crisis in our city's history over the last 3 years. Federal law did not allow me to stop buses from entering New York City. State law required me to provide all in our city with housing and meals and to educate children. City law makes it unlawful to collaborate with ICE for civil enforcement. We complied with all of these legal requirements and still manage the humanitarian crisis with the care and compassion, while at the same time bringing down crime, recovering our economy, and preventing any child from being forced to sleep on the streets. Comprehensive immigration reform is long overdue. While the solution is not within my control as a mayor, I am committed to working with federal officials to go after violent gangs and those who harm residents of our city. This is why we have over 330 NYPD officers assigned to different federal joint task forces, over 70 of which are assigned to task forces with Homeland Security investigation, the criminal investigation arm of ICE. Those task forces focus on many different important priorities, including going after violent gangs and child exploitation. I look forward to sharing New York City collaborations that we do daily with our city, state, and federal partners to keep New York City to continue to be the safest big city in America. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Denver Mayor Johnson for his opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. This committee convened this hearing on the critical topic of immigration. I want to tell you Denver's story. When I became mayor 20 months ago, Denver was already receiving buses of immigrants with little to no notice or coordination. At one point, we were receiving 10 to 11 buses a day.
What's happening
dropping
with the
off as many as
Colorado
300
governor?
people,
Isn't he like
mostly
going
women
nuts?
and children.
Isn't he like
in
losing his
10-degree weather
mind? Or
with
is
only
that just
sandals and
propaganda?
a T-shirt, leaving them in danger of freezing to death on our streets. All told, 42,000 people arrived in Denver over 18 months, the largest per capita influx of any city in America. We are each entitled to our own opinion about what should happen at the border, but that was not the question facing Denver. The question Denver faced was, what will you do with a mom and 2 kids dropped on the streets of our city with no warm clothes, no food, and no place to stay? As mayor, I have to protect the health and safety of everyone in our city. As a man of faith, I have a moral obligation to care for those in need.
Oh, okay, good.
Scripture
It's probably
says,
just stupid right
For I was
shit.
hungry. and
Good
you gave me
morning,
something to eat.
Karen.
I was thirsty. You gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. So that's what we did. In Denver, we believe our problems are solvable, and we are the ones to solve them. So we went to work. When we started, we had the largest encampment in Denver history, with more than 200 migrant families living in freezing temperatures. So we opened 8 different city shelters housing 5,000 people. City employees volunteered to take extra shifts, and Denver residents stepped up, making meals, donating clothes, furniture, school supplies. Some even welcomed families into their own homes. We helped 8,700 eligible individuals apply for work authorization so they could put food on their own table, pay their own rent, and reduce the strain on public resources. As a result, a year later, there is not a single migrant encampment left in the city. We have closed all of our shelters. We have connected people to jobs and housing, and the city's immigrant support budget has dropped by nearly 90%. And in the midst of this, migrants did not bring a wave of crime to Denver. In fact, crime went down. Homicides dropped 17%, shooting victims dropped 24%, auto theft down 29%. America is not just a place, it's a belief. Some people are born into it, some fight their whole life to get to it. It's a belief that all are created equal. It's a belief that it doesn't matter where you came from if you're willing to fight hard enough. Julian Becerra's parents believed that. So they brought him to this country from Mexico when he was 10. They taught him respect, and they taught him to love and serve his community. As an adult, he decided the most honorable way to serve his community was in uniform. So he enlisted in the Air Force. Then he served as a sheriff, then finally as a police officer, where he served with distinction until one day he was pursuing a criminal on a dangerous bridge and fell to his death. In the midst of the immigration crisis, I attended the Fallen Officers Memorial as I watched officers hand Officer Becerra's 10-year-old daughter a folded American flag. I watched her cry as she wrapped her little arms around that flag and holded it tight the way she wished she could hold her dad, but never will again. For the rest of her life, she will cherish that flag, that American flag, because it is the country that her dad loved, it is the country he chose, it is the country he served, it is the country he gave his life for. So if we want to tell the story of what impact immigrants have in America, we must tell the full story. That story must acknowledge that this country is lucky to have people like Julian Becerra, who love this country enough to risk their lives to keep us safe, to keep all of us safe. When buses started showing up filled with migrants, some in my city were afraid, just like I'm sure some of your constituents are afraid. They were afraid about crime and homelessness and worried about what these new people might take away from them. I understand that fear. And the truth is, people who are new to this country do good and bad just like all of us. But there's another truth. When those buses kept on coming, Denver made a choice as a city, not to hate each other, but to help each other. Not to turn on each other, but to turn to each other. And see if together we could solve a problem that felt bigger than any one of us. And that's what we did. It wasn't perfect, and it required sacrifice from all of us. But in the end, Denver came out stronger and closer than we were before. Because Americans expect us to do more than point fingers. They expect us to solve problems. So if Denver can find a way to put aside our ideological differences long enough to manage a crisis we didn't choose or create, it seems only fair to ask that the body that is actually charged with solving this national problem, this Congress, can finally commit to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now recognize
Well
Chicago
said.
Mayor Johnson. For his
Thank
opening
you.
statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Thank you to the ranking member Connolly and to the members of this committee. I have the great privilege and honor of serving as mayor of the city of Chicago, the third largest city in the nation. Established by a Black Haitian man and a Potawatomi woman, Chicago is and always has been a proud city of immigrants. Generations of new arrivals, including the descendants of the enslaved during the Great Migration, created a vibrant city where 1 in 5 residents is foreign-born. Each day, I wake up to serve every one of Chicago's 77 unique neighborhoods and those who live in our great city. As mayor of Chicago, nothing is more important to me than the safety and well-being of all residents.
ASB.
And since I was elected, my administration has been laser focused on creating and implementing public safety initiatives that protect all Chicagoans. We launched the People's Plan for Community Safety, which builds trust between communities and law enforcement by prioritizing transparency and violence intervention. We established a dedicated robbery task force that reduced robberies by 25% citywide. We added over 200 detectives, increasing the clearance rates on our cases. And we've updated police equipment and technology so that our police officers have the tools they need to effectively prevent and fight crime.
Teresa with the breaking
Our
news.
efforts to improve public
SCOTUS
safety by
says
building
USAID
trust
should
with
pay out
and
about
investing in
$2
our
billion
communities
in
are
unpaid
working.
foreign aid bills.
Violent crime is down in Chicago.
Oop.
The city ended 2024 with its lowest homicide rate in 5 years. The city is also safer because of our Welcoming City Ordinance. That law makes sure that the city's police resources are focused on our local priorities. In fact, the 40 years of Chicago's leaders have recognized that our policies
There's the
toward
link to the
civil immigration
Kyle Cheney
matters
post.
help
Thank you,
to prevent
Teresa.
and solve
And thank you,
crimes.
Paul.
Put simply, any actions that amplify fears of deportations make Chicago more dangerous. Those fears cause witnesses and victims to avoid cooperating with police. The cooperation of all people, regardless of their immigration status, is essential to achieving the city's goals of reducing crime and pursuing justice for victims. When there is trust between city's residents and the police, undocumented immigrants come forward to report crimes to local law enforcement and provide information that helps the police solve those crimes. And now, I know there are myths about these laws, but we must not let mischaracterizations and fear-mongering obscure the reality that Chicago's crime rates are trending down. We still have a long way to go, but sensationalizing tragedy in the name of political expediency is not governing, it's grandstanding. Every violent crime is devastating, but scapegoating entire communities is not only misleading, it is unjust and it is beneath us. So let me be clear. Chicago's Welcoming City Ordinance and our other laws and policies do not lead to more crime. They do not prevent cooperation with federal law enforcement on criminal matters. And we do not harbor criminals. We arrest them, often because of laws that allow residents to feel safe helping the police. As mayor, I'm building a Chicago that embodies the dream of my father had when he came from Salis, Mississippi during the Second Migration, a Chicago that invests in housing, healthcare, jobs, and education. And that's why we've increased safe and stable housing by adding almost 4,000 more units, expanded access to health care by opening 3 mental health centers, and focused on getting our young people well-paying jobs, with summer jobs increasing by 45% since I've taken office. Our local partnerships have built a solid foundation, a better, stronger, and a much safer Chicago. We need this body's support for these efforts. We are ready to partner with you on the measures we know promote trust and create sustainable public safety. And to the people of Chicago and all hardworking people across this great nation, these values are our North Star, the drinking gourd we follow to a better future. We will not live in fear. It is not our portion. We will not go back. I do look forward to answering the questions of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Boston Mayor Wu for her opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Connolly, and members of the committee, my name is Michelle Wu. I am the daughter of immigrants, and since November of 2021, I have had the honor of serving as mayor of Boston. I'm proud to be here on behalf of our city, the police officers, first responders, city workers, the faith leaders, teachers, parents, and neighbors who partner every day to make Boston the safest major city in the nation. And I'm proud every day to work alongside the greatest police commissioner in the nation, Commissioner Michael Cox. Every year since I took office, we've set a new record low for gun violence in Boston. Last year, Boston saw the fewest homicides on record in the last 70 years. Those are the facts. And behind these record lows are historic highs. The most ever young people working paid summer jobs, the most pre-K seats at no cost to families, the most affordable housing built in a generation. We have invested in the kinds of opportunities that cultivate prosperity and eradicate crime. And the laws on our books promote the kind of community trust that keeps all of us safe. In Boston, our police department resources and taxpayer dollars go towards preventing and solving crimes. And when it comes to criminal matters, the Boston Police partner every day with state and federal law enforcement. But Massachusetts state law and the Boston Trust Act make clear that immigration is federal law enforcement's responsibility. We are the safest major city in the country because our gun laws are the strongest in the nation, because our officers have built relationships over decades, and because all of our residents can trust that when they call 911 in the event of an emergency or to report a crime, help will come. This federal administration's approach is undermining that trust. In the past month, I've met with residents and faith leaders in community centers and places of worship, asking my constituents what they want Congress to know. And what I heard over and over again was fear and frustration. I spoke with pastors whose pews are half empty on Sundays, doctors whose patients are missing appointments, teachers whose students aren't coming to class, neighbors afraid to report crimes in their communities, and victims of violence who won't call the police. This federal administration is making hardworking, tax-paying, God-fearing residents afraid to live their lives. A city that's scared is not a city that's safe. A land ruled by fear is not the land of the free. Next month, Boston will celebrate 250 years of our nation's freedom. And in every one of those years, Boston has welcomed the world to our shores. From the English immigrants fleeing religious persecution, to the Irish forced out by famine, to the families from Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Cabo Verde, Vietnam, and so many more who call Boston home today. We are the safest major city in the nation. We are home to the greatest healthcare, the greatest colleges and universities, the most advanced innovators, and the 2024 world champion Boston Celtics. We are the cradle of democracy and the city of champions. We are all of these things not in spite of our immigrants, but because of them. 1 in 7 signers of the Declaration of Independence were immigrants. On the last 4 Red Sox rosters to win a World Series, 1 in 5 were immigrants. Of all the faculty at Boston University to have earned a Nobel Prize, all but 1 were immigrants. Today, 1 in 4 Boston residents were born somewhere else. Most have jobs, many have kids. All of them chose this country as their home because, like my mom and dad, they believe that here, where you've been doesn't limit where you're going. The strength of your character has nothing to do with the color of your passport. And how hard you work matters more than where you were born. That wherever you're from, if you pitch in, look out for your neighbors, and cheer for the home team, you can build a better future here for the people you love. So to every one of my neighbors back in Boston, know this: you belong here. This is your home. Boston es tu hogar. Boston, c'est la caillou. 这是你的家. This is our city. We are the safest major city in the nation because we are safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Beers for his opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking
Fantastic.
Member Connolly, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. The Cato Institute's half-century of independent research demonstrates that people of all races religions, and birthplaces can thrive in a free society. Liberty must be protected, both from over-intrusive government and from private violence. Unfortunately, the president's chaotic, indiscriminate deportation plan does the opposite. It harms public safety, threatens Americans' rights, and undermines the successful integration of America's immigrants into its society and economy. The president's first action was to rescind the requirement that ICE target public safety threats first. He has ordered that millions of vetted immigrants be stripped of lawful status and deported. He is even attempting to deport the U.S.-born children of people without permanent status.
Mr. Beer, they're not shocked by that.
This flagrantly unconstitutional
That's a feature.
act effectively orders a series of crimes, wrongful arrest and imprisonment, civil rights violations, and unlawful deprivation of voting rights. Never before in American history has a president sought the power to strip potentially tens of millions of Americans of their constitutional rights. The president is also explicitly asserting the authority to ignore any law passed by you, Congress, that provides due process for people accused of being in the country illegally. The administration has repeatedly misled you and the public about who it is targeting, stating it would focus on public safety threats, that only the worst of the worst would be sent to Guantanamo Bay, and that every person it had arrested had a criminal record. We now know that most ICE arrests since the inauguration have been of people without a criminal record. Indeed, he is arresting people who entered legally, never violated any law, and sending them to Guantanamo Bay prison. It is no surprise in this lawless environment that many people and many cities simply do not trust the federal government on immigration. That is a problem. But under our Constitution, states determine their policies. Congress cannot force them. It must reestablish trust. Unfortunately, some members of Congress want to force an indiscriminate policy of mass deportation
They're
on
going
the
to
entire
skewer this
country
poor
with
kid.
no public safety focus. If Congress wants more cooperation, it should address the concerns of these cities. What Congress should do is reestablish trust. Indiscriminate mass deportation agenda is a far greater threat to public safety than any city policy. A mountain of empirical research shows that reasonable restrictions on ICE cooperation do not increase crime rates, and that immigrants lower crime rates. Immigrants, including illegal immigrants,
He's tapping
commit
into
crimes
his inner
serious enough
theater,
for them to be
kid. I'm here
incarcerated
for it.
at half the rate of U.S.-born Americans. Data from Texas shows that illegal immigrants are 36% less likely to commit and be convicted of murder. At least before this current mass deportation effort, immigrants were more likely to report crimes than U.S.-born Americans. Don't jeopardize that. Mass deportation is diverting law enforcement resources away from obtaining justice for victims. Indeed, it even targets the victims. Sabotaging local economies and obliterating communities will not restore public safety. It will make us poor while increasing the crime rate and victimization rate for Americans. There is a better approach. We don't need chaos and disorder of illegal immigration or of mass deportation. Why don't people come legally? Because Congress has provided so few options for them to do so, not updating its laws in the last 3.5 decades. Just 3% of those applying for permanent legal status in 2024 received it. That's the failed policy. Let peaceful immigrants pay to get vetted, work, and contribute legally, and let law enforcement at all levels focus on keeping Americans safe. Thank you.
All right, our witnesses have concluded their opening statements. We're going to begin with questions from members, and I want to remind the members, we have 60 members today that are going to ask questions. So I'm going to strictly enforce the 5 minutes. I'll hit the gavel.
That guy's
if
from the
anyone's
Cato
still,
Institute. He's the
talking, and
data
we'll
dude.
Allow the witnesses to answer the question, but
I
let's
think.
please be mindful. We have a lot of questioners today for this very important hearing, and again, we thank the witnesses. I'll recognize myself to begin questions for 5 minutes, and I have limited time, so I want to start with a simple yes or no question, and I'm going to hold you all to that because after the first question, then we'll allow for a little more time. But Mayor Johnston, in 2017, Denver prohibited city officials, including corrections officers, from assisting and cooperating with any investigation, detention, or arrest procedures related to federal immigration laws. The city also stated that federal immigration authorities shall
An
not be
endorsement
granted access
of
or
their
allowed to use
pocket
the
constitution.
secure areas of any
Okay.
city or county jail. Mayor Johnson, is Denver a sanctuary city?
A lot of folks use that term.
Yes or no?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Folks use that term differently. I can tell you what Denver does. We do not.
Okay, I take that as a yes. Mayor
no,
Johnson, no, yes or no? I take that as a yes. Mayor Johnson, on March 10th, 2023, you posted on X that Chicago must lead and live by the promise to be a sanctuary city. Is Chicago a sanctuary city?
A 40-year policy of being a welcoming city.
Yes.
A 40-year
I take
policy
that
of a
as
welcoming
yes.
city.
Mayor Wu, in November 2024, you gave an interview noting that you served on the city council a decade ago when the Boston Trust Act was first passed. You said in that interview that in terms of Boston's policy, there is a prohibition on resources and personnel going to enforce civil immigration detainers, meaning Boston police and other departments cannot cooperate with ICE when it comes to detaining on civil warrants. Mayor, is Boston a sanctuary city?
Boston is a safe city.
I take that as a yes. And Mayor Adams, on November 12, 2024, you said, quote, this is a sanctuary city, but I must comment that you have, of the witnesses today of the major cities, you have publicly stated that you were willing to work with ICE on detaining
This is the
most
humiliation.
criminal illegals, and I want to publicly thank you for that. But my question to you, sir, is New York City a sanctuary city?
Based on our classification, yes.
Okay. Last year, in a Boston suburb, an illegal alien raped and impregnated his 14-year-old daughter while living in a shelter for illegal aliens. Mayor Wu, under Boston law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Whenever there's a criminal warrant, Boston police enforce that and hold people accountable.
So would you turn that criminal over to ICE?
This happened outside the city of Boston, but I can tell you in the city, whenever someone commits a crime, whenever there's a criminal warrant, we hold them accountable. If ICE deems that they are dangerous enough to obtain a criminal warrant, and the Boston police will enforce it.
That sounds reasonable.
Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
We follow the laws,
I
and
take
we
that
make
as a
sure
no.
that everyone.
In Chicago,
safe.
an illegal alien who is a suspected member
Jimmy,
of a
you're
violent
really-
foreign gang who was
you're
brought
kinda
into
running into
custody
a
for his
buzzsaw
potential
here.
involvement in a murder. He was released when Cook County declined to press charges. This illegal alien is also facing charges for kidnapping and sexually assaulting his former girlfriend last year.
He just
Now,
wants to say
he's
all
on the
these
streets.
stories.
Mayor Johnson, under Chicago law, would you turn this criminal over to ICE on a detainer?
Our local law enforcement works hard every day to get criminals off the streets of Chicago.
Would you
And
turn that criminal over to ICE? That's the problem. That's one of the topics of this conversation. That's one of the problems we've heard from Tom Hammond and from the Homeland Security is that in your cities, when someone's apprehended for a crime and ICE is now with this new federal policy wanting to come in and deport the criminal alien, that you will not cooperate with ICE. Will you turn that criminal over to ICE?
And we do not harbor criminals.
I don't think.
Our local police department works hard every single day to ensure that the city of Chicago is
Yes
safe.
or no? Will you turn the criminal over to ICE?
With a criminal warrant from the
Yeah,
federal
if they present a
government,
warrant,
our local law enforcement
I
repeatedly
mean, they're following the law.
collaborates with
Okay,
federal
change the
agents.
law if you don't like it.
So you're saying publicly today, you will turn that
Change the law
alien over
if
to
you don't
ICE
like it.
in a safe place like a jail and not turn him out on the street and say, here you go, ICE, good luck. you will
Hey,
turn that
put it
criminal
to a
over
vote.
to ICE.
Put it to a vote
With
that
a
they have to
criminal
be compelled,
warrant,
whatever, however you
as we
word
have
that
done
shit.
for 40
Should
years.
that criminal
Ridiculous.
be turned over to ICE?
With a
Mayor?
criminal warrant, they are subject to the federal laws, and that includes deportation.
My time has expired, but
Yeah,
again,
and your
the
argument.
point that we've got to iron out today is that we have to have cooperation.
I need you to
It's
bend the
federal
knee.
law to turn over those
He's gonna
illegal
lose his
criminals
shit by the end
to
of this.
ICE. And we have heard reports, and many of you have said
What are we,
publicly
like,
that you are
10
going to
minutes in?
obstruct that. That is against the law, and we're going to hear more
We're
about
like
that
less
today.
than 10
Now, I
minutes in,
recognize the
and this
ranking
is where
member
we're at.
Conley for his 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Wu, I quoted Tom Homan, the so-called border czar, saying that he wanted to bring hell. He was bringing hell to the city of Boston. What did you understand him to mean by that?
Let's talk about Tom Homan. Shame on him for lying about my city, for having the nerve to insult our police commissioner who has overseen the safest Boston's been in anyone's lifetime. Bring him here under oath, and let's ask him some questions. I am here to make sure that the city of Boston is safe. Others may want to bring hell. We are here to bring peace to cities everywhere.
Mayor Johnston of Denver, what would your reaction be if Tom Homan wants to bring hell to your city, Denver?
We think that we have folks in Denver who are working hard, playing by the rules, paying taxes. There is no one that is seeking hell to come to Denver. What people are looking for is opportunity and hope.
And for the
That's
record,
available.
he can do whatever he wants to do, I guess. But the fact of the matter is, you absorbed on a per capita basis the largest immigration a year or two ago, and you indicated that your crime rate actually fell. It didn't increase. Is that correct?
That is correct. Crime is down in Denver. We have homicides down 17%. Violent shootings are down 24%.
And in
Auto theft
Boston,
down.
I'm sorry, I've got limited time. Mayor Wu, same thing in Boston. The Boston crime rate has been falling, correct?
We had 24 homicides last year, 24 too many, but that represented a tremendous reduction, one of the biggest drops anywhere in the country.
Thank you. So the correlation between immigration and crime is false, as you point out, Mr. Beer. Perhaps you can elaborate that. I find it ironic that you characterized correctly, in my view, President Trump and Tom Homan's approach to immigration as lawless when they're invoking law and order and crime as the rationale for their lawlessness. Could you expand on the lawlessness and the irony of the fact that, as you point out in your testimony, the crime rate among immigrants is half that of the native population?
That's right. I have a table in my written testimony that you can look at. Top 20 cities for immigration court filings over the last 4 years. 19 of those cities saw a decline in their homicide rate. If you look at all of the major cities, there is a negative correlation between increasing numbers of immigrants and the homicide rate. So that means more immigrants, lower homicide rates. That holds true across the United States. So I think the correlation that's trying to be made is more immigrants, more illegal immigrants, more chaos, more crime. That does not hold. What we do see under this administration is an increasing willingness to ignore the laws. He has, as I mentioned, signed an executive order that says he can ignore due process rights for people who are accused of being in the country illegally. This is an incredibly dangerous assertion of authority and should be investigated by
I think
Congress.
Jimmy
And is
Comer
it a
bit off more than
reasonable,
he could chew.
Proposition
That's what
for
I'm
a
thinking
local
right
leader.
now.
I know. I was
think
chairman of my
Jimmy's,
county, which is like being
Jimmy's
mayor
sweating a little
of
bit.
large
I don't
county.
know. There's no
And,
friends. I don't have Jonathan
we
Turley
focus on
anywhere on this
local law
panel. Where
enforcement.
is
We
he?
try to help the
Somebody
feds
call
when we
Jonathan
could.
Turley.
We were cooperative where we could be. But our job was local law enforcement. And there is a clash when ICE behaves this way, and I described some horrible incidents. It instills fear in the
Just
immigrant
name it,
community,
Jerry. It's
and
crusty
it
gnome.
fosters
It's crusty
non-cooperation
gnome.
rather than
Just name it.
cooperation,
It's all right.
which
Name
is
it and
the
shame
mandate
it.
of each of these leaders, is
Krusty
it not?
Gnome's the worst ICE
Absolutely.
agent in
We
the
want
history of ICE
cooperation.
agents.
Many of these cities are the reason why immigrants are more likely to cooperate and report crimes to the police than the U.S.-born population is. So there are good reasons to limit this mass deportation of people in their communities.
Facts.
I would just argue that the premise of this hearing is false. We have local law enforcement cooperating with the local political
You're just showing
leadership,
really
and it's
good
working.
exemplary
It's
cities, I
bringing down
guess.
crime rates. And the proposition that immigrants cause crime is false. In fact, patently false, as your testimony, I think, would demonstrate, Mr. Beer. And the idea that these are sanctuary cities that need to be punished is simply a war on urban America. And I'm proud of the mayors who are in front of us here today, and I thank them for their testimony, and I thank them for their service to their local communities. I relate to it, and I think it's a noble calling. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Boebert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Mike Johnston.
Oh, dear.
I hope we can start off on
Yeah,
a level
you live in
field
my
agreement
state.
here. So in your testimony, you said that locals were asking Denver, what will you do? When they saw 10 to 11 buses coming in a day and 42,000 illegal aliens entering their city. Denver, what will you do? And in a Fox 31 interview in January, you blamed state law for not allowing the city of Denver to coordinate with ICE, resulting in Denver being a sanctuary city, saying, quote, the whole state is bound by our state law in this, which is pretty consistent in some of these practices, like everywhere in the state. We don't honor ICE detainers, end quote. I've demanded Governor Jared Polis and the Colorado State Legislature to repeal them. Douglas County has led on a lawsuit to get those laws repealed. So, Mr. Mayor, would you join me today in calling and demanding that these sanctuary policies, these Colorado state laws, be repealed?
Thank you, Congresswoman.
Yes or no, Mr. Mayor?
Pardon?
Yes or no? Will you join me?
I do not believe the detainer law needs to be changed. I can tell you what Denver
Okay,
does
so you
right now.
don't want them to coordinate with ICE, but yet you're blaming the state of Colorado for those policies. It's a statewide law. It's not a Denver law, and you're blaming the state of Colorado for
I
the
got
law.
you, Mayor.
Yet you will
I got
not
you.
call for that law to be
Just
repealed,
admit it.
correct?
I got
Yes or
you.
no?
We do coordinate with ICE presently. I'm happy to tell you what we do on that. So we've honored detainer requests more than 1,226 times over the last
What about
years.
before a warrant? There are many issues before a warrant.
So if what happens is if
There's
ICE
this
has
due
sends
process
us a
thing.
detainer request,
Well, you
it's
have
called a-
local law enforcement officers, Mr. Mayor, who are unable to coordinate with ICE to even get the initial warrant. They aren't allowed to tell them that they are illegal aliens. So unfortunately, you won't join me in asking for this law, demanding that this law be repealed. So let's keep going. In 2017, Denver passed an ordinance that ensured any city employee who spoke with federal immigration authorities would be fired, among other policies that have led to local and national media outlets to call Denver a sanctuary city. So now let me ask you, would a city employee be fired for communicating with anyone from the EPA?
Right now, Congresswoman, our policy is we don't ask people's status. when
Would
they come
any
into
city
contact with
employee be
any-
fired for communicating and coordinating, talking with
Paul, say it in
an
your
agent
head.
from the EPA?
Say it
a
in your
federal
head multiple
employee?
times.
Not to
Type
my
it
knowledge,
once.
Congresswoman.
What about
Just
Health
say it
and
in your
Human
head.
Services? Would they get fired for talking with someone from Health and Human Services?
Not to my knowledge, Congresswoman.
So they would only be fired for talking to federal law enforcement officers.
No, that's incorrect, Congresswoman.
This is
Our
an ordinance
city employees do, in
Denver
fact,
passed in 2017, Mr. Mayor.
our city employees do, in fact, communicate with ICE. We do coordinate on multiple things with ICE. For instance, if there is a violent criminal warrant in the city, we
No,
pursue that
we're
warrant
talking
together.
before the warrants, Mr. Mayor. There are
There's
issues
due
happening
process.
before warrants are issued, and local law enforcement officers are unable to coordinate because there is no warrant. And your ordinance says that a city employee would be fired for communicating with federal law enforcement. So you've been mayor for 600 days. Have you ever called for that ordinance to be repealed?
We are not unable to coordinate with ICE right now. We're in communication with ICE right now.
You mean, may I
Only if
move to
there's a
Ireland?
warrant,
Sure.
but I'm
Go
talking
ahead.
prior to
Knock
the
yourself.
warrant.
We wouldn't have a reason to coordinate.
Because you
prior
don't know
to
if they're
warrant.
illegal, because you are unable to coordinate until there is a warrant. So that's why this
I have to
ordinance needs
concentrate.
be repealed. So now the 600 days, there's been no time to ask for this to be repealed. You did have a newcomer's playbook, 25 pages. You had time to put that together. And you had time to agree with the city council to authorize up to $2 million to pay Joe
That's right,
Biden's
took
former
my
lawyer,
Merle Mopes.
his law firm, to help cover your ass for Denver's sanctuary city policies.
I'm
for this
really
hearing,
high.
correct?
That's cool.
Thank you, Congresswoman. We have counsel.
Did you
to
authorize
support-
that spending?
We have counsel to support
See, I
this
have to
committee's
concentrate.
investigation into any documents you may have. That is a year-long contract for the 13,000 city employees.
And your budget
you may
is
request documents from.
seriously declining. Denver Magazine reported that Denver has spent
What?
$7.5 million on
What are
shipping
you-
illegal aliens to other
What is she
destinations.
talking about?
Mayor Adams, did Mayor
Uh-oh.
Johnston ever coordinate with you and tell you that he was shipping illegal aliens to your city?
We coordinated in communication around the entire asylum seeker issue in our cities.
Boy,
So I've
Eric
heard
does
that
not want to be
Denver
here.
crime went down. Well, Aurora's crime went up.
Oh, here we
because you were
go.
also shipping them
They're
to
eating the
Aurora, and we
dogs.
have
They're eating the cats.
documentation
Oh,
that
wait,
I don't
wrong
have time
state.
to discuss here in this hearing that proves you were shipping illegal aliens to Aurora. Their crime was increasing while you were hiding under laws that you will not
What?
demand be repealed. Ordinance from your city,
Beetlejuice.
and then crime was going up from Trinidad Aragua gangs.
And I'm going to get this soundbite out, so
apartment
just let
owners.
me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me.
And I hope that we can get this.
Is your
resolved.
5 minutes
rule,
up,
Mr.
bitch?
Chairman.
Chair, gentlelady's time
Yikes.
expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Norton from Washington, D.C.
Holy moly. Oh, thank goodness.
There have been a lot of talk today about these cities and their, in my view, principal decision not to respond to extrajudicial ICE detainers. But I would like to back up and talk about these detainers, what these detainers really are. Requests from ICE to unconstitutionally hold someone without due process or probable cause. Enforcing ICE detainers is also expensive, often results in mistakenly holding U.S. citizens and undermines public safety. It diverts resources from protecting the local community to carry out the federal government's job of immigrant enforcement. Mayor Johnston, what challenges do ICE detainers represent to your law enforcement and city resources?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think that was to me, right? Sometimes I
That's
get
correct.
confused. Okay. Thank you, Congresswoman. I think it's important, I appreciate to describe what Denver currently does in terms of what coordination looks like and what it doesn't, which is if we get a detainer request, if we have someone in our custody that ICE would like to get access to, what we do is we provide them a notification of release. And so if that person will be released from our custody, we notify them of the time and the date when they will be released, so ICE, if they choose to, could pick that person up. We have done that 1,226 times over the last 7 years, and that has enabled ICE, when they choose to be able to bring someone into custody. What we do not do is hold someone beyond their release date, because there are multiple courts who have found that to be unconstitutional. If someone is serving a sentence and that sentence expires this Friday, we can't hold them another 7 days without an additional charge. And so that is what state law does, and sheriffs around the state would say it is a strain on local resources to hold them for a civil issue that is not linked to a criminal charge that we have in our city or another jurisdiction. That's why we don't honor those types of detainers.
Mayor Johnson, how about for
Isn't that like
Chicago?
100 a month? It's a lot.
So thank you for that question. And for Chicago, again, our top priority with the Welcoming City Ordinance is to ensure maximum safety. The type of coordination that happens between our local law enforcement and our communities is paramount to building trust and keeping our communities safe. The ordinance, as well as the state law, the Illinois Trust Act, which was passed with bipartisan support and signed by the Republican Governor, Bruce Rauner, we do not permit our local law enforcement from engaging in any federal matters. With a criminal warrant, our city and our state will cooperate with the federal government, but without a criminal warrant, our local law enforcement focuses in on local issues to keep the people of Chicago safe.
Mayor Wu, how would fulfilling ICE detainers detract from public safety in your city?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for hosting us, first of all, in your district. We hear every day from Boston residents, a city that is 28% people who were born in another country, that the trust and feeling that they know they can call 911 when they need help, or if they have information to solve a crime and police need that help, that they feel comfortable in doing so. And so our policy in Boston is that
I'm really
regardless
impressed.
of your background or immigration status, you have access to our libraries. We want you to take your kids to school. We want you to be part of our community. And also, regardless of immigration status, if you commit a crime, if you do harm in the community, you will be held accountable.
I mean,
It
I
is
think if
critical to the
anything,
safety of Americans
she's gotten
that
some
cities have
criticism,
the
I think,
ability
and I
to
don't know if it
decide
had
what
to
is
do
what
with
is in the
policing. I
best
could be wrong
interest
about that.
of their people.
But
Mayors
nonetheless,
and
you know,
local
like,
enforcement know their
not-
cities best.
no one's perfect, but I just wonder, she seems really
Yield any
so
time
passionate
to the
about
ranking
this.
member.
I just want to underscore what the gentlelady has said. Local government knows best how local enforcement, law enforcement works. And cooperating with ICE is part of that, but they can't be a substitute for ICE doing its own job, which is a federal responsibility. Thank you for yielding.
Before I recognize Mr. Jordan, I believe Ms. Boebert has a unanimous consent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit to the record multiple local news articles
Multiple.
referencing Denver's sanctuary policies,
two.
including the Newcomers
One.
Playbook written by Mayor Adams and the budget, which shows millions and millions of dollars of the Denver city budget cut.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes
Yeah.
Mr. Jordan
Here
from
I'm
Ohio.
representing.
Chairman, Mayor Johnston, who's Abraham Gonzalez?
God.
Thank you, Congressman. He is a individual that was released from the county jail on Friday in the city and county of Denver.
That's all you know about him?
I do know that he was
what else do you
facing
wanna know?
charges that the
Venezuelan gang member arrested by Border Patrol on September 20th, 2023, released into the country by the Biden administration. A few months later, he's arrested in your city, charged with aggravated assault. On March 11th, 2024, he's charged with motor vehicle theft.
He looks like a
stole
baby
car,
diaper
and
box.
then on March 20th, 2024, Mr. Gonzalez
That's
is charged
immediately
with
what came to
felony
my mind when I
menacing.
saw that.
6 days after that last charge, ICE sends you a detainer, which includes an administrative warrant. Basically, it
To
says
the
if you're going to
mayor?
release this bad guy, this gang member who allegedly stole a car, menaced people, and assaulted people, give us a 48-hour heads up. Is that right? Does that refresh your memory?
I do know about the detainer request. I do know that we provided a notification of release.
What kind of
to
notice
the-
did you give ICE when you released him?
We gave him notification. I'm not sure how long in
1
advance it
hour.
was. I do know
1
that.
hour.
I do know that
Gave
there
him
were
a 1
six-
hour notice, and you released him 5 days ago, right? Why not give him more heads up? Actually, let's put the slide up. Let's see what
Okay,
it says.
well,
Let's put
okay,
the slide
ask
up. This is
him.
what
Ask him
the
what
Denver
happened.
Sheriff's
Was it a
Department- it's kinda hard to
mistake?
see, so I'll read it. It says, Denver Sheriff's
mean-
Department, ICE notification being released to the streets. I simply said, just release him to us. You release him to the streets. Why not release him to ICE?
Thank you. What we've done, and we do this regularly, we've done 1,226 of these, is we notify
I'm
ICE.
asking about one. I'm not asking about the 12.
Okay,
I'm
let
asking
him
about
answer.
Mr. Abraham
I wanna know.
Gonzalez, who's a gang member from Venezuela, stole a car, assaulted someone. You had him in your custody for how long?
I know that we released him.
345 days you had him in custody. And I said, hey, can you give us 48 hours heads up?
I don't
You
know
gave
the-
him 1 hour notice.
Mr. Congressman, we notified them of release. There were 6 ICE agents present when he was released, so they had enough time to respond and to be present
Respond where?
to the jail where we released him from. So we released him we notified them of the release time. When we notify them of release, they come to the jail facility to pick them up. They're
Why
still
didn't you
on.
say that's not what you said. You said you release him to the streets. Did you release him to the streets? You release him to ICE?
What we do, sir, is we release him from our county jail, and we coordinate with ICE on that release time and release date so that ICE can come and pick them up from that location.
Pick him up where? In the parking lot?
Yes, sir. They're on the facility
Guess
property.
what happened in the parking lot?
I know, sir. I've reviewed the video. So I looked at it. I've talked to the sheriff last night.
One of the ICE officers got assaulted, didn't he?
I've reviewed
Okay,
the video,
They had to
sir.
tase the guy, didn't they?
Would you like me to answer, sir?
No, I'd like you to answer. Did they tase him?
I know that there were 6 officers that had multiple tasers. I saw the
So they
detention
had
on
6
video.
officers.
What about
If
the
you keep
ICE
him in
people?
The facility and they come in the facility and get him. Does it take 6 officers? Probably takes
What?
2, doesn't it?
So we've been
What's
doing these,
going
as I
here-
mentioned,
on here?
1,224 times, 1,226 times. This is the first time I've been made aware of there's been an incident like this. So I reached out to ICE after I saw the video. I've coordinated with their team and offered to sit down and see if
It's a
there are
simple- it's a
procedures
simple
we
question.
can
Yeah.
It's a
change.
simple-
Okay,
it's
it
a simple
sounds
question.
like
Work smoothly.
It's a simple question.
really
You can release him in
horrible
the parking lot,
situation.
give ICE 1 hour notice, and they got to send 6 officers to arrest this guy. Or you can say, hey, what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to hold him. You come in and bring 2 officers in, and you turn him over there.
Wait,
Why not
I'm
do it that
sorry.
way?
You
We
had
have a
6
city
ICE
ordinance.
You know why you don't do it
officers
that
and
way?
this
We have a
one
city
guy
ordinance that
Because you're a
governs-
sanctuary
assaulted
city.
them?
This is the whole point.
No, sir.
Was
I
this
disagree
a,
with you.
is he Jackie
Okay,
Chan?
I'll tell you why. If you talk about sanctuary as a definition of shielding people from law enforcement, we do not do that. What we do is provide services.
I'm missing
in this
a lot of
context,
context here.
Because we coordinated the
An
release.
officer got assaulted because of your policy, which says we're going to release him to, in your words, not mine, to the
No,
streets.
but
They have to
they
arrest
were
him in the
right
parking
with
lot.
him. I
They bring
mean,
6
technically they
officers
were all in the
when they
streets.
could have had 1 or 2 just come in your facility, in the jail, and take the
I
guy
mean,
there.
there
But
were
it that
6
way.
out. Wait a
I've
minute.
seen the video. I've reached out to ICE.
care if
I've offered to
it's the
sit
video.
down and coordinate on strategies. If we need to make
Isn't
adjustments to
6
what we
better
do
than-
on
wait,
releases, we'll
what?
do that. This is the first time
What?
in the 1,226 releases.
It's
You know,
okay,
I read
SB.
your
I
written
know,
testimony
I know,
last
it's
night.
okay,
I read your written
darling.
testimony last night. 4.5 pages. And you used the word safe, safer, or safety 13 times.
Okay.
Talking about my job is to protect the
Wait a
the
minute.
safety of the
I know
people
what
in
this
Denver.
situation
We're
means.
prioritizing making sure everyone in our community is safe. That's a lie. Because it was not safer for the ICE agents who are part of your community.
Oh, shit.
No way was it
God,
safe.
he's hunched over
The
today.
safest thing to do is to say,
There we go.
ICE,
Oh,
we got him in
God, stop
custody,
moving
come here, we'll
around.
release him. We held him 345 days. We can't hold him a second longer. We can't wait for you to come inside the building. We got to let him go, so you have to arrest him in the parking lot. That is how stupid sanctuary policies are and what they mean to the community that you put at risk and to the ICE officers, ICE officer who was assaulted. And they had to use a taser on. It's not good for
Mr.
them.
Chairman,
Time, Mr. Chairman.
5 minutes is up.
Yeah, really.
Gentlemen,
Shut the fuck
gentlemen,
up.
it's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch from
God, that was
Massachusetts.
quite a performance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know what
and
that
Ranking Member
crazy man
Connolly.
said, but
I
somebody
wanna
should get him
thank
some lithium.
The panelists for your willingness to come before the committee and help us with our work. You know, I truly believe that if we had a rational and comprehensive immigration policy in this country, if we competently regulated the flow of immigration, if we knew the purpose and circumstances of each immigrant's arrival here, and if every immigrant knew what was expected of them when they arrived, I honestly and truly believe that immigration could be the greatest blessing for our country. Look at our world rivals, China and Russia. No one is trying to sneak into China, sneak into Russia. It's because of what we offer here as a nation. There is a substantive issue that's at play here, and I want to address that. So under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4 of the Constitution, it provides Congress, and I'll read the section here, to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. And Clause 18 further provides that Congress has the power to make all laws that shall be necessary and proper to execute its enumerated powers, including immigration. So it appears that Congress has taken up that responsibility in the Immigration and Nationality Act, which they exercise under constitutional writ. On the other hand, we have local so-called sanctuary city laws that at times, so those sanctuary cities laws tend to address local cooperation with federal authorities in your jurisdictions, within your cities. And sometimes it does appear that the sanctuary city laws are defending against the congressional grant of authority to operate in that area. Now, you all, as mayors, and I ask this of the entire panel, you deal with this every single day, and we've heard some of it in your testimony eloquently. How do we, as lawmakers, we're struggling with this right now. There's a tension between that authority of Congress to act under Article 1 of the Constitution, and then your responsibility, nobly taken, to provide a safe environment for the residents and visitors to your cities. how do we reconcile, and I'm asking you for advice. You have a great perspective on this. How do we together reconcile the tension between those two operating systems, grants of power? And I'd welcome any advice you have on that, because that's what we are struggling with up here in terms of trying to come up with a comprehensive immigration policy that addresses all of these concerns. Mayor Johnson?
Congressman, I'm happy to start the response. We obviously believe there is a federal system that has federal obligations and state and local obligations. We think, as Mayor Wu said, that our officers are uniquely prepared, trained, and ready to enforce local law and to keep our city safe. We want to focus on that. We do not have the capacity for our law enforcement to be doing federal immigration enforcement, but we want to be partners in making sure we're pulling violent criminals off the street. We do that now. We've done it in the past. We'll keep doing it. But we think the capacity for the federal government to focus on.
But what I'm trying to point at is this. So the current president of the United States, Donald Trump, rode into office on this issue. On this issue. He put people in fear. I'm in a state that's 2,400 miles from the border. We're going to spend $1.5 billion on providing services and housing and everything to people who are in our state unlawfully. He got into office on that issue. So the costs to democracy are massive. It is now threatening our democracy because we have mishandled this issue. So we need to get together on this and turn immigration, like I say, into the greatest blessing that this country has, and not something that people are afraid
Some might
of.
argue it already
That's
is.
the challenge.
But okay, I get your point, Mr.
May I,
Lynch.
Congressman?
Please.
This may be the last
Oh, my
blue.
friend.
This may
Thank
be the last blue dress I'm wearing this month. It's going to be green from here on out as we celebrate
understand.
Irish American heritage back at home. Please pass comprehensive immigration law that is consistent and compassionate. That will make our jobs possible, and we would so appreciate that partnership.
I hear you. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes.
Chair, I have a unanimous consent request.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
I have a unanimous consent request.
All right. Proceed.
Okay, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record thousands of DHS agents shift to deportation instead of drugs, weapons, and human trafficking. That is February 2025 USA Today.
Without
Also,
objection, so ordered.
Parents pull kids from childcare as immigration fears hit U.S. youngest.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair.
Finally, an 11-year-old girl in Texas died by suicide after she was bullied about her family's immigration status, her mother says.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Dr. Gosar from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Wu, I'll be showing up at your
Here you
house
go.
tomorrow.
I
with my
have to.
bags at 5
Sorry, I got to
o'clock.
get back to work here.
Leave your doors unlocked, please. What are you making for dinner? 'Cause
Oh,
I
what the
expect
fuck
a
is
meal on a
that?
balanced diet.
What the fuck is
And
that?
I'm going to need a car.
What in the
And
fuck
please
is
leave
that?
me some
I'm
cash, 'cause
sorry.
I'm going to need to go to my doctor's appointment on Friday.
Oh, God.
That would be to Mr. Mayor Johnson. Now, I don't want to sleep on the couch, so put me up at a luxury hotel. The other Mayor Johnson.
What?
Obviously, you wouldn't like this because you don't know me, right? You know nothing about me.
Oh, we know a lot
And I
about
like
you,
that.
Gosar. More than
Sanctuary
we
cities
want to know.
offer this
Who
kind
in
of
the
hope,
world is dressing
false
this
hope
man?
to illegal aliens by saying
They
that
won't.
very
I
thing.
know. That's true.
Stay
I
with
should
me.
know better.
We don't tell anybody that you break our laws. Now,
Let's find something else.
thank you. You've made the United States complicit and one of the largest purveyors of human trafficking.
That's not
in the
true.
world. Thank you.
I mean,
You're disgracing the legal immigration system.
Gosar's such a
And
nutbag.
the immigrants that came the
He
right
is
way.
such a
Through Ellis
nutbag.
Island
I
at the
can't
time,
even.
Now through our going through
With this
our process.
idiot.
And I want to talk about that process because I've always been told, and it's never been really challenged.
What an
is that
idiot.
Good process builds good policy, builds
I mean,
good policy.
and can you
I think
speak
that
up,
works
sir?
Really, really good.
What the fuck's
Because
wrong
you can
with
always
you?
Go back to the process. If the process isn't good,
You have a
always get to the good
microphone?
process.
Skippy? God God, he looks like one of those kids in the, like in the
trust.
Sandlot.
How can you establish trust?
I just
at the
want to
very
take
beginning when you have
a
false
scissors and
narrative?
go this way,
You're
right?
defending folks who have broken the law.
I don't even need to know what he's saying because it's all bullshit and lies. Oh,
Definition
yeah.
I've always looked at.
That's
is
one
trust
thing
is a
we could
series of
do.
Promises kept. What kind of trust are you supporting here?
Supporting.
What is
Supporting.
the trust in an illegal
What
alien?
kind of trust are you supporting?
It's false trust.
Yes.
Welcome. We're bringing you in.
Yes. Come on in.
It's disorganized.
Come on in,
process.
Moneypenny. Get your beautiful
Now,
butt in here,
Let me ask you a
Moneypenny.
question. Mayor Adams.
I'm smoking some pretty powerful little weed
Did
here.
you support the
I think it's like
Arizona law called SB
54%
I'm not familiar with this, sir.
THC.
Let me explain.
Let me explain it to you then.
SB 1070 challenged the federal government on its supremacy clause. Because we in Arizona wanted, the government wasn't doing anything, so we thought, we'll do this. We can't allow this to break laws.
I don't care about his physical ailments. He's, God bless him.
It seems
He's a shitty human being.
That you would have supported SB 1070, right, Mary Adams?
Yeah. What do you think?
Based on the premise that
Did you read it?
that you, or would you violate the supremacy clause in regards to immigration?
Would
There
I,
we go.
would I
Violate the supremacy clause?
What?
This is well.
What's that mean?
Way over my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
you know.
okay. Mr. Mayor Johnson, would you have supported SB 1070, allowing Arizona to,
Let's see what else.
follow their own laws?
What else
That's
do I
what you're
have?
doing right here.
Thank you, Congressman. We currently follow all federal law, all state law, and all local law. So we do not have any supremacy clause challenges that we're pursuing or maintaining.
Okay. Well, it seems like you are, but Mr. Johnson, do you agree?
What?
The city of Chicago complies with all laws.
Okay. Mayor Wu.
I'm not familiar with that law because I'm focused on the city of Boston, but we follow all state, city, and federal laws in Boston.
What happens when you get in conflict with them? Who do you support?
The Constitution, as I understand it, doesn't require cities or police officers or anyone to follow their laws in conflict, follow federal laws in conflict with local laws or state laws.
Okay, in the Constitution,
Separation
it's
of powers?
it's
Or
explicit
what is it, 10th
that the
Amendment?
federal government has jurisdiction and supremacy over all immigration laws, right? I mean, I've heard it a number of times from my colleagues over here.
I think they're doing it.
We're the ones who
They're
define that.
complying, idiot.
We're the ones that have it. We just heard we want a comprehensive immigration policy. How can you get a
Immigration
comprehensive
policy.
immigration policy when you're defining it from the very get-go? You're building it on false premises and false tenets.
Respectfully, Congressman, you could pass bipartisan legislation, and that would be comprehensive immigration
go.
law.
Why
The
would you
false
have-
narrative is that immigrants in general are criminals, or immigrants in general cause all sorts of danger and harm. That is actually what is undermining safety in our communities. If you wanted to make us safe, pass gun reforms. Stop cutting Medicaid. Stop cutting cancer research. Stop cutting funds for veterans. That is what will make our city safe.
Oh, God.
Yes, thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr.
Yeah,
Fitzpatrick
because
from
you've
Illinois.
been owned, you stupid son of a bitch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mayor Johnson, there's been much talk about Chicago and its enforcement of laws to rid our communities of criminals, so I want to give you a chance to address some
Queen.
of these questions.
I'm
First,
telling you, it's just
Mayor
showing
Johnson,
how
the city of
wonderful
Chicago
Democrat
operates
mayors
under
are.
4 sets of laws: federal, state, county, and of course, Chicago's own laws, right?
That is correct.
And most of these laws are not within Chicago's sole power to change. For example, the Illinois Trust Act, a state law, was enacted in 2017 by then Republican Governor Bruce Rauner and dictates interactions between ICE and law enforcement, right?
That is correct.
And under Chicago's own law, I have a copy of it right here, Chicago is required to help ICE whenever ICE presents a judicial criminal warrant for an arrest, correct?
Yes.
In fact, Chicago has assisted ICE with criminal warrants in the past, right?
Yes.
So just to clear it up, any time that ICE does the work and goes to a court to get a criminal warrant to arrest somebody, the city of Chicago not only is required to, but does cooperate to remove that criminal from our community, right?
That is correct.
Let me turn to another topic. President Trump has said many things about Chicago, including that it is, I have this NBC News report, worse than Afghanistan. Mayor, I'd suggest the facts suggest otherwise. For example, Condé Nast recently named Chicago the best big city in America 8 years in a row.
A friendly amendment, best freaking city in the world, city of Chicago.
Chicago's the largest rail hub in America.
That is correct.
Chicago's a quantum technology hub in this country.
$20 billion new investment.
Chicago area is the home to the second most number of Fortune 500 headquarters of any city in America, right?
Just voted again the top relocator for corporate headquarters for 13 consecutive years.
And it's home to O'Hare Airport, the most interconnected airport on the continent, is that right?
That is correct.
That doesn't sound like Afghanistan to me, sir, does it?
The city of Chicago is a beautiful place. We also have 20% of the world's fresh water right in our front yard. Our restaurants are amazing. In fact, everything that is dope about America comes from Chicago.
A Republican named Lincoln was nominated for president in Chicago, and a Democrat named Obama called Chicago home too. It's the city of big shoulders, the heart of the heartland, the home to the world's best pizza, and we're not going to take any slander from Donald Trump or anyone else lying down. Is that right?
That is correct.
Sir, I want to turn your attention to another topic. Mayor Johnson, you'd agree with me that high grocery prices are among the top concerns for the people of Chicago, right?
The economic conditions that are unfortunately that are not being addressed by Washington has caused a great deal of trepidation and anxiety.
Mayor Wu, according to USDA, the wholesale cost of a dozen eggs has gone from $6.59 since January 19th when Donald Trump took office to $8.39, a 27% increase, and this has got to anger Bostonians, right?
People are doing their very best, trying their hardest, working multiple jobs, and they need support.
Mayor Johnston, I suppose that people in Denver are concerned as well, right?
I'm very concerned. This is the most important issue for us, is how we make sure that it's affordable to live in the city.
Mayor Adams, the same is true for New Yorkers?
Affordability is an issue that's impacting our city, and that's why we're doing the best we can to put $30 billion back in the pockets of working class people.
President Trump, if you're watching this hearing, I respectfully ask, when will egg costs be high enough for you to issue one executive order on bird flu? $10 a carton, $15 a carton. It'll soon be cheaper to buy a magazine for an AK-47 than to buy breakfast. This is flat out wrong. Turn to my last topic. Interestingly, last night in a record-long address, the president did not mention the word Medicaid once, which is top of mind for everyone. Mayor Johnson, you don't dispute that 1.6 million people in Cook County are enrolled in Medicaid, right?
I do not dispute that. In fact, in most of our safety net hospitals,
I think I hear the
70% of the
papa.
individuals
I gotta
that
take him for
are
a
being
walkie.
serviced
Be right back.
are being serviced through Medicaid.
I recently received outreach from Lurie Children's, a preeminent children's hospital located in Chicago. They said, quote, slashing Medicaid will put access to care for all children in our state at risk. You would agree that's unacceptable, right?
That is unacceptable.
It doesn't matter where you're from. If you're white, black, brown, poor, or rich, massive cuts to Medicaid will devastate our health care system. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mayors, thanks for being here, leaving your cities to come to Washington, D.C. today. By either definition or by claim, each of you, I think, could justifiably say represent what's considered a sanctuary city. If you could describe it, what would you, sanctuary from what? Anybody? Mayor Johnson, you want to start? Mayor Johnston?
Thank you, Congressman. I welcome that because I wanted to clarify. We do not shield people from federal law.
I just asked you what, so you don't consider yourself a sanctuary city?
We provide services and supports.
Do you consider yourself a sanctuary city? That's just.
We do not under that definition.
You don't use the definition, you're not a sanctuary.
We call ourselves a welcoming city.
Okay, so what are you welcoming and who are you not welcoming?
Well, we're welcoming everybody.
Okay.
We don't keep folks.
So you're welcoming criminals that you don't have any idea what their crime background is, and you're good with that?
No, we aggressively pursue.
How do you do that?
Anyway.
No. How do you vet the people that you welcome in your sanctuary city?
Sir, we don't vet folks that arrive from Illinois or California with a background check when they come into the Denver airport any more than someone from another location.
So you're welcoming any illegal immigrant or illegal alien to your city without question?
Well, folks that make the decision to come to Denver, they arrive, and then we expect
But
them to
you
get a
call
job,
them, you
pay
welcome
taxes.
them. You welcome them. You call them to your city and say, if you come here, you will be safe from what?
Thank you, sir. We don't call anyone to our city. Folks that arrive in our city, we offer same access to services they may need to be successful. And if they break the law, we hold them accountable, we charge them, we prosecute them.
What about if they've already broken the law?
Well, if they've already broken the law and there is another jurisdiction that has a warrant for that person, they let us know and we would cooperate to transfer them to that jurisdiction.
I think we saw in Mr. Jordan's conversation with you that you really don't do that. Mayor Johnson, how about you? How many, according to my records, you have welcomed 51,648 illegal aliens to your sanctuary city. So I'd ask you, sanctuary from what?
If you're referring to the number of individuals that were bused from Governor Abbott without any coordination, the 52,000 individuals that were seeking asylum, those individuals were bused to us. I passed a bus ordinance to work to coordinate with the governor of Texas. He refused to do that. But that transfer of individuals was the result of the governor of Texas, not the result of a welcoming city ordinance.
Welcoming city ordinance. So you're not welcoming these people that came here illegally?
The individuals that were bused to us from the border. From
They were not
Governor Abbott.
welcome in Chicago? You didn't welcome them? You didn't provide them sanctuary?
So the welcoming city ordinance is pretty straightforward. It allows for our local law enforcement to focus on local policies, and that's why we're seeing a decline in violence.
So
in
you
the
don't
city of
care
Chicago.
about federal law enforcement policies, only local policies?
We comply with all laws. What I do care about is this body, Washington, passing comprehensive immigration
So
reform.
let me ask you this. Chicago residents reported 28,443 violent crimes during 2024 alone, cases of aggravated assault rising to the highest level in 2 decades. Now, also, state funds, $160 million, were issued to illegal alien job assistance shelters in Chicago. You're the mayor of Chicago. Do you think that your residents or the residents of your state should be paying for that more than they should be paying for their own needs, their own roads, their own public safety? I mean, who elected you? The people that came illegally, whether they were sent to you or not, or the people that reside in Chicago? Who elected you? And who do you serve?
The people of Chicago elected me as the 57th mayor of the city of Chicago, and we serve all the residents of the city of Chicago.
Illegal or not, criminal or not. How many of the 662,566 illegal aliens with criminal histories that ICE has reported are now residing in Chicago?
Someone will have to get back with you with that number. I don't keep account
Do you
of.
take immigration information from criminals as they're arrested and processed? Do you take immigration information?
Our local law enforcement focuses on getting all violent individuals off the
determine
streets
whether
of
they're here
Chicago.
legally, what their immigration status is as a function of your justice
Gentleman's
system?
time's expired, but please feel free to answer the question, Mayor.
The Welcome City Ordinance ensures that our local residents communicate and trust local law enforcement to ensure that criminals and crime is being addressed,
So
and
you
that's
have
why
no
violent
idea how
crime
many are illegal.
has
Thank
gone
you,
down
Mr.
in the
Chairman.
city
I'll
of
yield.
Chicago. Thank you very much,
Chair now
Congressman.
recognizes
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Chair now
Mr.
recognizes.
Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
I'm sorry, Ms. Presley.
I have unanimous consent request.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record. Mass deportations would deliver a catastrophic blow to the U.S. economy. This is from the Joint Economic Committee, December 2024.
From where? What publication?
The Joint Economic Committee, December 2024,
Without objection, so ordered.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record from the American Immigration Council, October 2024, mass deportation, devastating cost to America, its budget and economy.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna from
Problem
California.
is, that's the point.
Mr. Chair,
Wait, I'm sorry. Mayor Wu needs a
Because
short
we'll
break
use robots
attend
to pick
to
the,
her
I
young
guess,
child.
I don't know.
Mayor.
Mr.
you
Chairman,
may be-
I got the note that the baby's okay for now, so I'll continue. But thank you. I will. Is it? I believe from my husband that the baby's okay, and
Okay, well,
and
just
the
let us
arrangement,
know.
if it's
All right,
okay, was
okay.
that everyone would take a break, so I wouldn't have to go into a back room by myself to nurse when it's time. But
all right,
thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I find the Republican position in this hearing quite ironic because the Republicans are the party that are always touting local government, state government, local control, and not having federal overreach. So I want to explore actually one of your favorite topics on the other side of the aisle, the infamous mask mandates. I know how much you love them. When CDC came out with the mask mandate order of January 29, 2021, they said that we needed to have fines of $1,500 for anyone who didn't wear a mask on a plane or in a public space. And they said that there needed to be referred criminally to the Transportation Authority if they violated it more than once. Now, Governor Abbott said in Executive Order 38, we're not going to enforce, we're not going to have our cities enforce the mask mandate. And Governor DeSantis
All
said
right,
the
well
same
played,
thing.
Mr.
We're not
Khanna,
gonna
and
have our
great
local
jacket.
police enforce the mandate. I want to ask Mayor Adams and Mayor Wu, because you had slightly different views on the mask mandate, but Mayor Adams, you were actually praised in New York for saying we are going to take away some of these mask mandates earlier so businesses can open and there can be a revival in New York.
I
Did
fucking
you
hate these
ever,
Republican
in law
men.
enforcement, to your knowledge, enforce
I
the
can't.
CDC
He
mask
he
mandate?
tried to
and
separate her
ask
due to
your law
childcare.
enforcement to fine people who didn't wear a mask $1,500?
What we did was looked at
Like,
the science
never mind.
and
I'll catch
looked
up.
at how it will impact business. And after issuing warnings in education,
But I think it's fair to say, Mayor, right, you never referred anyone to the Transportation Department for prosecution, and you never had local police out there saying we're going to fine people $1,500 with the CDC mandate.
the goal was to always ensure that people will carry out the procedure, and we did several education and warning in the process.
Mayor Wu, you were a great advocate of masks and looked at the science. Do you know if your city government actually ever used police resources to carry out the CDC or Transportation Department's mask mandate where they were fining $1,500 or referring for criminal prosecution?
I am not aware of any incidents of someone in Boston having been fined or prosecuted for any mask-related issues. We certainly prioritize public health and saving lives, and so our role as a city was to provide positive communication, outreach, make sure there were signs and different community organizations that could go and remind people to stay safe and do their best to take care of each other and their
And
families.
as much of an advocate as you were for masks, and I was an advocate for masks, would you have been hesitant to order your law enforcement, your local police, to say if someone was violating those mask mandates that we need to cooperate and turn them over to the Transportation Department for prosecution? Would that have given you some pause if the federal government were saying use your police departments to fine people $1,500 and give us their records for criminal prosecution?
Yes, it would have.
And so I guess I'm trying to understand, you know, if we set this precedent that we want cities to be enforcing every federal mandate, then what happens when there's a new Democratic president that comes and says, we want a mask mandate that the Republicans may not want? And when there are conservatives like Governor DeSantis or Governor Abbott saying we don't want our cities to enforce that. Do you see, Mayor Wu, any difference between a federal government asking you to enforce laws that ICE is doing versus a federal government asking you to enforce a mask mandate or, frankly, to enforce gun laws that may not be what your local city department is focused on.
It does seem that local authority is part of our democracy and part of our system of government.
Isn't the real issue here not one of immigration, but of federalism? Isn't the question, I mean, everyone agrees that there needs to be, if there's someone who's convicted of a crime, that ICE has the right to enforce those laws. The question is just, are you going to have local governments in this country be beholden to every new president's directives and armed for enforcing that? My view is that we ought to have local governments be able to use their police officers for their priorities. That, in its essence, is federalism, and it actually used to be the conservative Republican position.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Oh,
Thank you,
God.
Mr. Chairman. Mayor Johnson.
Oh, girl, get
in
ready.
the last 4 years, how much has Chicago spent on care for illegal aliens?
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. So since 2022, since the governor of Texas began
Just
shipping.
tell me a number. I don't need a speech. Just tell me a number.
So since 2022, since the governor of Texas was shipping individuals to cities across this country, the city's budget, roughly 1% of the city's budget over the course of 4 years.
Mayor Johnston, the same question, and I don't need a speech, just a number.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you, Congresswoman.
She's chewing the
It's
balls.
$79 million
She
over
ate the
last
balls.
2.5 years.
Mayor Adams, same question. How much has New York spent to care for illegal aliens?
Approximately $6.9 billion went out of our taxpayers' funds.
Mayor Wu.
What's the
same
percentage?
question.
What's
How
that
much
as a
has
percentage
Boston
of budget?
spent to care for illegal aliens in the last 4 years?
We do not ask about immigration status and giving city services and providing.
Oh,
them access, so
no,
we
that's
do
not what
put a
I
number.
wanted. Stop it.
Taxpayers
I'm so
been
sorry.
bearing the
That was
brunt
a slip of the
massive
finger.
wave of illegal
I
aliens
love you,
who've
Mayor Wu.
entered
I'm
the
so
United
sorry.
States. The Biden administration seemingly declared taxpayers and hardworking
This one.
Americans
That's why I
collateral
wanted to put it
damage in the
on.
pursuit of open borders.
Put your head up
Again,
higher, stupid.
Mayor Johnson,
I know.
are NGOs providing services
Now I'm scared
to
I'm going to
illegal
put balls
aliens in
on somebody
Chicago?
else's face.
In accordance with the
scary.
Welcoming City Ordinance, our sister agencies or city departments, we do not seek the status of any individual that is seeking service.
Mayor Johnson.
They're humans.
Are NGOs providing services to illegal aliens in Denver?
Thank you, ma'am.
God, she just
When folks
chewing.
arrive on
It's
the
so
streets
gross.
without food or resources or shelter, we do
Camera's
provide food or
moving
shelter
fast.
regardless of where folks arrive from.
Mayor Adams, same question.
Yes, in combination of city agencies and nonprofits, we responded to the migrant asylum seekers humanitarian crisis that hit our city.
I was trying to figure
And
out what
Mayor
C
Wu, I assume you
space
don't know their
MY
status,
is.
but do you know if there are NGOs are providing services to people arriving in your city without any kind of documentation?
There are community organizations, many of them in
Damn it.
Boston, who
Okay, I
seek to
can't.
serve
I
all
got.
of our Boston
I can't do that. I'm too nervous now.
Congress must provide oversight and
I'm too
ensure
nervous.
accountability for taxpayer funds going to
I'll
NGOs.
give her some eyes.
Agents
Oops.
from
Oh, no, I
Customs
won't.
and Border Protection have been
we go.
outspoken in opposition
Raise your
to
head,
allowing
stupid.
NGOs to assist
There we go.
illegal aliens in subversion of law
A little
and
less
order.
offensive.
When asked if
if I make a
NGOs are
mistake.
working at cross purposes to the mission of Border Patrol agents, the chief of the National Border Patrol Council said, quote, "Most definitely, and they should not be allowed, but our government allows it," end quote. NGOs receiving taxpayer funding through grants pay for everything from food, shelter, and transportation to legal services that
Crossed
help
eyes.
the migrants traverse Mexico.
How much money have migrants paid in
That is why
taxes?
I
Yeah, how about that
introduced
number?
HR 245, the Grant Integrity and Border Security Act. This bill
See what
would
else we got.
require
What do we have
all
down here at the
NGOs
bottom?
who apply for a federal grant to certify as part of their application that they have not, will not, and are not engaging in acts that violate federal immigration law. If NGOs
Time to take your
continue
pills,
violating our
Virginia.
immigration laws, then my bill would ensure that
Time to
no
take your
federal
pills,
funds
Virginia.
can ever go to
That
the
was the
violators.
alarm your
It's time to
granddaughter
pass
set
this
for you
bill,
this
ensure
morning.
accountability, and secure our cities and the border.
It's
And with that, Mr.
time.
Chairman, I yield back.
Take your
Gentlelady yields back. Chair
pills.
recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle demean and dehumanize immigrants,
Yep.
choosing fear-mongering and political theater over real solutions. So let's take a moment to set the record straight. The best chance for comprehensive immigration reform came in 2013, when a bipartisan Senate majority passed a bill strengthening border security and providing a path to citizenship for longtime residents. But House Republicans killed it. Fast forward a decade later to last year, the Senate crafted another bipartisan deal, one that would have enhanced border security and tackled the fentanyl crisis with better technology and more agents. But Donald Trump torpedoed it, preferring anti-immigration rhetoric to real solutions. So this isn't about fixing the problem, it's about exploiting it. And let's not forget, the president wasn't complaining about this when he was employing
I
undocumented
don't think of you
immigrants
like
at
that,
his
Karen.
resort.
Even if I
We
say your
all
name,
remember
it's a totally
President
different
Trump's
feeling.
tired old tactics from his first term, the harmful Muslim ban, referring to black and brown countries as quote-unquote shithole countries, and the cruel images of kids in cages. This time around is no different. President Trump signed multiple executive orders before even attempting to work with Congress. Mind you, a Republican-controlled Congress. So this isn't about policy, it's about fear. For the last decade, Trump has pushed menacing messages portraying all immigrants as criminals. But it isn't just coming from Trump. It's being
We have such
amplified
smart
by
Congress people.
right-wing media. A recent Ipsos
All of our people are
poll
smart.
found that people who
Why
watch
is that?
Fox News are twice as likely.
I don't think they
to
did. I don't
believe
think he
myths
really
about
won.
Immigration,
Okay,
including
so
the
there.
false idea that immigrants commit more crimes than native-born Americans. This is objectively false, yet 2 in 3 Fox viewers believe it is true. This serves a purpose: fueling outrage, distracting from real solutions, and keeping the conversation stuck in a cycle of fear instead of facts. And Trump's latest immigration crackdown reinforces these misperceptions. ICE raids, choreographed for cameras, deportation sweeps with photo ops, wardrobe changes, and tough talk. The cruel performative videos
Carrie,
of
how are
immigrants
you? I'm sorry I
in
didn't see you
shackles.
come in.
$200 million in taxpayer money to air pro-Trump propaganda ads. Talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. All spectacle, no substance, all performance, no plan. On the campaign trail, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump promoted vile and xenophobic lies about Haitian immigrants in my state of Ohio. And now the Trump administration has moved to strip protections from 500,000 Haitians. These are people who have lived, worked, and contributed to this country for years. And they came here the right way, the legal way. But instead of recognizing their contributions, we are forcing them back to a country plagued by violence, instability, and humanitarian crisis. All so Trump can claim 500,000 more deportations. The cruelty isn't just the point, it's their pleasure. So let's be honest about what's really going on here. Mayor Johnson of Chicago, what sort of an impact will the Trump administration's decision to allow arrests at sensitive locations like hospitals, preschools, churches, and courts have on your city?
Thank you for that question. As a welcoming city space, it's important that the trust between the community and law enforcement is strong. That's ultimately how we have built a safer city. Just this year alone, violent crime is down 20%. Any type of threat to the civility and to the humanity of people is a threat to the evolution of our democracy. And so it's incumbent upon Washington to ensure that we are funding our education system, that we are funding our transportation system, our healthcare system, creating more jobs. Just since I've been in office, we've increased youth employment, summer jobs by over 40%. Making sure that our young people see their purpose is the value of this democracy. And so I call on this body to continue to invest in the city of Chicago that sends billions of dollars to Washington.
Thank you. Fear and cruelty are not the solution.
She
It's
is
distinctly
she's
un-American
an
and a
exceptional
dangerous
congressperson.
distraction from the Congress's responsibility to actually deliver progress on this challenging facing our country. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Groffman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, just a couple comments
Oh,
first.
now this
as
guy.
far as the idea of who's committing crimes,
I'll take my chances
we
with the
have
balls.
no idea how many illegal immigrants in
Groffman,
this country are committing crimes
check
because
your
nobody
hard
keeps track.
drive.
Okay, if I go to a prison or a jail in Wisconsin with, I don't know, 1,500 inmates, and I ask how many of these people are here illegally or how many are citizens of another country, nobody will know the answer to that question.
Nobody
So
will
that's
know.
why we don't have hard
Nobody
facts
will
on
know.
how many
I have such a fat head, I can't even
the other thing
fit
I'd like
where
to
they
point
are.
out is every year in this country,
The
about
balls don't fit.
850,000 new people from other countries
those
are
damn
showing
eyes?
as American citizens. I don't know if Donald Trump
I
ever
don't
talking
know.
about reducing that number. Maybe he should reduce that number, but I've
Let's
never
put them like
heard
right
him
here,
talk
so it's
about
almost like that's your nose and your mouth.
Our concern here was illegal
Oh
immigration.
man, this
and I
thing
would
needs to be
hope
bigger.
The vast majority
Well,
of
that's the
Americans
problem.
think
The
we ought
balls
to
aren't
have
big enough
a
to cover the
immigration
fat
law
head.
that the 850,000 new
Googly
citizens every year go
or a
through.
butt.
But if we're going to have
If
an
it's really
immigration
offensive
law,
to see
it
balls,
means
you
we
could just
have
see
to
a
do
hairy
something
butt.
with the people who try to become permanent residents.
Or a
without going through
person
the proper
that has a
structure.
very
Now, I
small,
think part of our
very
problem here
cleft,
is we have a lot of people who
very
don't understand why we
a
have an
big
immigration
cleft in their
law
chin.
at all. And I want to
Just a
ask
deep-
all four
one of
of
those
you
deep
as I go
clefts.
down, we go down the row here.
I hate this
do
guy.
you believe the United States should have an immigration law,
Have.
or do you believe that just anybody
Yeah,
should
just
be able
anyone
to show
should.
up and come in?
Yeah,
We'll start with
is that
Mayor
what you
Adams there.
think? All right, we got the point.
Believe
Good
we
morning,
need to
Iggy.
have an immigration law.
Yeah,
I
anybody
strongly
should
believe
come
we
in.
secure our
Next.
borders.
That's what I would say.
90% decrease, and we're seeing that play out in our city. So we
I'm
should
your
have
bitch now.
a
Anyone
strong
should be able to
immigration
come
law.
in.
And I'll ask this question then. If you believe we should have an immigration law, and then we'll get all four of you here. If you
Yeah,
believe
okay.
that, do you
I'm gonna
believe
pick
people
on him
who
first.
ignore the law, whatever that law is, should be allowed in the country?
What?
I think that all of us must be held accountable to the law, and if we secure our borders to make sure before they come in that
Wait
it's
a
done
minute.
correctly, it is not going to
Wait
impact
a
cities
minute.
to carry that burden. Like I said, close to $7
Wait a
billion
minute. I didn't see
in
that,
tax
Jim.
dollars.
I did not watch
Mr.
any of the
Johnson, do
speech.
you believe we ought to have an immigration
couldn't.
law in this country, or do you believe everybody should just be able to walk in here and
Not because I was noble, just because I couldn't.
Thank you, sir. I do believe we should have an
Yeah.
immigration law. I do believe we should have secure borders. I do believe we should fix our asylum process. I do believe we should let dreamers get access to permanent citizenship. I
Okay,
think
then the
there's lots
question
we could
is,
do.
if somebody ignores that law and comes in this country, do you believe whoever, ICE or Border Patrol or anybody,
Grothman,
should
Mrs.
spin them
Grothman,
around
if
and
you're
send them out,
listening,
or can they
which I
just
know you
ignore the
do,
law and because they,
would you
however,
please
cross
buy
the
your
grand
dumb
overseas
shit
or
husband
whatever,
a larger
are
neck
here?
size?
Do you
Because the
believe
dude has
we
like
ought to
a
do
75
something for
neck.
people who are
Okay?
ignoring the law?
Thank you, sir. In the case of the folks we're seeing, they are coming here because they
Sad,
are claiming
sad,
asylum.
low energy.
When they claim asylum, they then have a right to a day in court to see if that asylum
Right,
claim
and
is
the
valid.
question is, though, if I come in this country and stay here, and I have not gone through any formal process to become a
Describe
citizen,
any.
to-
What's
to-
any
to
mean?
be a visa, legal visa, or whatever, should we kick that person out?
The folks that we're serving, sir, are trying very hard to navigate that legal process. It's
Yeah.
often a 7-year wait for a court date when they arrive to this country. So part of it is
Okay.
the backlogged administrative
tell
need
you
at
Yeah.
the border.
Every month, under President Biden,
Look at his,
at least the
his wrist.
statistics I have, 30 to 40,000 people, what are called gotaways.
That's not
came across
true.
the southern border,
That is
didn't
not
ask
true.
for
That is
asylum, didn't ask for
disinformation.
anything.
And that,
Do
sir,
you believe
is going to
that
get
people
you
who
some
just come
balls.
across that
No,
way
but it's
should
also
be
going to get
escorted
you.
out of the country, or do you believe
Oh, shit.
just because they ran between the designated checkpoints that they, as the result, get to stay here forever.
Again, sir, we're serving folks who are seeking asylum or have status,
Well, of course,
temporary protected
you
status.
wouldn't even know
Or
that.
CBP-1.
Okay, next mayor, Mayor Johnson, buddy from Chicago.
I gotta cut
What do
you off
think?
because
Should
I
we
don't
have an
want you to
immigration
make
law
me
in
look
this country, or
stupid.
should anybody who comes here just be able to stay here?
I do support the bipartisan legislation that was passed out of the Senate for comprehensive immigration
Well,
reform.
no, that's not answering the question. Right now,
Actually,
people
it
are
is.
breaking the law.
Actually, it
Do you
is.
believe the United States should have an immigration law? As far as I know,
I think
every
we have
country
bigger
in the
laws
world has an
to,
immigration law. Maybe there's one outlier or something.
Bigger laws to pursue, it sounds like.
And we have laws in the United States. Do you believe if people come here and break the law?
I did hear
they
that,
should
Trees.
be
I heard someone
escorted out?
quote that.
Or do you believe they just get to stay here forever?
Our immigration system is broken. We have not had comprehensive immigration reform since 1986.
I would go ahead and say, yeah, if they're here, they have a right to
May
be
I-
here,
may
and
I
we should
answer
we should
fully?
fix the
His time's
process.
expired, but
Okay.
feel free to answer.
Why don't we fix the process?
Did you want Mayor Wu to answer your question, or are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Congressman. Yes, I do believe we need, cities everywhere clearly need an immigration law that has secure borders, comprehensive and consistent, compassionate pathways to residency and citizenship, resources to adjudicate the complexities of the law. And at the same time, I do not support mass deportation. That would be devastating for our economy, and there are millions of people who are
and people's
running
lives.
our small businesses, going to our schools.
Okay.
Thank you. Chair recognizes, and I
Grossman
must
wasn't
add, I don't
listening.
think
He was already
anyone's
starting to poop.
calling for mass deportation, but Chair recognizes
What?
Mr. Garcia
Wait, what?
from California.
What?
Thank you.
Ugh.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Before I came to
love Mr.
Congress, I was the
Garcia.
mayor of Long Beach, California for 8 years. It's a diverse city of about 500,000 people, so I appreciate the work that mayors do. As mayor, I signed the Long Beach Values Act to protect all of our residents, including immigrants and undocumented residents. We set up justice funds to support people that were facing deportation, defending immigrants in court. These are policies that are strongly supported by my residents back home because they are good for all the community and make Long Beach safer. Now, we also know that immigrants make our communities vibrant and thriving places to live. The facts are that sanctuary jurisdictions or jurisdictions that welcome immigrants are overwhelmingly safer than non-sanctuary jurisdictions. That's actually a fact. Immigrants, both documented and undocumented, are also less likely to be incarcerated or to commit crimes than native-born people. We know this to be true.
That's what
Again,
I
these
thought,
are facts,
too.
and mayors have every right to pursue the policies that you know are best for your residents.
It might be
Now,
this
the Trump
middle of the road
administration has threatened to
bullshit that
prosecute some of the
Dems
mayors
are
on the panel
trying to
today
do. I
and
don't
force
think
them to
that's
comply
going
with this
well for
extremist
them.
agenda. But however, Mayor Adams, you are in a different
I don't think anyone's in the middle anymore.
You, of course, are already facing serious criminal charges. And Mayor Adams, I assume that you are not going to commit perjury today. And I do believe, though, that you have an enormous amount of
can jump
issues
in a lake.
facing you ahead of you. And it means that your criminal charges are absolutely relevant to us today. Bribery, wire fraud, willfully and knowingly conspiring to commit offenses against the United States. Mayor Adams, you, of course, deny these corruption charges against you. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, Congressman.
Thank you. Now, I understand that you are proven innocent unless you are guilty, but you also have, sir, a trust problem. 4 of your deputy mayors have resigned. Now, this is serious, and Republican prosecutors agree that the evidence against you is ironclad, yet Trump's DOJ moved to drop these charges. Now, I just want to be and show this, I want to be just really clear and show this here. Now, look at how the Trump-appointed acting U.S. attorney who is prosecuting you described it. Because the law does not support a dismissal, and because I am confident that Adams committed the crimes with which he is charged, I cannot agree to seek a dismissal. Now, this is a conservative Republican who resigned when Donald Trump pressured her to drop the charges. And we know the Trump administration demanded that the charges be dropped. And this is key. They will be able to refile them against you, Mr. Mayor, at any time. I think, personally, that's why you sat next to the architect of family separation on Fox and Friends. Now, Tom Homan sat next to you and said the following, and I quote, "Getting on Rikers Island is step one. We're working on some other things that we don't really want to talk about on open air because the city council will be putting roadblocks up on us. The mayor and me have a commitment to several other things. Now, this was you, of course, and Mr. Homan, the architect of family separation. This is also incredibly concerning, Mr. Mayor. You sat next to him, you smiled, you badmouthed your own city council. Now, Mr. Mayor, we have a right to know if the Trump administration has actually coerced you into agreeing to anything. And Mayor Adams, I also want to be very clear. Are you selling out New Yorkers to save yourself from prosecution?
There's no deal, no quid pro quo, and I did nothing wrong. And anything dealing with this case had a deference to Judge Ho, who's now
You're under
addressing
oath,
it.
stupid.
I'm going to refer to his actions.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it
shit.
appears, to me at least, that you are selling New Yorkers out. It appears that you are working with Tom Homan, who is clearly
That's true. That's true.
clearly
Well, I
focused
mean,
on
it's
family
one
separation
response.
and
Then Bernie did his
deportations
response.
and harming New Yorkers and others across the country. Now, every
I don't
other
think
mayor
that
on this
stuff
panel
really
is pursuing
is
legal and effective
definitive.
policies that benefit our residents and their communities. Their policies actually uphold public safety.
It would
Now,
be
I
good for the Dems
personally
to
agree with
test
the
more
majority of New
progressive
Yorkers
voices
and
in
think,
those
Mr. Mayor, that
moments
you
to
should
see what
resign.
the
You
read
should
is,
do the right
you know?
thing. You should
It's a
sit down
relatively
and
low-risk
resign
way to
today.
test
And with that,
voices.
I yield back.
So,
Would my friend yield? Would my friend yield?
I yield.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, I want to be really clear. Were you pressured in exchange for the dropping and dismissal of criminal charges in your indictment to cooperate with the Trump administration on all fronts with respect to immigration? Did any such conversation take place?
I think I was extremely clear.
I cannot hear you, sir.
I think I was extremely clear. No quid pro quo, no agreement. I did nothing wrong but serve the people of New York City.
he
Thank my
is
friend for
not
yielding.
going to tell the
Chair,
truth.
now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being here.
Oh, hello.
You know,
yeah,
we are indeed a
absolutely,
nation of
Lee.
immigrants.
No,
I
don't have
to look
any
no further than my own children, who are the
hate for
inheritance of both my
her at all. So I think
ancestors who got here in the
Slotkin's good.
1600s with William Penn, or my wife, who got here when we got married. I think that's really what this nation is about.
And I'm
But you are
popular
not
on the
here
internet. No, I'm
today
kidding. I'm sorry.
because of legal immigration. You are here because of illegal migrants who have been sent to our country. In your opening statements, there was a deft linguistic shell game that you played to try to conflate legal immigration with people who are coming here illegally. And we're savvy to that. You are here because each of you, with the exception of Mr. Adams, have said in some form or fashion that you will not honor ICE detainers. In other words, that when you have people in custody and ICE says, we need to come arrest that person because they're here illegally, that we will not honor that.
Excellent.
That's why you're here. No one's asking you to go round up criminal aliens. We are asking you to take people who are already in your custody and hand them over to legal federal law enforcement. Now,
They
what this
are
does is it
complying
saves
with
US
whatever
taxpayer
warrants
money.
are presented.
It keeps from a greater
You're
presence
lying.
of ICE and federal
You
law enforcement
are
in your communities, because if you're
lying.
releasing them, it takes more
You're
people,
lying.
as Chairman Jordan mentioned, to go in and
You're
to re-arrest
lying.
that person, and it puts the lives of law
Jimmy Comer's
enforcement
talking
in
to
danger.
AOC right
This
now.
used to be a bipartisan issue. As a matter of fact, groups like the Cato Institute called President Obama the deporter-in-chief. And Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'd like to submit
Well, I
for the
guess he
record a
was.
Cato article that said President Obama, deporter-in-chief, is the title of it. So why we have to ask is suddenly the left not embracing policies that Obama supported. We can look to last night, where it seems to be Trump derangement syndrome, where
I think
the
that,
left could not seem
yeah,
to
whatever,
applaud
dude.
kids fighting cancer.
I think that
a First Lady, an
as for
accomplished immigrant in
Slotkin
her
as the
own
choice,
right, where
I don't think that's
traditionally we have
wrong. I don't really
applauded
mean
and
that there aren't
recognized and
centrists.
honored
I
the
think there's
families for the
plenty of
sacrifice.
centrists.
Many of them are-
But I think
this
more
is
people are engaged now when it comes
president's issue,
to
and they're kind of
politics
along
and
for
see
the
that there's a
ride.
greater
It was odd, I
distinction. It's
thought,
not
that they,
that,
applauded
we
sending
lost
more
the
money
middle.
to
It's that the
Ukraine,
right
but
went
not
crazy
peace
to
for
the right,
Ukraine.
right? So it
And
kind of
so,
made more people
it
centrist
brings
that
us back to why
that
we're
necessarily
here and why
weren't
this is
before.
a
So
partisan issue all of a sudden.
I think
It
it's interesting
boggles the
from that
mind.
standpoint.
Now,
I
Mayor
think
Johnson, you
it
seem
seems to
wanna
me the
talk
party
about
could be
Texas, so
really
I'm from Texas.
diverse
Let's talk
in
about
its
Texas.
like
First of all,
putting
have you been to the
voices out
southern
there
border?
and be really,
I've been to Texas,
you know,
but I
I
have
know
not
there was
been
this stupid.
exactly to
I'm
the
sorry,
southern
I'll shut up.
Okay. You seem to talk about Governor Abbott and sending buses to your city. Now, I can understand the
Oh,
concern
well,
with that,
I have
but will
thoughts
also
about
let
that,
you know
Lee,
that
but they're
Texas did
probably
not
wrong.
ask for
I hope
the
they're
Biden
wrong.
administration to open the borders and send an exponential amount of people.
I
that
think
have
this is
affected your
setting
city
up
into
for
our
a lot
state.
of
And you should know that no one forced them
states
to
of
go to your city.
emergency
The reason they selected your city
where they have to
is
shut
because
down, you know,
have
the whole
said
thing
it's a
about the
sanctuary
protests.
city. Everyone
All
was
that.
asked where
I
they
think they're
wanted to
setting
go
up
before they got on the bus. No one
for
asked them to get on the
they're
or
setting
told
up
them,
for
forced them
something
to get on the
big.
bus.
So
They did it
that's
of
what
their
I
own free
think, but
will,
that's just
and
me
they were
and
sent to
my
your city
brain.
because
So
of
I wouldn't
your
trust it until
stated
we see
claim to be a sanctuary
actual
city.
evidence
Now,
of it happening.
one thing I could tell you,
Yeah,
having toured the facilities,
but you
is
know,
that I've
don't
been
let
to
the
those
enemy,
facilities
don't let
under
the
Biden
perfect be
administration
the
where there
enemy
was
of
a
the
map
good
on
in
the wall,
any
and
of
you could
this.
see
Although
the
we should
migrants kind
not
of pointing out
yield
which city they wanted to go to.
one
And I
iota
can
on
also tell
human
you from having
rights
been through
and
the
what is
immigration process with my
happening. I
wife,
don't
there's a
mean
difference
that, but
between
I
people
also
coming here
mean I don't want
legally
to.
and then people who are.
It's like I just don't want
I've
us to
been at the
fight.
ceremony
I
where the
don't.
people are
I hate
crying
to
with
say
tears
that.
as
I
they
want us
take
to
the
have
oath of
policy
citizenship
arguments,
to come to this
but I
country. It's
don't
far
want this.
different than
You're
people
not
coming
pure
across our
enough
border,
to be. You know
waving
what I
the
mean?
flags,
Like,
not trying
but
to
at least
assimilate
should
into the
hear
United
about
States
her fucking
culture,
voting
and
record.
sometimes
All of
bringing
them
crime
should
into
fucking
our
hear about their
communities.
voting
This
record.
is
Absolutely.
an issue. Now, each mayor, I want to ask
Absolutely.
you, one of the issues recently
Yeah,
is how
Eric
much
Prince's
FEMA
National
dollars have
Blackwater.
gone to support
Anything
migrants
is
in hotel
possible.
rooms in your communities.
Exactly.
Mayor Adams, do you know how many FEMA dollars you
So
spent in your
yeah,
city?
it's so anything is possible. You're so right.
$80 million, and I've been to the border, and I saw those
Now we're talking
maps
about
pointing
FEMA.
to New York.
Thank you. Mayor Johnston?
Thank you, Congressman. I know we do have some federal dollars that I have to get back to in the exact amount.
It's roughly 32 million, Mayor, 38 million, Mayor Johnson?
I don't have the exact numbers.
It's 32 million.
I don't have the number. I'd love to know.
29 million. So understandably, citizens are concerned about that. Their taxpayer
Well, then
dollars
they
are
would
supposed to
vote
be
these
going to
people
disaster
out, wouldn't
relief
they,
for them and their
sir?
communities going
Then
to
they would
illegal
vote them
aliens.
out, wouldn't
Do
they?
you agree, each of you, yes or no question? I only have a couple seconds.
Only a couple seconds.
Do you recognize that it is against the
I
law
am
to
too.
harbor
I am too,
criminal
Muskie.
aliens?
Gentlemen, time's expired, but please,
Yeah.
please answer
Shut
the
up,
question, Mayor.
McLeod.
Yes, reading federal law, correct.
I do recognize that, and we do not do that.
The city of Chicago does not harbor criminals.
Yes, we follow the laws.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
So there, go fuck yourself,
I would
stupid. You
ask,
failed.
to enter into the record two articles. One, talking about President Trump putting mass deportations to the heart of his campaign during the campaign. And just last night,
Let the
Trump
record
vows to
show.
use U.S. military for mass deportations.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank the
I
chair.
want this
Chair
to be
recognizes
an
Mr. Cross from
incredible
Florida.
fabric
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
where there are
So,
more
the year
voices
is
represented.
1969.
Damn it.
My abuela, Zenaida, my grandma, Yaya, gets a call. And her, my mother, Maritza, my aunt, Sandra, and my grandpa, Pepe, have to go to a plane within 24 hours because they've been approved to come to the United States. They came here as refugees in 1969 during the freedom flights from Cuba for their new life in accordance with the promise of this nation. ICE arrested hundreds of U.S. citizens during Trump's first term. Again, in the last few weeks, ICE has detained Native Americans, a teenage girl from Nicaragua, Puerto Ricans, a Puerto Rican military veteran, all legal residents, but all who fit the description. I bet someone like my grandma would have fit the description too. Maybe even myself. Trump's border czar went on TV and raged about Americans studying up on their constitutional rights during interactions with ICE agents. It was one of the most despicable things I've seen. And the question is, why is he so upset that people know their constitutional rights? To the point where this administration has moved to try to intimidate members of Congress for trying to educate their constituents to know their rights. Why don't they want people to know their rights? Well, because if we know what our rights are, we'll also know when Trump tries to take them away. Mr. Beer, why are such outbursts from this administration alarming as threats to our rights and liberties?
Well, you think about what we've heard about detainer requests. I have documented over 155 U.S. citizens who've been targeted by detainer requests, and they want to say, we're going to just take the discretion away from state and local governments over detainer requests, even in the case where someone is clearly a U.S. citizen. Here's my birth certificate. doesn't matter. They're going to disregard it. And so, yes, I am well aware of the threat this administration poses to
So
constitutional
from what we see
rights.
the last few weeks, should American citizens, should people with legal permanent residence in this country be also scared of this mass deportation campaign for themselves and their own children?
Oh, absolutely. The birthright citizenship order is the most egregious, but that doesn't stop there. They want to take away people's citizenship and people's rights, regardless whether they're citizens or not.
Thank you. Mayor Wu, Boston has been named the 9th best city for quality of life in the entire country. Congratulations.
I would argue with that.
Okay. If Trump succeeds in forcing you to redirect your city's budget and personnel to help with ICE raids in this
How
mass
does that-
deportation campaign,
What happened
how
to
would that
states'
affect quality
rights?
of life for your people?
First, that is against the laws in Boston and in Massachusetts.
I'm telling you,
but I've heard from
I
so
do
many
believe
community
in Dems.
members, including residents who are immigrants
Here are
who
some
are
great
citizens,
voices
that
all over
they
the
are
country.
terrified. And that means when people don't feel comfortable reaching out to call 911 when they need help, when survivors of domestic violence don't feel comfortable reporting or giving information, it makes all of us less safe, even those who aren't immigrants.
This culture of fear is bad for the safety of our people. Donald Trump's immigration raids are also traumatizing and destabilizing, of course, all Americans, but especially children and kids. Being a kid in America is hard enough. Making good grades, going through more school shooter drills and fire drills. And now Trump wants to send armed ICE agents into their classrooms to rip children from the school desk as they're trying to learn. Mayor Johnston, my colleagues are laughing about that. I don't find that funny. What would a school day be like for a kid in your city when ICE suddenly bangs down on the door and abruptly grabs their teacher or one of their friends?
Thank you, sir. I was a teacher and I was a school principal before I did this job, so I knew that our school was often the safest place that kids came, and they knew there they could learn, they could get support, they get access to services. And many of our kids come from mixed status families. They don't know their status, they don't know their mom's status or their dad's status. So I've had families before who have pulled their kids out of school, kids who were citizens, because they were worried that somehow their kids were in danger because they didn't know who was being taken. And so for us, the fastest way to make a city unsafe is to have kids not feel safe in their own schools.
See, they want everybody to live in fear of undocumented people. That is what they want to do. But I'll tell you, when I'm in my district and I do roundtables, I've done them with kids in elementary school, and I ask them what they want us to do. They want us to ban assault weapons. They say what they're actually scared of is being shot to death and dying in their schools. And because of actions that the Democratic administration took, the Biden administration with Congress, gun violence has gone down in Denver, 24%, 25% in Chicago, 40% down homicides in Boston. This works. Gun violence went up 45% under Trump. So when they're in charge, more people die. When they're in charge, we are actually less safe. And I think that's an important thing that we all have to keep in mind as they try to scare us in terms of immigrants who are living in this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the
Exceptional.
witnesses for being here. I just want to
Telling you, we've got
respond
some incredible
about,
Democrats.
crimes committed by people here illegally. Every crime committed by
Is this
someone in the
Foghorn?
United States illegally is a crime that would not have been
Oh,
committed.
it's a different
Lincoln
foghorn.
Riley, Ruby Garcia, Rachel Morin, Joycelyn Nungaray, the woman set on fire in the New York subway. These are all assaults, rapes, murders, and other crimes that would not have taken the lives of these people.
Boy, these
if those
guys just
people were not
love the
here
details.
illegally.
They love the
They were
trauma.
given safe harbor. Now, I want to ask you something. You all took an oath of office.
Crazy.
Mr. Adams, did you swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States?
Yes, I do.
How about you, Mayor Johnson?
Yes, sir, I did.
How about you, the other Mayor Johnson?
Yeah, the Constitution of the United States as well as the Constitution of Illinois.
Okay, and Mayor,
Yes.
you did. Are you familiar with the Supremacy Clause? Any of you?
Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then under the Supremacy Clause, you
We're
understand
better
that
than
the
you.
laws of the United States take precedent over the laws of Colorado, over the laws of Illinois, over the laws of Massachusetts, and your cities. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
But when you declared your cities sanctuary cities, you did so illegally. Do you understand that?
Respectfully, sir, I would disagree with that. We follow
You're
every
disagreeing
federal
with
law.
the law. It's against the law to give
No, we're not.
sanctuary to
That's not
people
what
who've
we're-
committed
that's not what they're
felonies, and-
doing.
And it's a felony to cross the border legally.
There
You
is no-
gave sanctuary to people
No,
who
there's
were
no
here illegally.
sanctuary. They're
You
not hiding
violated your
people.
oath. to uphold the Constitution. Because of the supremacy clause, the laws of the United States take preference.
They're following the
but
laws
you
of the
didn't do
United
that.
States.
There is, thank you, sir. There's no part of our city law that violates federal law, no part of the practices or services we
Exactly.
provide.
Calm down.
Personally,
Calm your tits.
Did you personally violate the law then by giving sanctuary? Somebody gave these people sanctuary. You
Excuse
declared your
me?
city- the
Maybe you
boss-
don't
city
understand what
bosses declared
sanctuary
city
means.
by you, Mayor.
Being a sanctuary city, as you describe it, or being a city as we describe it, that's home for everyone, does not. It means that if
When
you
you
commit a
give
crime,
safe
you are
harbor
held
to
accountable
people who are
regardless of
here
immigration
illegally,
status.
and when you
shit.
interfere with the
Wait,
the
hold
officers
still,
of the law
mister.
who are there to even
God,
remove
none
people
of
that
you are
you know
holding
have committed
still.
crimes.
I have to make him a
You
little
have
bigger.
violated your oath of office. You've
Yeah, make
committed a
this bigger.
crime. Mr. Chairman, I don't understand why we haven't been discussing obstruction of justice.
I knew it. I knew it.
I mean,
I knew it.
get real about this.
I knew it. They
We
want to
have a
arrest them.
problem
They
in
want
the
to
country
show.
with the people who have come here illegally. And I just gave you a few names of people who have been raped and murdered. There are numerous others. There's a whole organization established called Remembrance
What?
to remember the people who have been assaulted, raped.
Why do they
murdered
need that?
in this
To
country?
get to
Because
raise money?
certain cities.
That's a grift, sir.
certain
With all due respect, that's a
officials
fucking
decided
grift.
to give sanctuary to people who came here illegally and committed
I think
these crimes.
he's.
It goes all the way
I,
back to
I,
Kate
I
Steinle,
wondered if one of them
San
was going to be
Francisco,
arrested,
shot by
not
someone who
Adams,
was here
because
illegally.
he's made a deal.
She would still be alive today. She died in the arms of her father.
Okay, this is
So
terrible, sir.
Again, I want to know if you understand the supremacy clause, that the laws of the United States are supreme over your whatever your opinions
They're
might be of
following
what
the
laws are.
fucking law, you
Sir, I
Nimrod.
do recognize that. We do follow that. I want to clarify
Yeah,
that
you
we
fucking idiot.
actively, aggressively pursue any known criminal in the
Man,
city, and we actually
Republicans, you
partner
are
with
so
federal government
dumb.
To do that. If there's
You
someone
are
with a
so
criminal warrant,
dumb.
we're searching for them. We have federal task forces we're partners of to break up gang activity. We do that for drug trafficking. We do that on armed robberies. So we are in partnership with the federal government on many issues around.
Mayor Adams is being attacked because he's agreed to cooperate with federal officials. to
He's like,
uphold the
I didn't
laws of
agree
the
to
United
anything.
States." I haven't heard any
I
of
didn't
you
agree to
in defense of that.
anything.
We are absolutely upholding the laws of the United
Are
States.
you
We
kidding
do it
me?
every
This
day,
is
and
not
we'll
really
continue.
happening.
I just think we need to do a
Did
deeper
that
dive
really
into this,
happen?
Mr. Chairman.
Did
If it were
Palmer
up to
just
me,
confirm the
I
quid
mean, I'd
pro
be
quo
considering
with
referring
Adams and
charges.
Tom Homan?
I think we've got a problem here. When
What?
we decide that there's some laws that we will obey and
Wait,
some laws that
what?
we won't. I don't care who it is, Republican, Democrat.
What?
I don't care what office you hold. We need to abide
What's
by
happening
the laws
right now?
passed by
Will the
United
gentleman
States.
yield?
No, I
Yeah,
will
would
not
he?
yield.
Because shut the fuck up.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the time. I yield back.
Yeah, shut up.
Gentleman yields back.
Well,
We're gonna
it's-
have we're gonna
well,
we're gonna
it
have
didn't
two
work.
more. We're
Your
gonna
show
have two
didn't
more
work.
questioners. Then we're gonna have to take a break at the request of the witnesses. A 15-minute break, maybe 20 if we need that. But chair recognizes Mr. Kassar, and after him, then Mr. Higgins, and we'll proceed with the break. But chair recognizes Mr. Kassar.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor Wu, can you tell us a little bit, just maybe 20 seconds, about how your administration has helped address unemployment, especially amongst youth in your city, which we know is a risk when we have high levels of young people unemployed?
We made a commitment, our mayor's guarantee, that any young person in the Boston Public Schools who wanted a paid summer job would get one, and we fulfilled that with the partnership of businesses and companies and organizations throughout the
That's
city.
fucking amazing.
Record numbers participating.
That's
Thank
fucking
you, Mayor Wu.
amazing.
Mayor Johnson, can you tell us a little bit about measures your office have implemented to address the root causes of violence in Chicago?
Thank you for that question. Yes, so first of all, it's great to report that violence is down in the city of Chicago, and it has gone down since I've been in office as a result of a couple of measures. One, we've reopened 3 mental health clinics because we do know that mental health issues, and we are in a
This
very
is the
severe
real
mental health
stuff.
crisis. We've
This is
also
the real
increased the
stuff.
number of youth employment. We have hired almost 28,000 young people for last summer. This year, we have an opportunity to hire up to 29,000 young people. We've also built more homes. Just last year, we've appropriated $11 billion, 37,000 construction jobs in the works for almost 10,000 more affordable units, and we have promoted and hired 200 detectives to increase trust between community and law enforcement to solve the crimes that do occur in our city.
Thank you so much. Mayors, I want to thank you for the hard work you're doing every single day. Just in 40 seconds, you have described building tens of thousands of homes for people that need them, hiring detectives to solve cold cases, building community trust to reduce violence, hiring people to do incredible mental health work and reducing the youth unemployment rate. That is so much more than what the Republican majority can ever describe having ideas about. And that's why they've dragged you before us today. They want to point the finger at you because they have no plan on how to address housing, no plan on how to reduce costs, no plan on how to actually reduce violence in our communities. In fact, maybe some of the only plans they have would be to make those issues
Another
worse.
fantastic Democrat.
And I know that you all, as mayors, are doing one of the hardest jobs in this country every single day. You're serving your communities honorably.
What does it
and
mean
they
when
don't
your
want the
ankle
American people
itches?
to hear about how Boston has drastically dropped your unemployment rate. They don't want to hear. They don't want the American people
Or
to
an
hear about
actual
how Chicago
criminal,
is dropping
actually.
the rate of violence in the city. But our job is to make sure the American people actually hear the truth.
I want to know
And the
why
truth is
3,000
that
plus
you
people
carrying
are
a
in
law enforcement
Guantanamo. I
response,
want to know who they are,
along
why
with a
they're
mental health
there,
response,
and what is
and a housing
happening to
response,
them.
and a jobs response to what's going on in your cities. And that is so critical. Republicans, on the other hand, here are going back to the same old tactic, which is to say, find a vulnerable group of people and let's blame them for everything that we can. Anything bad that happens, let's go try to point the finger at our political opponents or at a vulnerable person or at a person of color from a faraway place. And that doesn't actually solve real issues for the American people. Republicans and their big boss donors blame immigrants for low wages because they don't want the American people to see the Republican plan to dismantle the NLRB, to dismantle unions, and to never pass a bill raising wages for American workers. They blame immigrants for housing costs because the Republicans are dismantling the Department of Housing and Urban Development and stripping affordable housing funding from this country. They want to distract from the $8 million a day that people like Elon Musk get in federal contracts while they attack hardworking immigrants and while they attack officials that are actually just trying to do their jobs. Mayor Johnson, you have a limited number, I suppose, of jail cells in Cook County and a limited number of law enforcement resources. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I do not have jurisdiction over Cook County jails.
And you want to make sure that when somebody in the city of Chicago calls 911, that they get an appropriate response. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so what I have been hearing all morning from my Republican colleagues is they want the federal government to go tell the city of Denver or the city of Boston or the city of Chicago, no, they want the federal government to be able to call you and take over your police resources or take over your county's jail resources, and you don't even represent the county, for whatever case they might come up with, the person's dangerous or not. Instead of having cities determine if somebody is dangerous and needs to be held, instead of having cities say, we want to make sure if you have an emergency that we get somebody to you and don't just send out our police to a call that may not be a priority just because somebody in the federal government wants to go after somebody with no criminal background and that isn't a threat. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, right before I yield back, I just want to thank people that are involved in local government, city council members, neighborhood associations, mayors, the people who keep our cities running. You deserve our support in making your cities more safe. You deserve our support.
Gentlemen,
in
time's
addressing
expired.
housing
Chair recognizes
instead of
Mr.
hearing like
Higgins
this.
from
I yield
Louisiana.
back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's clarify for America. Mayor Adams, Mayor Johnson, Mayor Johnson, and Mayor Wu.
I took
Are
some
you here today under the advice of
Thorazine
counsel?
before I came out.
Yes or no?
Well, I'm not going to put balls on your head when you have a picture of somebody who's passed.
Are
Not
you here
that
today
mean.
under the advice of counsel, and do you have counsel present?
Do have counsel present. I'm here because we were requested to appear.
Did you consult with, did you have counsel prior to your appearance?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. This is not a trap question. We just want to clarify.
Okay.
Here under the advice of counsel, do you have counsel present?
Yes, sir.
Mayor Johnson,
Council present here because I was invited.
did you counsel before your trip here?
We do have counsel,
Get
but I was
advice
here.
from your counsel?
Yes.
Okay, then you're under the advice of counsel.
Yes.
Mayor Wu, thank you. To just clarify for America.
Oh, fuck
these
yourself.
mayors are all sanctuary city mayors. But the narrative
What?
is no longer comfortable
Wait, what?
because 3 months ago, we were at the tail end of 4 years of millions and millions of illegals coming into our country.
Well, I mean,
it was
you
out
know.
of control. The only thing
Can you
that
cite
has
your
happened
source, sir?
since then
And be
is we
more
had
specific?
an election in November. And now we're not pulling the curtain back. We have ripped the curtain from the rods.
I am going
We have
to
revealed to
sing
America just
an
how fast we could have
old-timey
secured our
hymn.
border if you had an executive
I'm gonna
that
put
was
some
willing
lotion.
to
I
enforce
put
the
some
law.
lotion in
so
the
now we're
basket.
paying attention to our
So cold.
municipalities. And every one of them
And
is lawyered up.
that's
They
right.
changed their narrative,
Not like
got
me.
example after
Not me.
example.
I'm
The
never.
mayor of Chicago. We must lead with and live by the promise of sanctuary city. If
Well,
Mayor
that sounds
Campbell
kinda
willing
nice.
to go to jail in defense of sanctuary city
Yeah, it sounds
policy.
nice.
The
I
list
like
goes
coming for the
on.
ghost buses.
But the policies of these mayors and our previous president have consequences, real life consequences.
And he's mad.
I have a family
And
here
let me tell you
today,
about one of 'em.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm
who
using
lost
their picture.
beautiful loved one. This young man was killed by an illegal immigrant in Texas that never should have been in our country.
Oh my God!
He'll never be here to raise
Sorry,
his
I'm making
daughter,
fun of him. I'm not making fun of the poor
Anne-Marie.
man who died. Absolutely
to
not.
love and cherish and honor and uphold.
But Clay doesn't give a
his beautiful wife,
shit
Olivia.
about the man who died.
And you mayors,
He's just glad he's white.
responsibility.
We have
Not just
torn the
to
veil.
the
Wait, where's my
communities and the citizens
ukulele?
just want to serve, but by extension to the entire republic. And let me clarify, I was a
No,
cop
that's
for
almost
a
too sweet for him.
long time. To honor the jurisdictional authority of another law enforcement agency.
Let's see, we've torn the
you
veil
do
of the
it
temple
every
from
day
the
in
Christ
your city.
himself.
Guaranteed.
We
every one of you,
have
if
torn
you
the
have
veil.
an
Wait, I
inmate
can't do it with the. I
in your
can't. I gotta
city
be able to. I
on
gotta be able to
city
riff.
charges, and that inmate has
We
has a
have
felony warrant from a neighboring county,
torn
another county in
the
your state.
veil
That county
of
contacts your
the
city while you have
temple
that inmate in
like
detention.
Christ
And
himself,
ask you to hold them, for them to come pick it
flipping
up upon
the
release. Guaranteed
tables
you release that
of
inmate to the county over or to
evil.
your state
We
police.
have
But you're not doing it for
torn
ICE.
and ripped
And
that
ICE is
veil
responsible to
from
remove
the
millions
temple.
of criminal,
Like
hard-edged
Christ
criminal illegals
Flip the
from our country.
tables on
And we've
you.
had enough. America's fed up.
That's
with this
right.
betrayal of oath.
America
And you'll
is
be held
so
accountable.
fed
One of you
up,
said you're willing to go to jail.
but
We might
more
give you that
so with the
opportunity.
price
Good
of
mayor.
those eggs.
One of my colleagues
Just a
mentioned
little more pain.
children.
Never
Children.
mind
Separation of children.
Medicaid.
at
Just
any given time
trust
in
me.
America, there's 750
I'll
to
put
850,000
America
American
first.
citizen parents of minor children.
We
incarcerated
have
in our
torn the
commit a felony
veil
in
from
America,
the
you get arrested,
walls
prosecuted,
of the
convicted, and
temple
incarcerated. You can
like
expect to be separated
Christ
from your children. But let me say,
flipped
there's a
the
sunset to that separation.
tables on you.
Because when you do your time, you'll be released.
Well, we won't be able to
You return
recreate
to your
it, so.
family. This young man will never
Remember where we
return to
went,
his
because we're never
family.
getting back there.
He should have never been removed
Although that's,
from
I
his
think I've got the
family.
hook there.
If we had a president and
We
heads of our
have torn
municipalities
torn
that were
the
willing
veil
to uphold the
of
federal
the
law that exists.
walls of the temple.
America is moving
like
into a
Christ
new era
flipped
of
the
enforcement of our own
tables
laws.
on
Welcome to it, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank God.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, I have unanimous consent.
Amen.
All right.
This is an article from Wired. It is February 18th of 2025. U.S. funding cuts are helping criminals get away with child abuse and human trafficking. Services supporting victims of online child exploitation
Without
and
objection, so
trafficking.
ordered.
Thank you so much.
At the request of the witnesses, the committee will take a 20-minute break pursuant to the previous
20-minute
order. The
break.
chair declares
Well,
the
not yet.
committee in recess for
Yeah,
20
no
minutes.
questions. He just had to make that speech because he had the people in the room. So, he had to make the speech. Yeah, that's the way it goes. Okay. Well, that was just really painful. But boy, I'm so proud of those mayors. Oh my God, those mayors are so amazing. I am very impressed. Very, very, very impressed. Let's see. There was one thing I wanted to show you. Okay, so let's just catch up on some shit here. All right, so this is from earlier this morning. The Supreme Court's ruling upholding an order requiring USAID to pay out approximately $2 billion in unpaid foreign aid bills is an incremental win. Now it's up to Judge Ali to recalibrate deadlines. I think that might be one of the holdups. Yes, Jasmine Crockett, always a hero. Let's see. And then what do we have? Okay, those guys quit. Let me just Oh, here we go. I wanted to read this. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why do you have such a large ad? Oh, okay, okay. This is from the New York Times this morning. Finally, the bulldog who missed catching 14 squirrels in 14 days. It's the tale of that dog. No. I brought this up last night, but I really want to think about this. I'm kind of tempted because they're not that expensive, or maybe I could find a used one even in Los Angeles. I bet you could find a used one. A banjo lele. Have you ever heard of those? It's like a little mini banjo. They have metal strings, but I'm thinking about it. I don't have the best fingers though. So, I don't know. Might not be good. But I'd sure like to try, boy. I love the sound of a banjo so much. But I also love the sound of a ukulele. Anyway, I digress. Here we go. Tariffs. Tariffs add a new shock to food supply chains. Don't you think? I think I need a banjo-lele. I think I can find one. There's some pretty cool little hole-in-the-wall music shops here, so I'm sure I could find one. Companies made their supply chains stronger and more flexible because of the COVID pandemic, but they weren't banking on tariffs. A banjito. It's called banjo-lele. It's actually a thing. It's a thing. It's really a thing. I promise. Victoria Gutierrez has been thinking about avocados a lot lately. President Trump was warning that hefty tariffs on food and other supplies from Mexico, Canada, and China were coming. So Ms. Gutierrez, the chief merchandising officer for Cisco, the global food distributor, and a task force inside the company began sifting through the thousands of suppliers that the company works with to see what products could be affected. The good news for Cisco, a company with nearly $79 billion in annual revenues, was that the shortages and supply chain challenges arising from the COVID pandemic had caused it to diversify and, in some cases, duplicate its suppliers for key products. The bad news, avocados. The majority of avocados eaten in the United States come from Mexico. Can we today meet the full demand for avocados in the U.S.? No. Ms. Gutierrez said in mid-February. She added, there's not a lot that's growing in the United States in the winter. On Tuesday, the threat of tariffs became a reality. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. What's that? Where am I? Doodly-doo, doodly-doo. Yeah, I know. I've heard that. On Tuesday, the threat of tariffs became a reality. The Trump administration placed a 25% tariff on all imports from Canada and Mexico. It has also added 20% tariffs on goods from China this year, on top of levies that remained from Trump's first term. And actually, as Lee educated us yesterday, it was the 10% earlier tariffs in January, I guess, or maybe February, put on, plus then compounded that amount, another 10% was this week. So it's actually kind of worse than just 20%. It's like a compounded 10. Yeah, I know. Or you could call it a ukulele. No. We didn't want to be too. I've seen it referred to as a banjo lele, a banjo uke, banjo. What'd you call it? A banjo. Oh man. So I could just get a cigar box banjo kit. You're right about that. Banjito. That's what you were calling it, Karen. I think that's a little banjito. I'm coughing. But even before Tuesday, companies like Cisco were scrambling to build up inventories, particularly of less perishable goods, or find new suppliers in countries not targeted by the new tariffs. We will have a few million pounds of coffee that we get from Mexico, said Will Ford, the chief operating officer at West Rock Coffee, a private label coffee manufacturer that produces for McDonald's and Walmart, in an interview in February before the tariffs took effect. We've been looking at trying to source from a different Central American origin. Maybe we'll replace Mexico with Honduras or Guatemala. This is the first 100 days. Oh, we'll come back to that. It's one thing to build up a limited inventory of coffee or tequila from Mexico, but nearly impossible to do so with perishable goods like avocados. There, companies have two choices. They either bear the additional costs from the tariffs or pass them along to consumers. Mexico, the world's biggest producer of avocados, supplies about half the avocados used at the Chipotle restaurant chain. Well, get ready, Chipotle lovers. You're not going to get extra guac. That company said this week that it would not charge customers extra, at least for now. So run out there and get that bowl before they raise the price. It is our intent as we sit here today to absorb those costs, Scott Boatwright, the chief executive of Chipotle, said in an interview with NBC Nightly News. That's such nice, pretty words. It is our intent as we sit here today to absorb those costs. Okay. Oh, I believe him. I don't know about you guys, but I believe him. He cautioned, however, that if costs became a significant headwind, prices could rise. So read what you will. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I think. The chief executive of Target, Brian Cornell, which apparently there is a boycott of Target now. We're back on the boycott. Did they retract their DEI? The chief executive of Target, Brian Cornell, on the other hand, told CNBC on Tuesday that the retailer was likely to raise prices on fruits and vegetables imported from Mexico over the next couple of days. The ability of companies to pass along the tariffs to inflation-weary consumers may be limited, some analysts warn. You think? I don't know. They had a massive shit fit when it came to fucking price of eggs. And that was actually not even about the economy as much as it was about a fucking flu. Oh my God. Packaged food companies, for instance, may have to absorb at least some of the cost rather than risk losing market share, analysts at S&P Global Ratings wrote in a report in mid-February. Just a few years ago, the chief supply chain officer or procurement manager at large companies focused mostly on searching the globe for the lowest cost producers, or for companies trying to market sustainability to customers, those that could demonstrate that they produce their food or goods in a climate-friendly and ethical manner. The COVID pandemic and the resulting shortages and shipping delays from far-flung manufacturers led many companies to duplicate their suppliers, or in some cases, to nearshore, shifting from suppliers in Asia, for instance, to those closer to the United States, like Canada and Mexico. The idea was to build safety nets into the supply chain. But on Tuesday, those locales turned into a detriment as neighbors to the north and south were struck with tariffs. Mondelez International, the snack giant based in Chicago, has a factory in Salinas, Mexico, that makes Oreo and Chips Ahoy! I'm going to do that for every product. I don't even eat those, but I'm going to say it anyway. Cookies as well as Ritz crackers. That factory accounts for roughly 18% of the company's U.S. sales, according to estimates from analysts at Piper Sandler. The plant, analysts wrote in a note in February, is also its most cost efficient, making it difficult to repatriate production to the U.S. without incurring higher production costs. I don't think they care. Good news, I don't think they care. Mondelez did not respond to an email seeking comment. Some alcohol companies are particularly exposed to the new tariffs. Last month, Diageo, which derives 45% of its sales from tequila and other liquors imported from Mexico and whiskey from Canada, warned it could see a $200 million hit to its operating profits in the second half of this year. Likewise, analysts note that more than 75% of Constellation brand sales in the United States come from beers imported from Mexico, such as Modelo and Corona. Modelo and Corona? Sorry. I know this isn't funny. I'm just very high. I'm really sorry. Mondelez is still operating in Russia? Interesting. Well, you know, I guess pick your battles. No, I don't know. I can't with these people. Constellation Brands did not return emails seeking comment, and a spokeswoman for Diageo pointed to comment made by executives to Wall Street analysts and investors in early February. The company hoped to reduce the impact of tariffs by as much as 50% through its supply chain and other mitigation strategies. Oh, is that what we're calling it now? Yeah, Oreos? That's going to hurt a lot of people. Get ready, Chudleys. They're coming for your Oreos. Mexican Oreos. Fuck you. You're going to have to buy the Hydrox, the ones that taste like foam. I don't even know where those are made. Uh-oh. Are all not the mega stuff though, right? Yeah, unfortunately, all the stuffed. All the stuffed. No Oreos for you. Eat Hydrox. Eat wall insulation between two chocolate wafers. I mean, really, I think I've had Hydrox like a couple times just because whatever. I don't know. Maybe I was starving. I'm not sure. Maybe I was just misled. I don't know. But I distinctly recall like the taste of lard in those cookies. I'm sorry. I don't know who makes them, and I apologize. If you're a Hydrox lover, I'm an asshole. But I'm just saying. Okay, sorry. I digress. At Cisco, which provides food and beverages to restaurant chains as well as major hospital and school systems. Why is the food so different then? Whatever. Ms. Gutierrez said that the company had altered its supply chain during COVID significantly. Before, maybe we had one partner for a product, Ms. Gutierrez said in the interview in mid-February. Now we had 2 or 3. Or if we had someone from one country, it became 2 or 3 countries. Moreover, large global food companies like Cisco are increasingly having to adapt to climate-related or other issues that can send prices for ingredients soaring or simply make them difficult to find, like eggs, which have skyrocketed in price in recent months from an outbreak of avian flu in America. The most obvious parts of Cisco's supply chain that will be affected are perishable fruits and vegetables. From Mexico and South America, we get avocados, limes, tomatoes, and onions. What? Limes, tomatoes, and onions. I'm sorry. I think I've lost my mind. I think I need to get outside more. In an email on Tuesday, Cisco said that while there might not be an immediate alternative for every product affected by the tariffs, it was trying to identify options for its customers. What are you going to do to make the fucking avocados? For supply chain officers, uncertainty in dealing with shocks to the system is the name of the game, Ms. Gutierrez said, whether it's storms in a certain geography or now tariffs. Oh, that's a good attitude to have. I can appreciate that attitude. Good attitude, lady. That's a good attitude. Let's see. Oh, yeah. What in the fuck was this last night? Can we for a minute? What the hell was happening?
Thank you again. Won't forget. So good. Thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget. So
Won't forget.
Thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget. So good.
Won't forget to John Roberts.
Won't forget. So good. Thank Thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget. So good. Yeah. Thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget. So good.
Is that really? I mean,
you
is this
again.
real or am I just like stupid? I'll turn it off. Because this is like the audio visual mismatch on this clip from a journalist drives my brain mad. But as you can see, Roberts all but runs out after Trump says it. I made a C-SPAN clip of Trump greeting all of the justices. You can see everything here. I kind of want to. Oh, God. We have to watch an ad. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I see you, teaching young people to love Well, I'm trying to. Great night. Thank you. That's your favorite. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Howard. Thank you again. Thank you again. Won't forget. So good.
Won't forget.
So good, sir. Thank you. Terrific, Mr. Really, really outstanding. Thanks.
President Donald Trump.
Interesting. I don't know. I find that, what the hell? Apparently Cash was sitting next to, I saw him up in one still shot that I saw on social media this morning. So I did see that. I mean, I expect him. He's part of the cabinet. Who's the designated survivor? I wonder. I don't know. But wasn't that weird? I won't forget. I mean, it could be anything. Like, oh, thanks for the apple pie recipe. Thanks for covering the Uber on the way over here. No, it could be a million things. Thanks for, splitting the nachos with me. The astronaut suits are made in Mexico. Really? Oh, that's interesting. Kennedy, we're treating measles. Okay, yeah, Max, I heard something about that. So RFK Jr. Hold on. Hold on, because I did recall seeing something. He's doing his part to distract from everything that the destructive government is doing. Oh wait, we need to see this. This is actually. Wait, hold on. Don't go yet. Please. Okay. Oh my God, I don't want your fucking
Where regular
toothbrush.
brushes miss, Oral-B Electric hits for 100%.
Stay. Oh.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
This is the only part I wanted to see. Look at, what's his name? Is that,
And
that's
won
not Ghost,
counties in our country, 2,700
Look
to
at Johnson.
525.
Johnson's
On a map
freaking
that
out.
reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
Oh, shit. Oh, you definitely. I'd put the ball on your head, but you're not going to be on screen long
Likewise,
enough.
small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
He's losing his shit.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the
They're
House
losing
and
their
to
little
cease
baby
any
shit.
further disruptions.
I fucking love
That's your
it.
warning.
You make him go away. Fuck you, yes.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing
Look at
breach of
him, he's like,
decorum,
I'm
and
so-
the chair
oh,
is
I'm mad
prepared
at
to
you.
direct the sergeant-at-arms to
I don't know what
restore
state
order
you're
to the
from,
joint
but-
session.
Fuck you, JD. Big wuss. Fucking snitch. You fucking snitch, JD. Katie Tur can suck it. I don't know what's going on with her. She just needs a job or something. What the hell?
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in
Civil
willful and
disobedience.
concerted disruption of proper decorum, the
Look at
chair
him, he's
now
like-
directs the sergeant-at-arms to restore order.
And I'm a baby.
Remove this
I'm a
gentleman from the
baby.
chamber.
Look at the guy in the white head guy. Watch him because he's like enjoying this a little too much. This guy in the white hair, you'll see him as Al Green walks by him. He is a fucking prick. And I'm not sure which one he is, but I want him to get punched in the nuts. He's this guy right here. Oh, wait. This guy. That one. That motherfucker right there. What the fuck? Wait. All right, do this. Who is that motherfucker? Oh, man, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Just go away with that. Who's this dick face? Look at him. He thinks he's so fucking funny,
Members
like every
are
fucking
directed
guy.
to uphold and maintain decorum in the
Like every fucking guy, he thinks telling a joke more than once makes it funnier. Okay, I'm here to tell you, if you have to tell a joke more than once, it's not funny. Period. You look like a fucking idiot. So, ballless, tall, white-haired guy, I'm coming for you. You are an idiot and need to be mocked. Yeah, MTG didn't get... Oh. Because we're not the same. These people are fucking warped in the head. The warped-headed individuals have taken over whatever was the Republican Party. And frankly, I didn't think too much of them before the warped-headed individuals. And I mean that in the moral compass brain space. Not being ableist. I'm talking about how much these guys are fucking assholes and their view of the world is warped by greed and hate and humiliation because they realize that they're on the wrong side of history. And to the point that they realize they're on the wrong side of history, but they're kind of swept up in the moment, they're not strong enough to say, hey, this is not right. This is not right. You know, this is not right. Closing USAID, closing whatever, gutting, taking the protections for consumers for banks to charge you massive overdraft fees. That's what they're discussing today. They're discussing codifying that into law, reversing those protections so that banks can charge you whatever the fuck they want when it comes to overdraft fees. And that's just one tiny little thing that they're pulling back and reversing. And so it's really an all-out assault on everyone. It has nothing to do. I mean, people are right. It's not red or blue because this is not normal. This is not normal. This is not normal. I know he told them and he convinced them that this is what they want. And for a certain segment of them, they believed it, or they made a deal because it also fed whatever their other desires were, right? Like evangelicals will put up with him being an asshole because he overturned Roe and he's hell bound to strip away any additional rights of bodily autonomy when it comes to women's bodies and birthing people. So, yeah, I mean, I guess if that's something you really thought was awesome. Uh-oh, somebody's sitting down. The pooping is over. Yeah, it's not tiny for all Americans. Absolutely.
The committee will come back to order.
Absolutely.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've heard a lot of accusations and sensationalism thrown around here today, which is not new for this committee. But I do think we need to be clear about what we're really talking about today and what the so-called sanctuary city policies actually mean. What Republicans are calling sanctuary cities, it simply means that a city or a state is not going to do the job of ICE for them. That's it. Republicans are acting like there's like a mythical barrier that keeps ICE completely out of cities. If you're listening to Fox News, they make it seem like they're police at the borders of Chicago keeping ICE agents out, and that's simply not the case. Republicans want every town, city, state to dedicate their limited resources to entering what's called a 287G agreement with ICE to either do their enforcement work on the ground or hold people in custody for an additional 48 hours on detainers. That's 48 hours beyond the lawful detention. To be clear, that is illegal. In more than 700 counties in at least 9 states, there are policies or court decisions limiting these ICE detainers, as it is such a blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment. And when people's Fourth Amendment rights are violated, it's the cities, not ICE, who face civil lawsuits. As a reminder to Republicans, the Fourth Amendment is the one against unlawful searches and seizures. Just last year, New York City's Department of Corrections had to pay $92.5 million in a settlement to those they unlawfully detained for ICE. Republicans are putting these mayors between a rock and a hard place. And the reason that they're doing this is because Trump is trying to get them to do illegal things. If they work for ICE, they risk violating their own residents' constitutional rights and opening themselves up to costly litigation. But if they don't do Trump's bidding, they're being threatened with losing federal funding. Today's hearing is nothing more than a shakedown against the mayors of some of our nation's biggest cities and a part of Trump's ongoing anti-city crusade. In Trump's America, if you disagree with his priorities, then you lose federal dollars. Just last week, Donald Trump actually called city leaders who oppose his cruel policies sick politicians. Just a few days before that, his border czar, Tom Homan, threatened that he would be bringing hell on the city of Boston. Mayor Wu, what do you think about these threats against Boston and their attempts to force you to enact policies that are against the very things your constituents voted for?
The laws are most important and the safety of our residents are most important. And what I hear from all of our residents across every one of our neighborhoods is that, in fact, undermining the trust is what would make our city less safe. And so we need everyone to feel secure in their communities. Like they can reach out, they can call 911 when they need help. And in our city,
There's
those
a lot
laws
of talent
actually help
in the
Boston
Democrats.
police solve crimes.
Talented people.
Mr. Beer, question for you.
I don't think it really
thought
matters
that my
if they're
Republican
Democrats
colleagues
anymore.
were strong supporters of state and local sovereignty and were against intrusion from the federal government. Do you think this lawsuit seems consistent with that position?
I know, Peace Love.
Oh, absolutely not. If you look at the Supreme Court precedent on this, it came from a gun control law that said that state and local governments had to cooperate with the federal government on gun control. The Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional. Not a single member on this side, I believe, would be against that Supreme Court decision.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing illegal about protecting people's constitutional rights and due process, education,
That's
and equal treatment under the law.
Good job,
but it is
Cato
illegal
Institute.
for the federal government to withhold federal dollars that these cities' taxpayer dollars have gone towards. Mayor Johnson, Chicago ranks as one of the largest cities in the U.S. and has the 3rd largest metropolitan economy, boasting a GDP of $860 million. This makes it one of the most economically diverse cities in the nation, correct?
That is correct.
Would it be fair to say that your city generates billions in taxpayer revenue and that the average taxpayer in Chicago and Illinois contributes more than around $20,000 in federal income taxes, which is more than $1,310 above the national average?
That is absolutely correct.
So can we conclude that Chicago residents pay significantly more in taxes than they receive in return, contributing at least $5 in taxes for every $1 they get back in federal support?
More than our fair share.
Thank you. Only 9 states have taxpayers that contribute more to the federal government than they receive. All 4 of our mayors are from states on that list. Yet Republicans are saying that they should lose that money because they don't agree with their dear leader. Trump and Republicans are attempting to take money from blue cities and blue states and give them to their red states. Republicans too often demonize blue areas and cities that are the very areas that are keeping the economy going. The attacks we've heard on mayors today are not only shameful, they're dangerous capitulations to the impulses of this president who is trying to expand executive power in nearly every direction. I'd like to thank our mayors, Wu, Johnson, and Johnston for coming in today, having the strength of courage to stand up to this administration. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from
Thank you,
Arizona,
Eric.
Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mayor Adams, you've agreed today. Sorry, over here. You've agreed today that New York City is a sanctuary city. Is that right?
Based on the definitions, and it doesn't seem, Congressman, there's now a uniform definition of that, but yes.
Right, but that's what you've proclaimed. Mayor Johnston, you've previously also declared that
But you said it.
You're a sanctuary city. Mayor
She
Johnson,
said
you said that Chicago must lead with
See,
and live
gray
by the promise
suit.
to be a
I'm
sanctuary
sorry.
city. Mayor Wu, you
There
said
was a
Boston
gray
police
suit
and other
over on the other
departments cannot
side,
cooperate with ICE
Malcolm Frost, but
when
it was a
comes to
brown gray. It
detaining
was like a
on
taupe.
civil warrants, of course.
Ish,
Of course,
almost.
I don't know what
Perfect.
Mr.
Pitch
Mayor
perfect.
Johnston would define it, but I do know that the Honorable Mayor Johnson from Chicago, they call theirs a welcoming city ordinance, and we've got Ms. Wu, Mayor Wu.
They
who's
definitely,
referred to
there
hers as
are a lot
safe
of
city.
them
That's
who
really
have
interesting to me.
the knowledge and the passion,
so
and they get to the argument really
when you-
quickly.
when you
And
are a
then it's just
sanctuary
about,
city,
now I think it's about
you put limits
disobedience.
on how much
Right? It's how do
you're willing to
we, how
cooperate
does
with
civil,
federal
or how does their
agencies' efforts to
disobedience
remove
play
illegal
into it? I don't
aliens.
know. I don't know. I'm
And
not sure
your
how this
policies
unfolds.
then contravene federal law. You just do. Under Title 8 of the U.S. Code,
I'm encouraged by the
it
Supreme
says
Court
a
not
federal,
approving
state, or
the
local
freeze
government
on
entity or official may not
USAID.
prohibit or
I'm
any-
encouraged by
may not
that.
prohibit or in any way restrict any government entity or official
That
from
came
sending
down
to
this
or
morning.
receiving from the Immigration Naturalization Service any information regarding, information regarding the citizenship or immigration status of any individual. Yeah, so when I look at your guys' ordinances, and I got them all up here, and they're really interesting stuff, and Denver, I think you testified previously that you rely on the statutory section, am I right, of the state statute. So let's just review this. There is a distinction, and some of you have made that. Mayor Johnson of Chicago made this repeatedly, and Mayor Wu of Boston did. There's a distinction between criminal warrant, and you say we cooperate on criminal warrant, but there's two levels of cooperation at least. There's a communication level, and there's a passing the person off. That's one level with the criminal. But the civil level, this is what I want to talk about for a second. 'Cause
okay,
all of
Andy.
these ordinances
It's not mean enough.
proscribe communication.
He's excited.
And transfer of someone where there's a civil warrant.
Yeah.
Now, I know that all of you understand that a removal
Yeah.
order is a civil order.
Yeah. What about subpoenas?
And that
Wait,
means
what?
none of you and
Wait,
none
what?
of your agencies within your
What about the civil
municipalities
counts that your friend
are
was indicted
communicating
on and
or
found
passing
guilty
over
of?
someone where there's a ICE removal detainer.
Don't you think you should have turned your friend
So I
in?
don't care how many times, 1,226 or whatever it was in 7 years. I don't care how many times you do it. But if you're not
Okay,
doing
calm
it for civil
down.
orders, then you're allowing people
Baby,
who have a
calm
removal order.
down.
who've
I
had
know
due
you
process.
need some boost in the
That's how you get
polls.
that's how you get a removal order. You're allowing them to stay in the country.
Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm falling
You're in
down on the
violation of this law right here.
Here we go. Let's
You
give him
are.
something else.
You're in violation of that law right there. And you've got to
You
start
gotta.
realizing
You
what
gotta
your-
work.
what your criminal culpability is on that. And
You
that's-
gotta work.
That's really what we're talking about here. So, you don't think that's harboring, perhaps? But let's talk. Let's
I don't
take
have a
look at
picture
that
of
next
that.
statute, please.
Here we go. This is him. Oh, damn it. It was so dramatic in my head.
In conducting investigations and hearings, immigration officers and
Here
administrative
we
law
go.
judges shall have reasonable access to examine evidence of any person or entity being investigated. If you're holding someone back, even if it's under a civil warrant, because that's what you said
is too quiet.
you're not going to participate in, and you are preventing access to that person or evidence,
It looks like it's
you're in
the
violation
dog
of this.
in his
You have
penises.
criminal culpability under this. And you'll notice there's no mens rea
Why am
requirement
I
here.
such a child?
This is it.
Why am I such a child?
Every one of you.
Why? Why?
is exposed to criminal culpability here. That's the reality of it. Let's do the next one. Any person who knowing that a person is an alien knowing or in reckless disregard, now you got a culpable mental state here, of the fact that an alien has come to, entered, or remains in the United States in violation of law, conceals, harbors, or shields from detection, or attempts to conceal, harbor, or shield from detection.
I don't think they're trying.
Such alien in any place.
Okay.
You'll notice it doesn't make a distinction that all of y'all want to make.
Which is?
Criminal warrants versus civil. You're
Well,
all in
I guess
violation
you
of
need to
all three of
change
these
the
statutes.
law
You got
then,
criminal
sir.
culpability, I yield back.
Droopy dog. Change the
Gentlemen,
law
yield
if
back.
you're
Chair
so
recognizes
fucking
Ms.
pissed
Randall
off about
from
it.
Washington State.
Jesus, whiny
Thank
asses.
you,
You're
Mr.
fucking
Chair,
in charge of the
and thank you to our
laws.
witnesses
Fucking
for
do
taking
it.
the time
Put it on the
to
floor,
be here
bitch.
today. You know, I represent the northwest corner of the country, though I did happily live in Boston for 10 years safely. And Washington State is proudly home to more than 1 million immigrants. We know in Washington that our communities, like yours, are stronger because of immigrants. We are fed because of immigrants. We're able to take public transportation because of the work of immigrants. We are able to work on building the affordable housing that we need because of immigrants. We receive quality health care because of immigrants. But this administration, as we see over and over and over, is more concerned with deporting families than supporting families. Their actions are rooted in hatred and fear
I want
and
to know
deliberate
who the
misunderstanding.
3,000 are.
They
at
say they want to
Gitmo.
lower costs, but what their actions
want them
show
home.
us is the opposite. Immigrants drive our economy. And this administration's mass deportations have disrupted small businesses, wreaked havoc on our communities, all while families see their grocery bills continue to rise and worry about their health care being ripped away. My constituents are scared. They're writing to us that they're afraid to go out in public, send their kids to school, go to the grocery store without 2 other members of their family or their neighbors with them. There are dozens of families making emergency plans to make sure someone is legally designated to take care of their children if they're detained or deported. And in fact, our governor had to create additional policy to ensure that kids are not left alone when their parents disappear. We've heard from beet farmers and wheat growers and florists, Christmas tree farms, grocers, and salal harvesters that their businesses cannot continue without the support of immigrants. We know that there is a huge economic impact to our families and our communities. And Mayor Adams, per your testimony in 2021 on immigrant New Yorkers, you stated that including those who are undocumented, immigrants in New York paid billions of dollars in taxes and contributed billions more in spending power to the New York economy. Is that true?
Oh, yes.
Yes, thank you. So one can imagine if this administration continues its mass deportation plans in cities across the country, including New York, it would have a significant impact on all our economies. Mr. Beyer, can you speak to what the economic impacts of mass deportation would mean for the U.S. economy?
Absolutely, it'd be devastating. You're looking at an instant recession if it was, some magic wand you could wave to get rid of all these people like they want. That'd be about a 7% drop in GDP. That's well into the trillions of dollars in lost production of goods and services that benefit Americans. And when you really think about it, when it comes to the cities, right, it's not equally distributed across the country. It's really these cities and some others that are going to be overwhelmingly impacted. So those neighborhoods, you're looking at a death spiral of economic activity when you remove so much of the population. And of course, we talk about just the people who are undocumented, but their children, their spouses, all those people are going to be affected by mass deportation.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Chair, with unanimous consent, I'd like to enter this New York Times article, Frustration Grows Inside the White House Over Pace of
Without
Deportations.
objection, so ordered.
Thank you so much. And, you know, this committee has been very interested in uncovering waste, fraud, and abuse. And I'd like to draw our attention to the ASMR deportation flight that the administration touted on their official social media channels. While previous flights, deportation flights, cost for about 10.5 hours, $47,000. This military flight that was commandeered from its mission of national security to take folks who were in—
There's a WAPO article on this.
in detention centers already to a stopover in Guantanamo cost us $299,250 for the same flight. My folks in my community who are stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord are being diverted from their essential missions to go to Guantanamo to be layover stewardesses for this this plan that's just for clicks. It's just to continue to stir up media. It's just to deliver on a promise that the president made and that he's worried that he will be accused of letting his base down if he doesn't carry out. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of the mayors here today are actively working to harm the American people
Yeah.
you represent.
Yeah, see?
You all
Yeah,
have
you.
blood
On your hands.
I'm going to
That's
ask a
right.
series of yes or no
Not
questions
me.
today.
I'm just a
and
big
I would like to
turf.
remind all of you, you
Big
are under
fucking
oath. I only want a yes
transphobe.
or no to my questions. My first question, do you acknowledge breaking into our country as a crime? Mayor Adams, yes or no? Do you acknowledge breaking into our country as a crime?
Seeking asylum is not
yes
a crime.
Or no?
I acknowledge.
Okay, Honorable Johnson, he's not going to answer the question. Yes or no? Is breaking into our country against the law? Yes or no?
Depends how you cross the border.
Okay,
Some folks
Mayor
have
Johnson,
status.
yes or no?
Asylum law.
Comprehensive immigration reform policies are what's necessary in this
Mayor Wu,
moment.
do you have a better answer than these gentlemen before you? Yes or no?
Fuck
Yes.
you. How about
Okay,
fuck
do
you?
you believe it's acceptable for illegals who commit heinous crimes be released back into the public instead of being detained and deported? Mayor Adams, yes or no?
Anyone break a crime?
Yes or no? This is not hard. Yes or no?
Anyone that break a crime should be detained.
Okay, Mayor, yes or no?
They should be deported.
Okay, Mayor.
Any individual
Yes
that
or no?
causes
Yes or
harm,
no?
breaks
Okay,
the
Mayor
law,
Wu?
Yeah, if
should
they
be
were
held
crouched
accountable.
down low,
100%
100% arrest them.
Answering questions. Mayor Wu? Yes or no?
Anyone who's a public safety threat should be prosecuted.
All right, I have my next question.
Aw, Nancy, you didn't do that well, though.
Do you believe
Go
you're
back
on the
and
right
try
side of
again.
history? Mayor Adams, yes or no?
Can we say that question again?
Okay, Mayor Johnston. When a illegal alien rapes a woman, do you believe you're on the right side of history? Yes or no?
I will charge and prosecute them.
Yes or no? Okay, well, okay. You said you would go to jail, didn't you?
I will
For
charge and
harboring illegal
prosecute them.
aliens or
What?
something, Mayor
Stop
Johnson?
it.
Could you repeat
Not
your question, please?
rapists, you stupid
When an
cunt.
illegal alien rapes a woman, do you believe you're on the right side of history?
Those are
Could
two
you
different
clarify that
questions.
Okay, Mayor Wu, yes or no?
No, rape is obviously
Then
horrible.
why are you letting rapists back out onto the streets of Boston?
That is not true. That is
Don't
not what's
do
happening
that.
in
Don't
Boston.
give her that.
Molests a kid. Molests an underage kid. Do you pat yourself on the back for being compassionate? Mayor Adams?
It's despicable, and he should be arrested.
Mayor Johnston?
I prosecute.
Don't
folks
even
who commit crimes
play.
like that.
You guys let him out on the streets. Mayor Johnson?
We arrest violent criminals in the city of Chicago.
Yeah,
Will?
exactly. Shut
We
up,
investigate,
Nancy.
arrest, and prosecute.
You guys don't sound very confident today. Would your city honor an ICE detainer on an illegal alien who rapes kids?
Wait a
if
minute.
one was
I have
issued
some ideas.
today?
I'm not
Mayor
going to put
Adams?
balls on you because,
Yes
you
or
know.
no?
In conformance with law, we will honor detainers.
Mayor Johnson?
If there's a criminal warrant,
Oh,
we'll
damn
help
it.
them pick them up. If there's no criminal warrant, we'll honor a notification request.
Mayor Johnson?
Criminal warrants, we always cooperate
Yeah.
with federal agents with a criminal
Change the
warrant.
law if you don't
Mayor
like
Wu?
it,
Get a
bitch.
criminal warrant, we will enforce.
A criminal warrant. I'm talking about an ICE detainer on
That's a civil
an
thing.
individual
No,
who's
we're
so
not
illegal
doing
who
their
rapes
job.
kids. Do you all hate
Not their
Donald Trump
job.
more than you love your country? Mayor
Oh, my
Adams?
God.
I respect my president. I respect my.
Yes
Oh
or
my-
no?
just
I'm
say,
having the hardest
oh my
time
s-
today.
I,
Mayor
I'd say
Johnson?
I
I love my
refuse to
country.
answer
yes
that.
or no?
I love my
Okay.
country.
Mayor
Stupid
Johnson?
ass question.
As the son of a pastor, I love everyone and this country.
Mayor Wu?
I love my country and my city.
Do you all, are you all willing to go to jail for violating federal law? Mayor Adams?
They're not violating federal law.
I'm not going to violate federal law, so I don't have to worry about that.
Mayor
Yeah,
Johnston?
We
stupid.
don't violate federal law either.
You don't violate federal law.
We do
No.
not violate federal
Is it
law.
violating federal law if you don't honor detainer requests from ICE?
Absolutely not. In
Yeah,
fact, the statute
no, read the
Congressman
law.
Biggs shared, we explicitly follow. The statute says you cannot prohibit city employees from sharing information about someone's status with the government. We do not prohibit that.
Do you love
you
illegal
go.
aliens more than you love your fellow
Oh my
countrymen?
God, Nancy,
all the
try
residents of the
harder.
Mayor Johnston?
Try harder, cunt.
Are you willing to go to jail for violating federal law?
I'm
The
not
city of Chicago
violating federal
complies
law.
with all laws.
Oh, I highly doubt that. Mayor Wu?
Well, apparently,
not
then bring
violating
it.
federal
Bring
law.
it,
Mayor
bitch.
Wu, I have a last couple questions for you.
She's really
do you believe
failing.
that ICE arresting a child rapist, quote, threatens everyone's safety?
Nancy,
end quote?
nice try. That's such a good
Yes
try.
or no?
No.
Does ICE arresting a murderous MS-13 gang member
Gang
threaten
member.
everyone's safety? Yes or no?
No.
I would like to hold up this quote of you where you say ICE's efforts actually threaten the safety of everyone. End
efforts?
quote, Boston Mayor
Are you?
Michelle
What
Wu.
efforts? Be
You're a
more
hypocrite.
specific.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Be
and I
more
yield back.
constructive with your
Chair
feedback.
recognizes,
Hi, Pepper.
Mr. Chairman, I
I
have
know I do
unanimous
like
consent
Mayor
request. Mr. Chairman, have unanimous consent request.
There you go. Here we go.
Proceed.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this article and.
Oh, Nancy's
this
running.
As a survivor of sexual violence myself.
Nancy's
This is
running.
From courts, March 2018.
Without objection, so ordered.
Data from Texas shows that U.S.-born
Without objection, so ordered. We've put it in the record.
I haven't entered it.
You have what?
Mr. Chair, can I have several articles. I need to enter them. Let me just go ahead with what the articles are, what they speak to.
What's the next article?
Let me proceed. Data from Texas shows that U.S.-born Americans
that is
commit
not-
more rape
Presley,
and murder than immigrants.
Listen, this trend of you
Data
all
from
trying to get
Texas
thrown out of
shows
committee
that
so you can get on
US-born
MSNBC
Americans
is going to
commit
end.
more
We're not going to put up with it.
This is
Chair
my
recognizes
procedural
Mr.
right as a
Subramaniam.
member of this committee
You can
to
go.
enter documents
You can go with
into the
Mr.
record.
Frost and Mr.
I'm
Green.
reclaiming my time.
That's
you
what
do
you
not
want.
get to
No.
dictate
Ms. Presley,
how
I've
You
been
better calm
very-
down, Comer.
I have been very
for the
accommodating
record.
to you. Mr. Subramaniam,
And I
start
take
the
particular
clock.
umbrage
Start
as a
the clock.
survivor
No, I
of
don't.
sexual violence.
Go.
I will enter into
Order.
the record. This is my right. Thank you.
No. It is Mr. Subramaniam.
Mr. Chair,
No, you know the process of unanimous consent. You are not
I have
recognized.
several articles to enter into
You
the
ma-
record.
Mr. Subramaniam, if you don't go, we're going to recognize Mr. Timmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is this all extortion?
I just wanted to bring up a bill that's going to be before the floor, HR 32, a bill that would basically
Wow,
take away
these
federal
guys are
grants if the administration thinks you are a,
discombobulating.
quote, sanctuary city.
I love this
By
guy.
the way, isn't even very well defined. I'm not even sure from reading the bill whether your cities are even sanctuary cities to begin with. I think that's why that question may have been
Why is he?
difficult for you
How
to
can he even
answer.
jump to like I'm going to kick
But,
you out? What the
well, I
fuck
think
is
what's
that?
been
You can
very
now that's
interesting
going to be your
hear is
go-to
how
threat.
Well, you've
You
been
fucking
able
weak
to,
ass incels.
integrate and welcome immigrants.
Oh
into
my
your
God, what a
communities, into your
bully.
city's economies.
That's what a
and
bully
making
does.
the best out of a difficult situation. I find that very impressive.
Weak fucking
And,
ass,
but
white
I
men.
wonder to
Jesus.
to the mayors here. Mr. Johnston, if you took away federal grants,
There is
how would that
so
affect,
little
public safety
testosterone
of
on
your
that
city?
side of the
Would
aisle.
Would that make your city more safe?
I
or
mean,
less
Virginia
safe if
Fox
we took
has
away
all
federal
the
grants from the city?
testosterone.
It would dramatically weaken public safety. I mean, we wouldn't be able to repair bridges that are falling apart. It means we wouldn't be able to put kids in preschool or give veterans medical care. It would be catastrophic.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, the same question. Mayor Johnson, the same question.
It would certainly undermine all of the investments that we've made thus far since I've been mayor.
He should turn over his time, the rest of his time to Presley.
That contribute to the overall safety of the city of Chicago.
Mayor Wu, same question. Would this make your city, Boston, more safe or less safe?
Withdrawing federal funds would make us less safe. Education makes us more safe. Housing makes us more safe, and we rely on those funds.
And how did, let's take Mayor Johnston, how did many of the immigrants come to your city? You mentioned they came from Texas, is that right?
That's correct, Congressman. They came on buses sent from Texas, mostly from El Paso.
I feel like we have the wrong people in the room today. We have mayors of cities that are trying to do their best with the situation that they have. And then we have governors in Texas and Florida who are busing folks up to your cities. And so you're trying to make the best out of this situation. But somehow they're trying to make our immigration system worse, in essence, because they're taking the folks that come over to their states and they're spreading them across the country, and you're just trying to deal with that situation. Would you
You gave
characterize
yourself
it
a
as
little
that, Mayor
reprieve
Johnson?
for 12 hours.
Yes, sir. We're just trying to manage the crisis in front of us, which is families being dropped
40
off on our
days of
city
not
streets in the winter with
trolling.
no clothes. Our calling is to make sure they're safe.
And how would the Trump administration's funding freezes and cuts, would they undermine public safety in your city, Mayor Johnson?
I mean, how
They
just
could
might as well give
dramatically
up
undermine
breathing.
public safety in our city. Everything again.
Mayor Johnson, same question.
It certainly will undermine community safety if the
Mayor
federal
Wu,
government
same
undermines
question.
Still do
the
memes
investments of
though,
people in
right?
Chicago.
It
Right?
would undermine our safety too.
So we're trying to make your cities more safe, but there's a bill here in the name of making your cities more safe actually makes your cities less safe. Would you agree with that, Mayor Johnson?
Yes, sir, I would.
Mayor Johnson, same
Yes.
question. Mayor Wu,
Yes.
same question. And I think this bill
you,
is
Eric
actually in a way
Adams.
extortion, because you're basically trying to take away funding from a city if they don't do what the administration wants you to do. But you know, let's talk about extortion for a minute. Mayor Adams, I think everyone's a little bit concerned about the timeline of events that has
did
led
this?
to your case being dropped. And so, Mayor Adams, did you meet with Tom
Yeah,
Homan
until
on
you have your
December 12th
ashes,
of
you're not
last year?
really officially in Lent.
Did President Trump say publicly that he considered pardoning you 4 days after that meeting? Yes or no?
I don't recall what the president said in regards to that.
Well, he did. In January, did you meet with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
In this meeting, did you talk about immigration enforcement with the president?
Talk about immigration in general.
What was that? What did you talk about when it comes to immigration?
Just how important it is to secure the border, and they were able to do so. We saw a 90% decrease, and I see that on my streets every day.
Did you talk about your pending case with the DOJ?
No, I did not.
So the case did not come out. Have you ever talked about your case with the DOJ with the president?
No more than what you heard him on the trail said that he thought it was important.
I haven't heard much. Tell me, have you ever talked about the president, talked about your case in the DOJ with the president?
Yeah, as I indicated previously, I'm going to say it again. This case is in front of Judge Ho, and out of deference to him.
Have you
he's
ever
allowed-
talked about your case with anyone in the Trump administration?
I'm going to say this again. This case is in front of Judge Ho, and out of deference to Judge Ho, he is going to determine the outcome of this case.
That's not
Oh
answering the question. I'm
my
going to ask one more
God.
time. Have you ever talked about this case with anyone in the Trump administration?
This case is in front of Judge Ho, and out of deference to Judge Ho is going to decide the outcome of this case.
I think Mayor Adams is not answering the question because he probably has. And I think there's a pretty clear timeline here that indicates that a case is being dropped in the name of trying to appease the president, who seems to be okay with what's going on. And so look, we can talk about the policy, but I think there's a bigger problem here of public extortion and almost an endorsement of this extortion, and it's becoming the norm for this administration. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons from South
is.
Carolina.
Ask
Mr. Chairman, before you
Colorado.
go, I have a unanimous consent request, please.
Mr. Spansbury, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 4 articles I would like to enter into the record titled "The Mythical Tie Between Immigration and Crime. Undocumented immigrants half as likely to be arrested for violent crimes. Immigrants significantly less likely to commit crimes," and one titled "Showing Data About U.S.-Born Citizens More Likely to Commit Murder." And Mr. Chairman, I do ask that you do respect my colleagues on this side of the aisle, parliamentary.
Without
rights
objection, so ordered,
to
your unanimous
enter,
consents
use
are
these.
put into the
You did
record,
cut
and
off Ms.
only
Presley
titles are
while
required.
She was
And
making
once
her
you start
request.
filibustering, you become out of order.
I am not filibustering.
I'm just saying
I
the
am
last
asking that you
member on your
that
side was filibustering.
She was not. She had
Yes, she
more
was.
articles
And now
than
you're
Mr.
filibustering. Chair
Chairman.
recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak directly to all 4 of the mayors. Y'all did the best you could with bad situations. You did. The former president let in, I don't even know what number to use, Some places use 8 million, some people use
It's the
16,
tiny penis
20,
tip
whatever
guy.
the number is.
Oh, he
And
might
so
look
each
really
of
good with
you
the eyes,
had an
actually,
influx
huh?
of illegal immigrants
yeah,
into your
perfect.
cities.
Well, almost,
and you have
but, you know, good
federal,
enough.
state, and local statutes that you have to deal with. An untenable situation was created. I want to go one by one. Mayor Adams, how many illegal immigrants were present in New York City
I love these. I love the
in the last 4
Dems.
years? How many people did you have to deal with?
Especially the young
230,000.
Dems.
All right, so, and that's 230,000 people that were using your limited resources that American
the balls
citizens
were
are
right
entitled
there.
to,
Yeah.
but you were actually required under local ordinance or under state law to provide services to them. They're not supposed to be here. They're not supposed to be here because we have borders.
Could put them on top of his head.
Mayor Johnston, how many
Oh my
illegal
God.
immigrants
Sit
did you
still,
have to deal with
Timmons.
over the last 4
Jesus.
years?
Thank you, sir. We had 42,000 newcomers arrive over.
42,000?
42,000?
How many illegal immigrants did you have to deal with over the last 4 years?
Over the last 4 years, there were roughly 50,000 asylum seekers bused from the state of Texas to the city of Chicago.
And you know why that Texas did that? Because 10, 12, 15 million people were in Texas. and
Yeah,
they had
just
to
think
deal with
about
the same
poor
problem you
Texas.
did, and they thought it was
Think
appropriate
about poor
that
Texas.
everyone should have to
Could they have called you?
share this burden.
No.
Mayor Wu, how many
There
did
wasn't
Boston
any
have,
time.
over the last 4 years?
People were
We don't
already
ask
on the
about
buses
immigration
when the
status
time they
and
realized they were on their
people
way
that
to
I don't have that
you.
number.
Okay, well, we'll say at least tens of thousands. So all of you have
Yeah,
limited
they couldn't
resources,
call you and
limited tax
coordinate.
dollars to
No.
spend to
No, it was
serve
much
your
better
community.
for
And there's
everybody if they
people
just
that
put
have
them on
a
buses and
disproportionate
planes in the
need,
middle
and
of the
you
night
have obligations to serve them more.
and
if they
landed.
are struggling, if they
I mean, that was better.
do not have income, if
Yeah,
they
the
are
balls were
jobless.
right there.
So
Actually,
you
the balls would
have
be good
limited
here, huh?
resources, and all
Hold
of
on,
you
I've got
had
this.
problem.
I've got this.
And
Yeah, here we go.
we've been
Here we
saying
go.
for the last 4
I mean,
years
the balls
that
go
this is
under the
all
penis.
because Joe Biden and his policies were allowing lawlessness at our southern border, which allowed millions of people into this country. Mayor Johnston, did you say anything to the Biden administration? Did you say, we're struggling, we can't make ends meet, we can't serve our citizens because of your open southern border? Did you, Mayor Johnston?
Eat the balls.
Yes, Congressman, I did reach out to the Biden administration
I
about
don't
that.
want to
Did you
put the balls on
publicly
anybody
address
nice.
this? Did you ever challenge them and say, this is ridiculous, secure the southern border?
This is
What we
ridiculous.
focused on, sir, was the biggest challenge we were facing was folks needed the right to work. They
I
came to our
couldn't
city.
find anything where you told the Biden administration
Oh,
that they
damn.
are wrong for their border policy. Mayor
in.
Johnson, did you publicly attack the president?
I have balls under my
President
chin.
Biden in the last 4 years because he let
Harry.
millions of people into this country and it hurt your constituents.
I'm so
Did you publicly attack
excited.
him for his policies?
So I publicly called
Did you say
for
secure the damn border? No.
publicly called for Congress to pass comprehensive
Yeah.
immigration
Okay, we'll get to
reform.
that in a second.
And that
Mayor
did
Wu,
not happen.
Did you ever publicly attack the open border policies
Oh my
of the previous
God.
administration?
What is the point
Congressman,
with
in
you
fact,
guys?
we hosted
That
the
sounds like a
former Secretary
feeling.
of DHS in Boston so that he could see the impact.
To talk about
of
how we
our
need
residents.
legislation, I'm sure. Mayor Adams,
What?
did you ever publicly attack President Biden
Dun dun
his open
dun.
border
I think he did
policy?
actually. I think he actually
yes, In
did.
addition to having $7 billion out of our tax base.
Did you see what his administration did to political opponents? Did you see what they did to President Trump?
Have you seen what?
I mean, I guess you're
did you
standing up
see
for
what
your
he
people.
told the mayor of
I
or
admire
mayor?
that.
Did you see what he told the governor of Maine? She'd never work again in
For
this
the last
town.
4 years, I heard how Congress needed to spend
So,
tens
let's
of
talk
billions
about
of dollars
that
to
for a
secure the
minute,
southern
penis
border. We
tip.
had to change policies. We
Wait,
had to
you
do
need your
all this
balls.
nonsense.
Let me. I found your balls,
We just needed a new
Timmons.
president.
I found your balls.
Last month, we had the lowest number of border crossings in decades.
Oh wait, here.
And
if
I
it
can
goes
promise you
there,
this,
that's probably
gonna
like
continue
more visually.
Because our
Oh,
president
he just won't stop
has
moving. I'm
always had
sorry,
the
everybody.
ability to stop this.
I might need to
And
just make
the only one of you that stood
I
up
made them
to the
bigger.
previous administration was under investigation
There we go.
shortly thereafter. Weird how that happens.
Well, is
We're
it
turning
weird
the page
or is it
Going forward,
like
each
law?
of you need to
I don't-
cooperate to the
don't know.
fullest extent of your ability.
I think
with President Trump, with ICE, with all federal laws to make sure that
I think
you
you
can
have.
secure
I think
your
you
people
guys
and
have
stop
Trump
spending
derangement
billions
syndrome.
of taxpayer dollars on people that do not deserve it. Your
What?
constituents deserve
They
those
are their
resources,
constituents.
not the people that enter this country illegally. With
What?
that, Mr.
They
Chairman, I yield
contribute
back.
to the community.
Gentleman, yield back. Chair
God, what a
recognizes Ms.
dick you are.
Ansari from
Why are you
Arizona.
such a dick?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Trump has talked a big game about how he wants to allegedly make our cities and communities safer. He says he wants to get violent criminals off the streets, and he thinks that mass deportations are the way to do it. He sent ICE and Border Patrol agents after our Native American communities, parents and children, and law-abiding American citizens who are targeted simply because of the color of their skin or the language that they're speaking. The chaos and the fear that this has instilled pits neighbor against neighbor, creates more distrust in law enforcement, and puts us all in danger. Mayor Wu, first of all, congratulations on your baby. What have you been hearing from communities in Boston? Are people fearful of engaging with law enforcement?
In Boston, because our laws are what they are, we have very strong relationships with our community, and that's why we've been able to continue making progress on being the safest major city in the nation. But we do hear that people are afraid of the federal government, and it's including people who are immigrants, but also U.S. citizens. That fear is widespread.
Thank you. Perhaps most disturbing, President Trump has diverted critical Homeland Security investigation agents to work on immigration enforcement. That means they're no longer investigating violent crimes like human trafficking, child pornography, and the flow of fentanyl in our communities, putting our entire country at greater risk. That means fewer violent criminals, pedophiles, and drug runners being apprehended, not more. Once again, Republicans are making life easier for criminals at the expense of victims, actually making our communities less safe. Mr. Beer, question for you. What effect do you think that assigning DHS agents to deportations is going to have on public safety?
Well, it's an extremely negative effect, and it's not just limited to DHS. He's pulling in FBI, ATF, DEA. They're all being diverted off their primary missions to crack down on criminal gangs and criminal organizations in the United States.
I bet you he's really fun at happy hour, right? He's probably like the cut up
in the United States.
At happy hour.
Government is being diverted to mass deportation right now.
The Phoenix police chief has stated, we work with our federal partners all the time to work on criminal issues, not civil immigration issues. That will continue to be the stance of the Phoenix Police Department. I can tell you during my time on the Phoenix City Council, I served on the Public Safety and Justice Subcommittee. I heard constantly from our police force that they are understaffed and need to focus their resources on violent crime. But President Trump has also tried to force municipalities to divert their law enforcement personnel to aid in mass deportations. Diverting city police to deportations would mean that our officers are spending less time investigating murders, rapes, and robberies. Now, I want to shift to the economy. Mayor Wu, would you agree that local leaders and public safety officials who hear directly from constituents about public safety know better what your city needs to focus on than the White House does? And also, are you worried about ICE raids and the impact that it will have for businesses and economic prosperity?
Yes, our local community knows best, and we can tell you in Boston, over our history, it has not been the word of presidents or kings or presidents who think they are kings that set what happens. It is our residents.
And Mr. Beer, can you tell us more on what the economic impacts like food prices and housing costs of mass deportations would be and how this could affect a city like Phoenix?
About half the cost of the fruits and vegetables on your in your grocery store is coming from the labor of immigrants and other workers at our farms. So it's an extremely important component of our agricultural production in the United States. If you look at where these people have gone, they have gone into the sectors where there is no work visa. There is no legal immigration option for employers to hire in these sectors. That is why we had so many people come, because of the labor needs of the United States.
Thank you so much. I truly want to thank the mayors for being here and taking on these ridiculous attacks on our local officials. You know what is best for your communities and the people that you represent. You know better than Donald Trump. You know better than Tom Homan. You know better than Stephen Miller. So thank you so much. And finally, I'd like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record, first, a report published by the American Immigration Council titled Mass Deportation, Devastating Cost to America, Its Budget, and the Economy, and second, a Center for American Progress report titled Trump's Rash Immigration Actions, Place Cruelty and Spectacle Above Security.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I yield back to the ranking member.
Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman. This is my third term on the Oversight Committee. We've been talking about illegal immigration and oversight
Well,
the
you should
entire
have passed the
time.
bill last
I
year then,
remember we
shithead.
had a group of this committee that went down to the El Paso section of the border. This was back in February, March of 2021. And during that time period, we were at one of the holding centers.
Good for you.
And there were these buses that were coming to the detention facility, and they were picking up 30 kids, 50 kids at random, walking out of
Is
the
he going to
facility.
do the 300,000
And when I
kids
went over
thing?
To question
Am I going to
the
have
bus
to
driver
debunk this
that
again?
was transporting these kids, border agents told me, as a member of Congress, that you're not allowed to question the bus driver. And of course, people knowing me, I didn't take no for an answer, and I repeated the question. And I was told that this bus of children was leaving El Paso and going to San Diego. And so what was occurring under the Biden administration is that they were busing unaccompanied minors all across the United States for one reason and one reason only.
I would like to see
And that
your
was because
evidence, sir.
They did not want the press to see the
No,
pictures.
I
of
would like
kids
to,
in cages.
because I'm going
They
to
did not want
debunk
to
all of
see
that. Hold on.
Our borders
Hold
being
my
overrun.
joint.
They wanted to disperse that problem all through the United States. That is the reckless history of illegal immigration under Joe Biden and the Democrat Party. Mayor Johnston of Denver, you lamented earlier that there were 10 to 11 buses coming per day to your city. Did you ever talk to Joe Biden about why this was happening to your community?
Thank you, Congressman. I both reached out to Governor Abbott from Texas. He didn't respond, and I did.
Why would
talk-
you reach out to Governor Abbott of Texas when it is Joe Biden, the former commander-in-chief, that opened up our borders? Why didn't you talk to him?
Well, our buses directly were being sent from Governor Abbott in Texas, so that was why we reached out to say we're happy to collaborate on a coordinated entry system. We understand no one state or no one city should bear the entire brunt of this, but let's collaborate. But I did.
So I'm glad
communicate
you said that, because that brings me to my next point. Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis, when they started moving illegal aliens out of their states who were bearing the brunt of what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were doing, and they've sent them to Denver, they sent them to Chicago, they sent them to New York, they sent them to Martha's Vineyard. The reason why they did that is because you four could hide behind the realities of illegal immigration on border towns all through our country.
These guys need to
and on
calm
cities
down,
and states who
right?
did not
Step
want
away
to
from the
see illegal
ketamine
immigration, but did
that he
not
gave
have the
you,
political
and
representation
just calm
to
the
go
fuck
to
down.
the White House. And only when it showed up on your doorstep did you get upset. Mayor Johnston, coming back to you.
I'm actually going to make him quiet. I'm sorry. I'm going to read to you. This claim, the 300,000 children.
on all newcomers, whatever their status was. It's around 79 million since 2022.
79 million. Mayor Johnson, Chicago. How much has the city of Chicago spent on illegal immigration?
Oh, my God, we've already asked this. This claim misrepresents information in an August report published by the Department of Homeland Security's Office of the Inspector General, which faulted, in fact, I'm gonna turn them way down, which faulted Immigration and Customs Enforcement for failing to consistently monitor the location and status of unaccompanied migrant children once they are released from federal government custody. But it gets better. It gets better. The report noted, of the 300,000 number that they throw around, this is important. The report noted that more than 291,000 unaccompanied migrant children had not, as of May 2024, received a notice to appear in court. So they didn't even receive a notice. They're not missing. It gets better. Additionally, more than 32,000 unaccompanied migrant children got a notice to appear but failed to show up for immigration court hearings. Those figures came from ICE and covered a period of October 2018 to September 2023. During that period, there was a total of 448,820 unaccompanied children released by ICE to the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Refugee Resettlement. But experts say it's a stretch. This is not a missing kids problem. It's a missing paperwork problem. Jonathan Bayer, Associate Director of Research for the Acacia Center for Justice Unaccompanied Children Program, wrote in an email.
Friedman said.
Oh my God. Okay. Plus, President Joe Biden only entered the White House partway through this period. It includes approximately 15 months when Trump was president, does not specify how many children arrived in the U.S. under each president. Experts say this is the important part. Oh, okay, can we? No, I don't want. No! I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. You guys are terrible. I don't want to do it. I'm going to exit because I don't know what that means. Okay, sorry. Oh my God, fuck. I hate these fucking things. Get out of here. I don't care about the dolphin.
Created classes of criminals for people, citizens who just
Fuck you. Okay, fine. The llama's great. Whatever. God damn. All right, let me get back down to here. I'm so sorry. Okay. Experts say there are many reasons why the children might not have appeared for hearings or received a notice to appear in the first place. For example, they only get a notice to appear when removal proceedings against them have begun. They only get a notice to appear when removal proceedings against them have begun. And if ICE hasn't started that removal process, they wouldn't have gotten a notice in the first place. A lack of communication between government agencies could mean a notice is sent to the wrong address if it's been updated with one agency and not another. Oh boy, does that ever happen? A child's guardian may be unable to take them to court, perhaps because they live on the other side of the state. The report doesn't provide any explanation. All of these factors can explain some of the deficiencies, and a conclusion that the children are missing could be very premature, said Raul Pinto, Deputy Legal Director for Transparency at the American Immigration Council. Harmon Hills, an ICE spokesperson, said the agency agreed with the Inspector General's recommendations to improve information sharing within ICE and externally with HHS, but disagreed with the suggestion that the children are missing. We're concerned that the report's findings are misleading. This is ICE. Okay. We just what? Lost another Texas Dem? Okay. We're concerned that the report's findings are misleading and may be misconstrued because they fail to acknowledge key facts. Hill said ICE does not generally issue court notices to unaccompanied children until after they've been placed with sponsors who've been vetted by HHS so that they can get settled and seek legal help. Representatives for everybody didn't even comment. An unaccompanied migrant child is defined as someone who's under 18, lacks immigration status, has no parent or guardian in the country to take custody of them. When they're apprehended by the department, they're transferred to the ORR, the Office for Refugee Resettlement. I have worked with the ORR. I understand what they do. Rep. Turner. Oh. They are then placed in the least restrictive setting that is in the best interest of the child. That can mean shelters, foster care, or residential treatment centers, among other options. If possible, children are released to sponsors, often family members who can care for them. Removal proceedings may be initiated by ICE and the Department of Justice. Some children are able to stay if they qualify for asylum, special visas, etc. Here's the thing. The Office of Refugee Resettlement is exactly that. It resettles refugees. So it just may be that the data is not available as to where these children have been resettled. It is a paperwork problem. It's not true. It's just not true.
When cities use their discretion,
so,
and Mr. Byers, a quick question for you. Do you believe that this
let me turn these guys down. Oh, wait. Mr. Bell, hold on. I'm gonna pause him because I'd like to hear his. So I'll pause him for a second, and then we'll read about Rep. Turner. Representative Sylvester Turner passed away last night. He was also at Trump's joint address to Congress last night and cut this video. Wild. Rest in peace. Hold on.
Tonight for the State of the Union. Angela,
oops.
This is Angela Hernandez, my guest tonight for the State of the Union. Angela is here.
Hold on. I'm so sorry.
This is Angela Hernandez, my guest tonight for the State of the Union. Angela is here to advocate on the importance of Medicaid.
I'm Angela. I'm from Houston, District 18. My daughter is Baisley Garcia. She's 2 years old. She has a rare genetic disorder, chromosome 8p, inversion, duplication, deletion. Causes a lot of developmental and medical challenges. So losing Medicaid would be devastating to us.
So please let people know, don't mess with Medicaid. This is Angela Hernandez, my guest tonight for the State of the Union. Angela is here to advocate on the importance of Medicaid.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible service. Thanks for sharing that, Oomph. Wow. Terrible. I came to a conclusion a long time ago that everything Republicans say, if it sounds ridiculous, it is ridiculous. Exactly. It just Turner's the one that replaced Sheila Jackson Lee. Oh, okay. Mexico just shut down its border with the U.S.? What? What? Tariffs, tariffs. It's just not updating for me. Okay, let me go back to this. Well, thank you. My God, Representative Turner, I salute you. I salute you for being such a stalwart for good and decent people. I'm sorry that's how you had to spend your last evening, although you certainly gave everything for others. And credit to Teresa, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, Teresa. T, always on it. All right. Let's hear from Mr. Bell.
The American people. So as a former prosecutor, I recognize policing and community relationships go hand in hand. You have to have them in order to be effective with law enforcement. And to get bad people off the streets who are not going to commit a crime in front of a police officer, oftentimes it's our people in our communities who can help get those
unbelievable.
People off the street by sharing and cooperating with law enforcement. But that starts with trust and understanding. As a former prosecutor, limited resources. We have to be considerate of how we utilize those resources. And so my first question, Mr. Byron, I'm going to go quick because I want to try to get to y'all. Why will requiring a local police department to honor extrajudicial ICE detainers or risk losing federal funding make our cities less safe?
Well, you're taking resources away from whatever the higher priority is. So if you're talking about carrying out mass deportation and having state and local police detain people who are not public safety threats, then you're talking about in New York City, they're spending $1,500 a day on a bed. So that's $1,500 taken away from other public safety priorities.
Absolutely. And Mayor Wu, and congratulations again as well.
Thank you.
And first, you're welcome for St. Louis born and bred Jason Tatum. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why is it in Boston's best interest to make sure people who are experiencing domestic violence or are victims of violent crime feel comfortable coming forward to law enforcement with the knowledge that local police are not reporting them to ICE?
We need those who have information. We need those who are victims and survivors of crime to know that they can come forward and get the help that they need. And when that happens, we keep everyone safer.
Absolutely. And many law enforcement agencies have articulated that their primary responsibility is to keep communities safe by focusing on violent crime and public safety threats. However, deputizing requires officers to take on federal immigration duties, diverting resources and personnel from their core mission. So when cities use their discretion, and Mr. Byers, this is a quick question for you, do you believe that this additional burden makes communities safer, or does it risk overextending local departments at the expense of addressing serious crimes?
I think states are best positioned to answer that question. It certainly can. if you're imposing a mandate that is distracting from their public safety mission. And it's interesting to note that the majority's bill on this, H.R. 32, has an exception written in there for witnesses and victims of crimes. If you don't report them, it's okay under that bill, except no one's walking around with a victim or witness badge on them. So when a police shows up and responds to a call, they don't know who's a witness or victim. So the idea that, you can just cordon that off and put that to the side doesn't hold up.
I appreciate that. I'm just short on time. And Mayor Johnson, I have two quick questions for you, and you can give them the weight that you decide to give them. First, who has more world championships, the Cardinals or the Cubs? Mayor Adams, I don't want you in on that one. Can you tell us about the ways in which Chicago cooperates with federal law enforcement?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Violent crime in the city of Chicago is down. It continues to go down in my leadership because of our investments. Having trust between community and police, local police, is attributed to that. And our local police department allies and cooperates with federal agents around human trafficking, drug trafficking, getting guns off the street, getting gangs off the streets of the city of Chicago, and it has worked. And the first black first lady in the history of Chicago is a Cardinals fan. Shout out to Hazelwood East.
Hey, that's my school. Thank you. I yield back to the ranking member.
And it's the Yankees.
No questions for you, Mr. Adams.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Luna from Florida.
Mayor Wu, does the Boston Trust Act restrict communication with federal immigration authorities regarding individuals' immigration status, yes or no?
We do not collect immigration status in law enforcement.
I'd just like to point out, and Mr. Chairman, if I could enter the Boston Trust Act into the record.
So what?
Mr. Chairman.
And?
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. On section 4AA.
Oh, here we go.
A law enforcement official and employment of the city department, agency, or commission shall not, and then A, inquire of an individual on his or her immigration status. Under Title 8
So
U.S. Code,
following the law? I thought she was going to get her.
Stipulates that local governments cannot prohibit or restrict communication.
I thought I was
with
going
federal
to get
immigration
her.
authorities regarding individuals' immigration status.
What?
So your enforcement of this
Luna,
act is in direct
that was your big
violation of that
moment.
statute.
I was
Can you please
waiting for
confirm?
you to really.
That is not
Thank
the
you,
truth.
ma'am. That's a U.S. code. I don't know about you, but U.S. code does not lie.
We do not ask about
Mayor
immigration
Johnson, I'm not
status, and
talking
that is
to you
what
anymore.
makes
Next
us safe as a
question,
city.
Mayor Johnston, you said in your testimony that the
Wait,
first
what?
step you took after illegal aliens arrived was to
spoke over
provide
that.
them with housing. Is that correct, yes or no?
Folks that were on the streets freezing to death, we gave access to shelter. Yes, we did.
Thank you. Not to be rude here, but you have a good understanding of what the definition of harboring is, correct?
I do.
Okay. For those that might not, harboring means to knowingly or recklessly provide shelter or place to stay for an illegal
Well, I don't think it was
alien.
very
And
reckless.
according to Title 8 of U.S. Code subsection 1324, that is also a federal crime. Just to
I don't
be
think
clear,
you. Oh, see,
did
I
you
think
also
she's
say that you
pushing
would
these
be willing to go
definitions.
to jail to stop deportation efforts?
I did say that
Is
I'd be
that
willing
her
to
real
stand up
name?
for all
Wait,
of our
what?
residents, and the context was that was the point at which the administration was threatening to deploy the U.S. military to streets of our cities to
Okay.
pull kids out of schools and churches,
Thank
so we
you.
were worried about that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record
Wait,
an
what?
article from CBS.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. In this, it says, Johnston said earlier this week that he's willing to use civil disobedience and, if necessary, going to jail to stop deportations.
Oh, Meyerhofer. Oh,
My
okay.
final question
I just wasn't
would
sure what was
be for
happening.
you,
So
Mr. Mayor Johnson.
take it back.
Do you believe that Chicago's welcoming city ordinance encourages illegal aliens to enter the United States, specifically into Chicago? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So you don't believe that banning the transfer of individuals into ICE custody for the purpose of civil immigration enforcement encourages illegal immigration into Chicago? Or how about agencies, sorry, one second, or agents not being able to stop, arrest, or detain individuals based solely on their immigration status or administrative warrant?
But they know that. Are they wearing a shirt that has that? Stupid
To me,
cunt.
after this line of questioning,
Due
it's
process,
very clear
bitch.
that these policies that you have all implicated are active and alive and well in your cities.
No, you've
are in
misunderstood
direct
them and you've
violation with
misapplied
US
them to
Title
their
8
actions.
Code subsection 1324,
So there.
and it is a federal offense. But you all speak about a broken immigration system, and yet here you guys are aiding and
Here you
abetting the
guys.
entire process. I want to be
You
very clear about
guys.
something. Open border policies, which
They're
is
not
something
aiding
that
and
you guys are
abetting. So I
talking
understand, Chuds, you want to believe
both sides,
Looney,
people that are coming here
but she's an
illegally,
idiot
and
and
then
she's an
American
actress
citizens as well.
and she's not
I
real.
do not think you guys are bad people, but I think that you are ideologically misled
Well,
which is why,
we think you're
unfortunately, based
ideologically
on your
misled. Well, I guess
responses,
we're at an
I'm
impasse.
going to be criminally referring you to the Department of Justice for investigation. And as soon as I leave here, these will be going over to Pam Bondi. I'm not doing that in an effort to bully you guys, but I do believe that
just
your policies
did!
are hurting the American people, and you can make that known with the evidence that you can present to the Department of Justice. But if you guys continue doing what you're doing, you're not going to help anyone. You're going to hurt more people, and that's exactly why I'm tired of it. The American people are tired of it. And Chairman, I yield my time.
Shut the
would you
fuck
yield
up,
your
you
last
stupid ass
minute?
Yes, sir.
whore bag.
Mayor Adams, you were one of the first mayors in what the media refers to as a
Wow.
blue city.
There's no bottom,
typically,
Huns.
That came
There's
out
just
and,
no bottom.
and raised concerns about the influx
bottom.
of illegals pouring into the city of New York. Could you answer the question, what that did to New York City from a budgetary standpoint?
Well,
Let's not
apparently,
even talk about crime.
you're only going to talk about the guy that you have something on. Okay, I get it.
The citizens of New York City.
Okay.
As I indicated.
By the
Mr.
way,
Chairman,
Eric Adams is
we
not a
spent,
Democrat,
$6.9
okay? He's a
billion,
piece of shit.
And the long-term impact of that is extremely significant. After COVID, we had a large number of children who was chronically absent. We could have taken $200 million of that and dealt with that. We have a real mental health crisis in our city. We could have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on that. And so the long-term impact of spending $6.9 billion is going to
been Maya
have serious
Wiley.
ramification on the future of New York City.
Should have been
so it's
Maya
more than
Wiley.
just what happened last year or this year. It is what
Where's
is going
my
to impact us
laptops?
long-term.
Borough President
And I think that's
Adams.
One of the
I met
purposes
him when
of
he
this
was
hearing,
Brooklyn
to
Borough
talk
President.
about the consequences from
He's like an
cities that
oligarch. He
have
walked around always
huge
with this entourage.
illegal
Fucking
alien
pain in the ass.
populations. So Chair now recognizes
Everything
Ms.
wasn't just
Presley
a
from
photo op.
Massachusetts.
It was so gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Wu, I am grateful for our long-standing partnership in public service. I'm
Pull your
grateful,
microphone
to be your
closer.
Congresswoman,
Please.
as well as your constituent. Can I get that time back? All right. Again, grateful for our longstanding partnership in public service, grateful to be your Congresswoman, and grateful to be your constituent. It's clear my colleagues across the aisle didn't do their homework because the fears and division they're trying to project onto Boston are really the stuff of Fox News fever dreams. Our city is vibrant, our city is diverse, our city is beautiful. Mayor Wu, immigration is central to the economic success of Boston, is it not?
Absolutely. All of our key industries, whether it's healthcare, life sciences, higher education, financial services, everything that we do depends on immigrant residents and the contributions that they make.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, immigration defines Boston. For generations, our city has been shaped by people who have endured incredible hardships to arrive at our shores seeking a better life. They drove taxis, opened restaurants, studied at our schools, built homes, repaired our roads and bridges, cared for patients, cleaned offices, built businesses, provided essential early education and childcare for our babies. There is no doubt immigration is essential to the success of Boston, but there is, in fact, a dark threat looming over this great city. That threat is the racist and xenophobic anti-immigrant policies coming from this Trump White House. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this Boston Globe article titled, "They're Going to Deport Us. Trump's immigration policies prompt some children to skip school."
Without objection, so ordered.
Yeah, be
Mayor,
nice,
I've been,
Comer.
speaking to principals and educators
I
in
think someone
Boston
must have spoken
at
to him.
various, roundtables and town halls that I've convened, and the stories are heartbreaking. Elementary school children are crying in their teachers' arms, fearful that they're going to lose their parents to cruel and unjust deportation raids. Mayor Wu, last week I met with an esteemed doctor from a local Boston hospital who reported that follow-up appointments in her clinic have seen a 200% spike in no-shows and cancellations. Her assessment, her patients are missing critical care like dialysis, prenatal care, and chemotherapy because of a fear of immigration raids in our hospitals and healthcare settings. Mayor Wu, do you agree with this healthcare provider?
Absolutely. We hear it from our shared constituents. People are afraid, and that is having huge impact on their daily lives when they're just trying to do right and be a good example for their kids as they pursue the American dream.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article titled Fearful Amid ICE Crackdown, Some Immigrants Are Skipping Health Care.
Without objection, so ordered.
So here we have a man who thinks he is king, screaming anti-immigrant slurs from the Oval Office and what it has done to make Boston safer. Nothing, not a thing. But it has traumatized our kids, cost our elders their dialysis, delayed cancer patients' chemotherapy, and struck fear into the heart of hardworking people who not only contribute immensely to our city and our community, but whose labor and contributions are also essential to the very functions of daily life in our great city. The members of this committee would be well served by learning from our esteemed mayor, but a teach-in is not the charge of this committee. Remind my colleagues, this committee's purpose is oversight. The only person who has something to answer for is Donald Trump. He is single-handedly decimating decades of economic
Eric's
progress,
like,
vilifying our immigrant neighbors, and disregarding the Constitution and basic decency daily. This man points to our most vulnerable, scapegoats them for every hardship, while he himself is actually the source of the hardship that the American people are experiencing. My colleagues don't really care about criminality. If you really cared about criminality, you would do something about Elon Musk's power grab, stealing our data. You would do something about efforts to defund the National Institutes of Health cancer research. If you really cared about criminality, you would do something about people that want to rob our babies of food. Make it make sense. My Republican colleagues across the aisle believe a 6-year-old from El Salvador who wants to go to school and a mom who fled violence in Haiti are the reason that the cost of eggs are too damn high. And your housing and gas will follow suit shortly because of these Donald Trump tariffs. The shameful Republican ripoff slashing away at basic government services to line the pockets of Donald Trump's buddies so they can buy toy yachts and rocket ships. It is a shame and a sham. America has a problem, and it is Donald Trump. And if my colleagues really cared about criminality, they would do something about him. I'm grateful that the people of Boston and my mayor stand with their neighbors from
Trump
every
just
walk of
exempted
life.
autos from the tariff?
Chair
I
recognizes
wonder if
Mr. Gill
Lee's
from Texas.
around.
Thank
Lee.
you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing on such an important topic.
Ayanna
Mayor
Pressley is
Johnson, I want to
amazing
start with you. One of your first
and
actions
stunning, but
as mayor
amazing.
was establishing a deputy mayor for immigrant, migrant, and refugee rights. I want to ask you a series
God,
of
it's this
questions.
douche whistle.
You can answer with a yes or no
Wait,
answer.
I've
That'd
got
be great.
something for you,
First of all,
Brandon.
do you support allowing illegal
Let's
aliens
go,
to
Brandon.
obtain driver's licenses?
Where are you?
Just yes or no.
No. What? What was the question? I don't know.
So
Where
the city
are
of
you,
Chicago has
Brandon?
been a welcoming city for over 40 years.
I'll take
policy,
that as a yes. Next question.
And that's
Do
the
you-
policy that we will hold to.
Do you
Yeah.
support tax dollars subsidizing or
Dollars.
paying for the health care of illegal aliens?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
support
I don't want
investments
sick
in all
people
residents
walking
and
around
people
my
of
city.
Chicago, and that's what I do.
That's a yes as well. Do you support free or reduced college for illegal aliens?
Again, I support the investments of all
He's
residents
married
of the people
to
of
Dinesh
Chicago.
That is
D'Souza's
a yes.
spawn.
Next question. Do you support
the evil
allowing
Danielle.
non-citizens to vote in local elections?
Look at his nipples are
Again,
really
I'm not
hard in that picture. That's kind of
Over
weird.
the
Well, look how high his
jurisdiction of
nipples
that
are.
Type of law, but
Isn't that
again,
kinda
I'm
weird?
committed to investing
kinda
in all
weird?
residents of the people.
That's
I'll
kinda
take
weird,
that as a
right?
yes, I've got an article from the Chicago Sun-Times, and I'll quote
He's like
here
a fucked
briefly.
up Nazi
Johnson
Clark Kent.
proposed, among
If
other
Clark
things,
Kent
that
were a
all
Nazi,
residents,
this guy'd be
regardless
it.
of citizenship
Central
status,
casting.
be able to vote for Chicago Board of Education members. Next question. Your website states, and this is your campaign website, quote, "I will not stop fighting until abortion access is completely secure for people all over the country," end quote. Yes or no, do you support taxpayer-funded abortions for illegal aliens?
I support the reproductive rights of all people.
Nipple.
That is a yes as well.
He had his pecs
Your
lifted.
mayoral transition website mentions support
pecs
for
lifted.
creating a Chicago
And my
Board of
nipples under
Education
my-
non-citizen
under my
advisory board. Again, yes or no, do you support
Oh, yeah, this is very
appointing
popular.
non-citizens to
Very
government
popular.
advisory
Very
boards?
popular.
I
Makes
was
you look
invited here
young.
today to discuss welcoming
yes
cities.
or no?
I was invited here to discuss welcoming
This
cities.
is a yes or no
If you're
question.
interested in asking me
You're not
questions
gonna
about the
filibuster.
welcoming
I'll
city,
take that as a
I'm
yes.
happy
We're
to
gonna
answer
move
those
on.
He's
questions.
done.
No, we're going to move on.
Mr. Johnston, he's just a Nazi.
As you
Just
know,
ignore
President
him.
Trump, unlike
Let's
the
punch
previous
Nazis.
administration, has taken serious action.
Hopefully somebody will punch him
to
on the way
bring
out. I don't know
foreign
who,
criminal
but
gangs to justice.
maybe
To
Danielle.
take
I don't know.
our border
I don't-
back
I don't
and
know
to
her life.
restore public safety in our communities.
I don't know
He
your life.
Designated 8 transnational criminal organizations and cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Oh my
These are
God, have
groups
you heard
like
about Oleg
Tren de
Deripaska?
Aragua, MS-13, Sonola, other of some of the most grotesque
He paid off an
and
FBI
ruthless and
agent.
brutal
Do you think we should look into Oleg
organizations in the
Deripaska, Mr.
world.
Gill?
You, as
Mr. Gill?
mayor of a sanctuary city, have been virtually giving favors
feel like I need
to
a little,
illegal
like,
aliens. Apparently, you
Notre
support
Dame,
an
you know,
enormous
what's that?
amount of taxpayer resources
Hunchback of
going
Notre
to them
Dame.
as well. But you yourself have also received a lot of gifts.
The
And for those of you who don't know, Mayor Johnson has a secret gift room that is not
Sanctuary.
given access to the
They
public
do have a
or
distinct
from
speech pattern.
or for
It's-
access to the Office of Inspector
I mean, I don't
General.
want to call them Nazis.
I'd like to ask
but,
you a
you
couple
know.
questions about that. Do you know
One more
everyone who's
moratorium.
given you a
Oh, more
gift
can.
since you
Put
became
kick in the
mayor?
can. Kick the
The city
can.
of Chicago has had
Kick
a
that
policy
can.
for
That's
40
a
years
yes or no question.
where there are individuals that would like to give
no,
gifts
I'm
to the
reclaiming
city
my
of
time.
Chicago.
I'm going to take that as
and
a
we
no.
do not accept
don't
those
keep
gifts. We
talking.
receive them on
No,
You're
behalf
scaring
reclaim
me.
my
of the
time
city
here.
of Chicago.
You're not going to filibuster here.
He's answering
When
the
did you become mayor?
question, stupid ass.
I was elected mayor of the city of Chicago in April of 2023, and I was sworn in
That's
May
good. On
15th
June
of
12th
2023.
On June 12th, 2023, you received Hugo Boss cufflinks and a personalized Mont Blanc pin. Do you know who gave you those?
So I did not receive those personally. The city of Chicago
You received those on behalf
and
of
that's
the city of
right, on
Chicago.
behalf of the city of Chicago.
I
as every
understand
mayor
the difference.
in the
Do you know
history of
who-
Chicago who has
you know who
provided
gave
gifts
those
to
to
the
the
city
city
of
of
Chicago.
Do you know who gave those to the city of Chicago?
Who?
So again, on behalf of the city of
Hugo
Chicago,
Boss?
there
It's
are
a yes or no question.
I do not accept. Those are not my
don't-
personal
so you
gifts.
don't know.
Those are the gifts of the
On-
city
on
of
March
Chicago.
18th, city.
And that's why you are aware
2024,
that they exist because they're
reclaim
within
my
the law.
time here,
Let's
sir.
look at his
On
money.
March 18th, 2024, you received a Gucci tote bag. Do you know who gave you that? Who gave the city of Chicago that?
Again, I was here and I was invited
I'll also
to
take that as
respond
no.
to the
On March
questions
19th,
around.
2024,
Can I see the
welcoming
Gucci
cities. I'm
tote
happy to
bag?
answer
I
any
mean,
of
I
those
just,
questions.
you know,
bag, a
I'm
Kate
kind of a
Spade
little
purse,
Gucci fan.
and Carucci shoes. Do you know who gave the city of Chicago those?
Again, I was
This is so
brought-
ridiculous.
I'll
I
take
brought
that
my
as a no.
energy
I'm
here
reclaiming my
to
time
respond
here, sir. I am
on behalf of the
reclaiming
city of
my time.
Chicago.
Oh, Brandon,
What a welcoming
This
city
you're
for
such
this
an
serious
city.
idiot.
concerns. You are providing
Brandon.
an enormous amount of aid to illegal aliens, aiding and abetting criminals who have come into our country illegally.
Can I borrow the
and
tote?
you yourself are receiving
My
an
wife
enormous
Danielle
amount of
really
gifts, and
loves
you won't even
Gucci.
tell us
Do you
who
think
they're
we could
coming
make
from.
a
That
deal?
raises
I'll stop being a
serious
dick.
ethical
We have a
concerns.
5-minute rule.
Yeah, there's a 5-minute rule for a
And
reason.
I'd like to
Sit
ask
down,
for
Daniel,
unanimous
or
consent to enter
Danielle,
into the
and
record the City of Chicago Office of Inspector General advisory concerning gifts accepted on behalf of the city.
I have my
Without
arm around my
objection,
wife,
so
but
ordered.
here I'm holding up a pamphlet.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Talib for 5 minutes.
I know.
Thank you, Mr.
What happened
Chair.
to the? What'd you do to
Mayor
the
Adams,
tariffs, Lee?
Since we're on the
What did you do to the auto
conversation
tariffs?
around, oversight, some misclaims here about corruption. I mean, do you agree, Mr. Mayor Adams?
Yes, I hear you. I hear you, Congresswoman.
Oh, okay. You weren't looking at me. That's why. It's okay. I'll speak louder if you want. Do you agree to
Actually,
a
that
quid
helps
pro
us,
quo deal
too.
to enforce the Trump administration's cruel immigration policy in exchange for protection from the federal corruption charges against you? And you are under oath.
She's
just as a
going hard.
reminder.
Congresswoman, there was no agreement. There was no quid pro quo, and I've done nothing.
Yeah.
nothing
So
wrong.
help me out here, though.
Wheel of
So
Force
the
on
Trump
the end of
official,
a
Tom
party.
Homan, we all know who he is. He said, "quote,"
That's
I'm
fucking
quoting him.
amazing.
If he doesn't come through, I'll be in his office, up his butt. Sorry, Chairman. Saying where the hell is the agreement we came to? End of quote. You're accusing the Trump administration for lying? Or, did they lie?
What agreement they're lying then?
Mr. Homeland and I both agree we will fight dangerous criminals, and we've never had any conversation about my case.
Okay. So Mayor Johnson and Johnson and Wu, I'm sorry, I can't get
You can just call it Chicago and Denver.
There you go. This is really important, you know, as a child of immigrants, and I think many of my colleagues on that side of the aisle have beautiful, diverse communities as well. And one of the things that I know happens when we try to have local law enforcement and local city officials, I mean, they even want treasury, folks that work for our city treasury, asking people for immigration status. That's what they would prefer.
See if he's ready.
You know, is that racial profiling? I mean, what do you do? Like, you wait for somebody to come, they have an accent, maybe they wear hijab, maybe they look a certain way. That's what they want you to do. That's what they're asking you to do, by the way. They want you all to basically do the job of what the federal government should be doing in regards to passing really comprehensive immigration reform, so families are not separated, because right now they're just, all they want to do is continue talking about enforcement. Guess what? The last 20 years it didn't work, did it? It isn't working. So one by one, if you can talk about that, because I know my mother, who's been here for over 50 years, is carrying her passport, her U.S. passport, for the first time in her life, and she ain't traveling nowhere out of the country. But she's carrying it because she knows her beautiful accent, it's beautiful, I love it, and just so fearful of being stopped and being asked her immigration status. She knows she'll be racially profiled, and she already feels unsafe in a community she lived in for over 50 years.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I would just agree. We don't think it's relevant to know someone's status when they come into a public library to check out a book, or if they come to the hospital for service, or if they come to register their child for school. The Constitution says you're entitled to an education. Our job is to provide it. So we think that's unnecessary, and it just scares people away.
Yeah, Mayor.
Yeah, allowing local law enforcement
I mean, is
in the
there a
city of
couture
Chicago to
line
focus on city priorities
that I'm not aware of?
as well as making sure that there's trust between our immigrant communities and all of our communities.
I've worked on
that-
domestic violence cases as a former immigration attorney.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, this is deadly for women being abused. Deadly.
It certainly engenders trust, and that's how we have driven crime down in the city of Chicago, because of that trust.
Mayor Wu.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Boston is proud to be the safest major city in the country, and we do not ask about immigration status when providing city services. We also are clear to all our residents that we do not care about immigration status when we hold people accountable for doing harm in the community as well.
Yeah, because when I hear sanctuary city, I hear anti-racial profiling. I really do. I hear like, okay, we're not here in the business of trying to enforce broken immigration laws that are inhumane, completely immoral right now. That's what I hear. And I, as a former immigration attorney, when I hear the story in Denver, and trust me, ICE is there waiting to pick them up. They sent 6 of them, and they couldn't handle 6 of them couldn't take this guy that they're supposed to pick up. Doesn't make any sense to me, because they're there. They're pretending they don't know that as a fact. But one of the things that bothers me about all of this is the executive order of rescinding the sensitive locations. Why this is important. They basically want to do immigration enforcement and racial profiling, and immigration enforcement that's race-based, because look at, I'm at the Canadian border in Detroit. Do you know the majority of people coming down undocumented is Canadian? But guess what? It's still the brown folks that are overwhelming. ACLU did a study, is overwhelming the ones being targeted, detained, and deported. And so for me, the sensitive location, this is hospitals, schools, you know, this is like funerals. This was all a policy in place to protect us from having our communities over police and militarized. Can you talk about the impact of that? And I have 22 more seconds because he went over. He went over 22 more seconds.
He spoke over him.
He went,
That was not
no, he
true.
didn't. No, I didn't. Chairman, I never spoke over him.
No, not you. The mayor spoke over Brandon.
Oh, well, I didn't. It doesn't matter. He went over 22 seconds.
But go ahead
I
and
just
ask your
want them to
question.
answer the question about the sensitive locations, because this is something we all should be scared of, because pastors are calling me because they're talking about churches being possibly having ICE agents show up at churches.
I can just say, Congresswoman, our fastest growing
Insider
church in
trading.
Denver went from 700 folks in the parishon to 5 after that announcement.
All right. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Mark
Chair
Zuckerberg has to
recognizes
sit
Mr.
for
Fallon
deposition
from
next
Texas.
Friday for as long as it
43
takes,
seconds. That's a deal.
even into 2 days.
Mr. Chairman,
Tied to
thank
paying
you.
government $5
Coming
billion
into
to
this
protect his
very
personal
important
stake
hearing,
in the company with
I suspected
insider
that
trading
Democrats
allegations.
would claim illegal immigrants pose
Crime,
no
crime,
danger
crime.
and would frame them as a
Crimey,
sympathetic
crime,
victim
crime.
class.
Hey, it's not Jimmy
completely-
Fallon.
And completely
Okay.
glaze over
Don't
the
think about it.
tremendous financial burden that mass unlawful migration
It's time
places on
for
the shoulders of the American
Dick
taxpayers.
on the
And furthermore, they would completely ignore the grave dangers that violent criminal illegals pose to all Americans.
and
would be
googly
Democrats would use
eyes.
spin
on
and
the
deflection
dick
and
on
woke
the
wonderment
chin.
and delusion. And some would even blatantly
It's the
lie.
balls in the
And as they so often do, the
yeah,
left
Lee, that's
did
what they
not
said.
disappoint. The first claim that we heard
Tariffs
was
on
there were
finished
ICE
autos.
agents ripping
Oh,
adorable
okay.
children off
Trump is
adorable
meeting with
school
Trudeau.
buses.
Oh God, please,
It
Trudeau,
was a
be
myth and
safe.
it
Don't
never
touch
happened.
him.
And what was the source
Don't
of this
touch
Democratic
him.
claim? One
No,
letter
I was
written
just
by
looking
one
at,
superintendent in a country of 13,000
I
school
didn't
districts.
listen to the SOTU.
And that letter
so
said that this
not
may
my problem. I should have probably
happen.
listened
Well,
to
I
some of
may
it.
start a business with flying monkeys
I
delivering
was looking
you
at the
fruit salads.
futures though, and the crypto and
I
shit.
may.
Everything's up. So
But it never happened. And
Not
the case
terribly
in point
much,
was
though.
Alice ISD. And
Dollar's
Mr. Chairman,
taking a
there was
beating.
another letter that Alice ISD sent, and I'm going to quote it. It said, "We have not had any Customs and Border Patrol enter
And the
or board
futures
buses,
are up
nor do
except
we
for
have any
crude
knowledge of
oil.
it happening
Crude
here
oil's down
or
a
in
little
any
bit.
other school district."
or whatever
It was
that's
a
worth.
Spin, it
Probably
was
nothing.
deflection, and it was a lie. Now, the most important thing that any elected official should focus on.
It's not immediately
to
clear
keep
whether just
our
vehicles will be
citizens
exempt or if
safe.
parts would all. Of
There's no
course
greater
it's
quality.
not.
Mayor Johnson, is Chicago a safe city?
Of
We are a
course it's
safer
not
city since I've been in
clear.
office. Crime
Safer
is down.
city. Okay, sir.
Crime is down
Sir, do you
over
know
20%.
that, sir, no, you're not
just
going to
this year
overtalk.
alone.
Mr. Chairman, I reclaim my time. You're not going to overtalk me.
These guys are
Brandon's,
such
he was
babies.
very nice, and he's a freshman. Not going to do that.
What are
In
you?
2022, I find it
Dick
interesting
face.
that you say Chicago's safe. You have a higher murder rate than Haiti. And the Biden administration put up a
By
travel
what
advisory
standard? Are you
saying
talking
to
about per
Americans, "Don't go
capita
to
or
Haiti."
something? I'm not
I
sure
hope
what
that
you're
the
talking
Trump
about.
administration
Oh wait, I got to
puts
get rid
up,
of these eyes and the balls.
A travel advisory saying, don't go to Chicago. In
What?
fact, the Haiti had a murder rate of 18.02%. Chicago has a murder rate of 18.26%.
Wait,
I can see
what?
why, sir, you have a 14% approval rating. Mayor Wu, you're a Democrat,
What?
yes?
Yes,
Okay. You supported the Biden-Harris administration politically?
I did.
Yeah, okay. Do you think that they took border security seriously?
Yes.
I think Washington failed on immigration and continues to do so.
So let me ask that again.
Ouch.
Did you think the Biden administration took border security seriously?
I think Washington
It's a
failed.
yes or no. It's not a trick question, Mayor.
I think there's responsibility across this entire.
Come on, we can eke it out of you. Yes or no?
No.
Did Biden administration did
You
Biden Harris
can't.
do a good
How
job?
about that?
You were supporting Kamala Harris, so
These
apparently
two companies, Clump mentioned them in
mustache
Soda
was
made.
okay
But,
at it.
oh, I didn't see what happened last
Washington-
night, so
Okay, so you
something
have
could
the answer.
definitely
Well,
have
here's the
happened
thing.
after
We can
the
deal with
Soda.
delusion.
At City.
No, Mayor, I'm going to reclaim my time. We can deal with delusion or we can deal with data. So let's talk about some data. Under the I find this interesting. Under the 12 years that
Illegals
Barack Obama
identified.
and Donald Trump were president, there were 460,000 illegal encounters
Texas?
annually,
What are we talking
on
about
average.
Texas for?
Under Joe Biden, it was 2,641,000. It was 600% worse. Mayor Wu, you would agree with me, I hope, on this.
What are we talking about?
Vladimir Putin's a bad hombre, and he rules over an authoritarian regime, yeah?
Yes.
Bipartisan agreement. Wonderful. There were.
Don't be such a fucking
under
disingenuous
President Trump's
prick.
first administration,
That's what I'd say.
98
Don't talk
Russian
to me that
nationals
way.
were apprehended on the southern
Repeat your
border,
question
entering
like a
the country illegally.
gentleman.
Under Joe Biden, it was 127,415, 130,000% worse. Terror watch list went from 11 under President Trump to 382. That might be one of them calling right now.
Maybe we actually
February
found them.
190,000 illegal
Maybe you
immigrants
just never
were
found them.
apprehended.
I
This
don't know.
past month was only
Two ways to look at a data
8,000,
point.
96%
That's what I'm gonna
reduction.
say.
Now, the common theme that we heard from a lot of oversight Democrats is a bold-faced lie that illegal immigrants, or I should say immigrants, are less likely to commit crimes. What they're doing is they're fusing legal immigrants with illegal. When you bifurcate, when you separate them, yes, legal immigrants are less likely to commit crimes, but illegal immigrants are more likely to. Non-U.S. citizens
Where's
account
that
for
data?
7% of the U.S.
Where's that data?
population, yet account for 15% of the
Okay,
federal
homicide.
arrests and
Okay, I
prosecutions,
see
according to
here.
the
This is
Justice
his data. What's the
Department.
time
Federation
period?
for
There's
American
no
Immigration Reform
numbers
found
on this
that if you were
chart.
an illegal immigrant, you were 2 times more likely to be incarcerated in California and New York, and 5 times more
Well,
likely
likely to be
Arizona.
incarcerated?
And in June,
That's
in
not the
my home
question.
state, in June of 2011 to June of 2024, or January
2011 to
2024,
2024.
428,000 criminal aliens booked in Texas jails. 299,000
This
of
is
them
a
were illegal
period of-
immigrants charged with murder, rape,
What?
sexual assault, kidnapping,
17
assault at L.
This is what? 13 years?
So it is an outrageous claim to say
13
that when
years?
we secure the
Gentleman's
border,
time
no,
has expired.
gentlemen,
The
now,
fuck is
42
this?
seconds left.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. Shut
I
up.
got 20. Yes, I do, because she went over 42 seconds. Spare me.
Stop
Mr. Chairman,
it.
I got 20 seconds left, and to wrap up.
wrapping his question up.
A few days ago on the House
I'll
floor.
go back to
I hope that
Stansbury.
my
Sorry I didn't
colleagues
do this
across the
earlier.
city of Albuquerque, and he's failed
because it does. And if you don't agree with that, I would
Fuck
encourage
off.
you to talk to Lakin Riley's family, or Jocelyn
talk
Nurki's
to Lake
family.
and
Mr. Chairman,
Riley's
I yield back.
family.
Gentlemen,
Yeah,
thank you.
see?
Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry
He
from
doesn't
New
give a
Mexico.
shit about Lake and
All right,
Riley.
well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I always think that we should sage this room after these hearings because we hear a lot of crazy stuff in here. But let me start out by saying, mayors, welcome to our committee. Thank you for serving your cities and your people. I have to say, as also an elected official, you have the hardest job in America. There is no job harder than being a mayor of a major city. So thank you for serving your constituents. And I want to take this opportunity to especially acknowledge Mayor Wu, because not only are you the first woman to ever serve the city of Boston, if you all haven't been watching, she is also the mother of a newborn who is here with her. She has a 7-week-old baby, and she showed up to testify and be yelled at by our colleagues for 4 hours. So I say to you, Mayor Wu, may your daughter grow up to be a fierce leader like you.
Thank you.
Now, I want to reject the fundamental premise of this hearing, because what this entire effort is about is intimidating state and local officials, attacking law-abiding immigrant families, and spending millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars, both in the administration and in Congress, to make ads that are complete smoke and mirrors, trying to say that Donald Trump has somehow secured America's safety. What they are doing is not making America safer. In fact, it's a total and complete lie, because Donald Trump has failed to actually even secure the border. He's failed to stop illicit drugs like fentanyl from crossing the border. He's failed to secure sufficient staffing and technology to stop human trafficking and illicit drugs from crossing the border. He's failed to support local law enforcement and behavioral health programs to address the issues that are affecting our communities. And he's failed to even execute on the most basic thing that he said he would do, which was to pass immigration reform when he got into office. Here we are, Donald Trump. Where's your immigration bill? Oh, wait, you don't have one. That's right. Because none of this is actually about making America safer. In fact, all of this is making America weaker. He's dismantling our federal law enforcement that would actually go after cartels and drug traffickers. Over the last 6 weeks, Donald Trump has taken out the most senior FBI officials and the officials in our U.S. attorney's offices that were actually prosecuting the cases against the drug cartels. Donald Trump took out the law enforcement that were prosecuting those cases. So let's be real about that. He froze federal law enforcement funds all across the country. I have tribes in my district that still haven't had their DOJ grants reinstated. Let's be real about what's going on here. He's frozen funds to refugee resettlement and other immigrants groups permanently who have outstanding receipts. There are refugees and asylees that had waited decades to get to this country from war-torn parts of the world, and they literally had their flights canceled the last 2 weeks, while Donald Trump is sitting in the Oval Office and offering millionaire oligarchs a free ride into America with his gold visa program. Is this really about making America safe again? Is that really what he's about? Is that really what my colleagues across the aisle are about? Because what I can tell you, as a representative from a great city, the city of Albuquerque, a border state, is that we know what makes our communities safer. It means we stop drugs from coming into our country and our communities. It means that we support and we fund our law enforcement. It means that we fund our behavioral health system. It means that we support our mayors, our tribal leaders, and our state officials. It means that we invest in them. It does not mean that we drag them in front of Congress for 4 hours. We yell at them. We tell them we're going to give them criminal referrals. The DOJ is intimidating our mayors, and my colleagues across the aisle are producing TV ads to try to pretend that they're making this country safe again. It's total bullshit. Absolute bullshit. They are not making America safer again, and what they are doing is terrorizing immigrant families. That is what they are doing. Parents who are afraid to send their kids to school, parents who are afraid that they won't come home again, kids who are afraid to leave their houses, refugees who have waited for years to come into this country. And our mayors are sitting here enduring this ridiculous hearing as they've been threatened in front of the American people. And so I will say, in the words of my sister in the front row who brought forward the words of one of our faith leaders just a few days ago on the House floor, I hope that my colleagues across the aisle, who I can tell, most of whom come from immigrant stock, will have the same mercy that our ancestors had shown to them by this country so that you could sit here and be a congressperson.
Gentlelady's time's expired. We're going to, Ms. Crockett.
From The Economist, how Boston became the safest big city in America. Murder is declining across the country, but Boston has led the way. And then I have one more UC request. It is from insightcrime.org. Gang violence in Haiti continued to surge in 2024, following a trend that began after the assassination of President in 2021. The country reported a record number of homicides in 2024 with over 7,000 murders for a rate of 62%, up from 40.9% in 2023.
Without objections ordered, at the request of the witnesses, we're going to do one more questioner. It'll be Mr. Sessions from Texas. Then the committee will take a 15-minute break. Last questioner before the break, at the request of the witnesses, will be Mr. Sessions from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you for taking time to be here. I hasten to say that I'm probably not going to yell at you. I will not live up to the things that we've been accused of today, but I will say that I want to defend some actions that are being taken. I remember a few years ago when Boston had 2 illegal aliens who were, they were known as criminal aliens, but they were known as on the watch list. They created a
That
bomb
is ancient
that
history,
went off
sir.
At the
You're talking about the bombers?
Boston Marathon.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Only killed a couple people, but caused huge disruption. And it brought to light that the administration at the time and prior administration
Again, not a Boston problem,
who were on
sir.
watch lists that we understood terrorism, criminal, and we were allowing them in the country. We watched forward as
Who's we?
moved, about
Who's
the
we?
rule of law being ignored.
God damn it.
United
Ignored?
States of America
I
allows
doubt
1
it.
million people to go through our process. The largest
I'm really getting sick of
amount
that song.
anywhere in
We got to
the
come up with
world,
another
1 million
song.
people, and they go through a
There
process.
we go.
And I spoke
But it works.
at one of these ceremonies, naturalization
Naturation.
ceremonies last
A
May.
naturation ceremony.
And I spoke to the
did speak
people
at
that
it.
were there.
I think I did. I
And
don't
they
really
all
remember.
unequivocally stated,
I was wishing I had a Mountain
"Thank you
Dew
to the
during that
United
last
States of
break, but they
America,"
they
but
were fresh out
they
of them
learned what they
at the
were
break
in for,
room.
what they were expected to do.
But went into the intern's
that their
break room and they
customs
said,
from
"Get
where they
out!"
came from, some could be kept, but
Get
the
out,
things
Sessions.
which did not correspond to
And I
American
turned on my
law
heels and I said, "What are they
now needed
yelling
to
at
be
me
followed.
for?"
That they were going to
I'm not
become
Pete
American
Sessions
citizens,
or
not
Jeff
where they
Sessions.
came
I'm
from,
Pete
that
Sessions.
they wanted to be Americans, and they had
Not
to
even
follow those
related. Well,
rules and
maybe I am
regulations
related to the other one. I don't remember. There's
that we
too
were
many
very
of them.
open to them being here, and that they could legally.
If they did it legally, you know
perform
what?
the
If
duties
gay
that they
people would just be gay people but
what
quieter.
has caused this mismatch,
Right? If you
is
just
more than
wouldn't
just the
be who
Boston
you are
bomber
in my
or
face,
people being killed,
then maybe
rather
I
the
wouldn't
public
call you a bunch of
interest
slurs.
in looking at what
That's apparently how these guys feel.
charade
He will
that it
not
caused
lube
all
up to the
across
things
this
that we're
country,
accused of.
in particular in larger cities. Chicago,
Well, that's the
yes.
problem.
New York City,
Hooked on a
yes.
feeling.
Other
There we go.
cities
All right, thank you,
around the
Max.
United States,
Gotta
where people
believe
felt
in
not only threatened, but it
that
was
you are
activity that
not.
was
Wait,
seen
okay,
as
I gotta think about it.
to people who
Gotta
should be
feel it. I'm gonna
where
turn this.
they were and giving respect and thanks to a group of people who were allowing them to be here, i.e., a city that was not going to arrest them. But you see, what we really understood is if you were here illegally, they weren't going to arrest you even for a crime.
There
They
was a
might have
time we were all
arrested
running
someone
around,
who was a
lawless,
citizen and put them behind bars, but
running,
unless they
running,
really
running,
created
running,
a heinous
running,
circumstance, they
heinous,
were not going to be
heinous
arrested.
crime.
And so this created an aura around the United States that the American
An
people
aura.
understood.
Can you imagine this? Never mind.
And that is one of the reasons why you saw the
You know, there are some
American
times when I get to the edge of my brain and I go,
not
don't.
only vote
Just,
with their hands,
just don't.
but
Don't
vote
say it.
with their emotions about the need to bring back
What are you
not just
talking about?
law and order,
What are you talking about?
not just rule of law, but the ability that
Oh,
we
you mean like
had
a
as
guy that
American
escapes
people
all of his actually
rethink the
adjudicated
entire
cases
issue.
and then
And I
manages to
do
stall long
understand
enough
you
to, on the
think that this is all broken in
adjudicated
Washington,
cases,
D.C. because you disagree with it. But what we've been
that kind of
allowing is
guy?
the next president, whether it be Barack Obama, whether it be George W. Bush, whether it be Donald Trump, whether it be Joe Biden, to insist upon their own way instead of the law. The laws
Whoa,
have
whoa,
been
whoa.
misguided,
Whoa,
they've
whoa,
been
whoa.
misused,
Okay,
and they are
Sessions.
taken
Calm your
advantage
tits.
of.
That's not real.
I think what we're
Okay,
trying
what
to
you're
do
describing
today
is
is
weird.
to hear from you, not as we're accused,
I mean,
but
I'm not
rather
here to stand
thoughtful
up for
people,
anybody, but
to hear you talk about
I know.
your cities,
Feeling.
the things which you encounter,
They want me
and the things
believing
which you think are right. And by
that
and large,
you,
and I've been in and
that
out of this
Trump
committee
cares
today,
about me.
but we by and large heard it's more safe.
I've
It's
got a
not less safe.
feeling.
It's more safe
Feeling
because
is
of
like
what we do,
believing.
and yet it comes at a cost and a price, and it creates
That
circumstances.
I
So
am
wanna
not
thank you for being
Nazi.
here. I want you to remember that not everybody yelled and screamed at you. Some people actually showed up to listen.
Oh, really? Because
And
you
that
just
is
did
what
talking this
I
whole
did
time.
today. I want to thank each of you.
Do you have a question there,
because
sir?
Your modeling that you have been doing
Mr.
is something
Sessions?
that we do need to pay attention to.
Do
Mr.
you
Chairman, I
have
yield back
a
my
Very
question?
good. The committee will take a 20-minute
All right,
break.
great.
Pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess for
Okay, so I don't know when they're coming back, but we'll just stay here. Yeah, hooked on a feeling I wanna believe in that Trump's in love with me. Time to poo. Everybody, go poo. Time to take a little bit of poo. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. These poor mayors. I can't even. Here's the thing, and this is just a classic confrontation between data and feelings. And Luna is absolutely insane, and she needs to be stopped. And I mean, like, somebody needs to fire her or get her out or whatever. I don't even care. I don't care what happens. Find another job for her. Maybe she could help Laura Loomer. Loomer and Luna. I think that's a perfect kind of combination. We could put them off this. They kind of look alike. And Laura Logan, right? Bring them all. They all look alike to me. I constantly get Laura Logan and Laura Loomer mixed up. But anyway, I digress. Let's see. I would like to check in and see what's going on the on the things on the news. What's the news? What's the news? What's the news? What's the news? Uh-oh. Oh, this is interesting. Oops, sharing. High alert. Norm Ornstein. High alert for D.C. lawyers. Trump Pan Bondi loyalists are currently making a bid to take over the D.C. bar. Her brother is running for president. And Alicia Long, who I believe is U.S. Attorney Ed Martin's chief deputy right now, is running for treasurer. They're going to go after my Phil Fox? My 17th unrequited love? Are you kidding? What do you mean? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. What do you mean? That's insanity. Don't come for my Phil Fox. I love him. Now, he doesn't know who I am and probably would not want to have anything to do with me, but that's not the point. Let's see. Oh, that's horrible. Let's see. Oh my God, Cash Patel. Cash Patel is so Patel. Andrew Tate says in an interview with Candace Owens, an interview. Come arrest me. You think I don't wipe my phone every night? No, Andrew. Nobody thinks that. Is there something happening I should be aware of? I'm sorry. I'm just like poking around. Let me see if something more interesting is happening. Oh, golly molly. Golly molly. Promptly ending political prosecutions and executive retaliation act. Well, that's not specific. Oh, they're not even doing it. Okay. Holy shit. I can't. Let me see if there's something else. Hold on. Oh, my Lord in heaven. This world. Come on now. I got to figure out what my next outdoor activity is. I think it's going to be Ukraine. I have to figure out when I need to get out there though. I'm ready to go out again. Federal, state, and legal coordination. Oh my God. We're fighting illegal aliens every time, but there's no illegal aliens coming in. So why are we doing a hearing that is enhancing federal, state, and local coordination in the fight against criminal illegal aliens? I mean, I thought we didn't have a problem anymore. And why does everyone keep saying ISIS? Because I thought ISIS was done. He told us. What? Oh, Senate Republicans? Hold on. Let's see what they have. Oh. Is this a 1 day ago? I mean, this is just their YouTube shit. Yikes. Oh my God. I just want you to look at this fucking page from their fucking YouTube channel. I cannot with these assholes. But you've got to see. Oh, fuck. Bitch. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me. Here. Just look at that. Look at those fucking faces. Look at those fucking faces. I got to take a picture of that. Hold on. I got to take a picture. Marsha looks really worn out. Marsha looks totally busted and dusted. I'm busted and dusted. Oh, yeah, things only guilty people say for 400. Epstein files being redacted for national security. Oh, really? God, this is so fucking obvious. Like, the emperor has no clothes. Can we all agree? Can we all agree? These guys don't even have any updated shorts. What kind of... These guys are ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm yelling. Yikes. What's wrong with his hair? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, shit. Yikes. Okay, let me see if I can find something else. Hold on. I need to find something. Wait, can we ever watch anything fun? Why do we have kitten videos? Hold on. I got to figure out this. Hold on. I need some kitten videos stat. Kittens. Kitten talk. Hold on. Because apparently, fucking TikTok is not a problem anymore. I don't know if you got the news, but TikTok's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Okay, wait, what? Kitten talk. So, don't get mad at me. I don't even care. I don't even want to talk about it. Here we go. This is what we're doing. I fucking love cat videos. How do you get it to be like big though? Oh, put it in my veins. Put it in my fucking veins. Come on now. Come on. Oh. On the bump. Look how cute that kitten is. Oh. I think TikTok's the best thing that ever happened. Fuck off. Where's Vines? Bring back Vines if you don't want us to use TikTok. Okay. Okay.
Let's do an unboxing video of the kittens that I just picked up from the shelter. We got a call for help for 4 very spicy kittens. Although they're this young, they come around so quickly that actually by the time I got them home, they were much less spicy than the first time I even touched them. So these guys are really very mild. This is the first one. He gave me a little spice there, but he didn't really protest all that much.
Yeah, they
And
probably
he's
did
just-
kill Vine.
I don't know, he doesn't look real,
Look at
he's
the
too
bubble.
freaking cute.
Yeah.
Then we have-
Okay, wait, let's do it. I like the ones when they do kind of. Oh, stop! Oh, the puppy! Look at the toes! Oh, look at that! That's not real. Is that real? Is that real? Oh. Oh.
Do you know what the different stages of kittenhood look?
No, we don't want to know. We just want to see cute kittens. I guess I should have done cat core or something. Oh my god, that's a pretty cat. Okay, wait, let me do this. Cat core. Here we go. Don't give your cats chocolate. I'm sorry. This is what it's come down to. I'm out of here. All right, Max. That's fair. That's fair. We just needed a palate cleanser. That's all. Just need a little palate cleanser, okay? That was a lot of fucking built up MAGA anxiety. That's what I'm going to call it. MAGA anxiety. MAGA anxiety. Holy shit. Have you seen the ones with the dogs and cats who can talk using the buttons? I think that seems so cruel. That kind of freaks me out. That kind of freaks me out. I know. I do look at cat videos. I do. I think it just takes my mind off of me. Okay. I'm weak. Do. I'm getting a lot of phone calls today. I got 2. Actually, I shouldn't say a lot. I got 1. Actually, this is the second one. But I'm like, I have a lot of phone calls today. Literally had 2. All right, never mind. Anyways, let's see. That's the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, so that's nothing. I guess I could actually pull up. I have some bookmarks. I'm just kind of like loopy. I'm a little loopy. Okay. Thank you for indulging my kitten. And I'm sorry, Max. I actually know that you don't like kitten videos. Now I remember that you don't really like that. I'll be fostering my son's border collie when he's deployed overseas. Pep. I'm thinking about talk button training him. Hey, why not? I mean, I just don't know. It just kind of freaks me out. Because what if they like disagree with you and it's like, no, no, no. And you're like, I'm not going to win this. I'm just not going to win this argument. Oh, I want to bring up one thing too. Do you remember how yesterday Dump said, oh, yes, TSMC in Taiwan is giving us $600 million for chips, right? And then last night, didn't he say, I'm going to get rid of the CHIPS Act or something? I didn't listen. So somebody said he referred to the CHIPS Act and said he got rid of it or something. Motherfucker. Let me show you. Let me show you something very important. A press release from the Biden-Harris administration, shockingly still on the U.S. Department of Commerce website. Biden-Harris administration announces CHIPS Incentives Award with TSMC Arizona. That's the Taiwan company that Trump announced as if it were the newest thing that he's ever done. Okay? To secure U.S. leadership. They already did what that guy promised. Maybe he promised more. I don't know. But Trump is not the one who sealed that deal. Are we clear? And he might be shitting on the actual act that helped get TSMC here in the first place. You stupid motherfuckers. You just believe anything he will say to you, and he's outright lying, and it's on his own government website. But you're so goddamn dumb, you'll just believe anything. Give me a fucking break. That made me mad. So that made me mad. Excuse me. Oh, God, here's another one. Jesus Christ. Musk. The shiny object. Who's running through with a chainsaw. Oops. Anyway, tens of millions of dead people are not getting Social Security checks despite Trump and Musk claims because they're just fucking lying about it. Because that's what they do now. They lie about it. And you think, if you voted for him, that somehow he's not going to lie to you.
The committee will come back to order.
But he is, because he is.
Chair
the Charlottesville Nazi's going back to jail, and this is good. He was gifted.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
He was,
and thank you so much to our mayors that are here. And I really quickly want to touch on something because I know that many of you prepared for today's hearing by making sure that you got a little bit of information about immigrants and crime in your cities. Let me ask each of the mayors, just yes or no, have any of you been made aware of any immigrant that has had 34 felony convictions that has still been able to roam around in your cities? Anyone?
No, ma'am.
34 felony convictions.
No, Congresswoman.
From the immigrants. Anybody?
I'm not aware.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just curious because we are so concerned about crime, and I know that my Republican colleagues would never want anybody with 34 felony convictions roaming around because that could be a danger to the community, but I will move on. The Republicans put more effort into producing their little propaganda trailer for this hearing than they have into reforming America's immigration system. And that's why we're here today. In fact, Republicans are beating up on the vast majority of you about what you're doing for your citizens, but the last time I checked, you're actually showing up. You may or may not be aware, but the NRCC just instructed Republicans to stop their town hall meetings because their constituents were showing up and telling them to do your jobs. If I had to sum up some of what you have said thus far today, I would sum it up as you have been trying to tell them as politely as you can to do their jobs. In fact, we know that they have not done their jobs, and so they're trying to force you to do it for them by turning your local law enforcement officers into ICE agents. They have this fake outrage about how immigrants are stealing resources and jobs from Americans when residents of Boston, Chicago, New York City, and Denver are subsidizing public services in their districts and their states because the Republicans refuse to ensure that their constituents earn a livable wage. Look, they don't have a plan to fix immigration in America because they don't want to. Mass deportation isn't a plan. Arresting kids in schools or worshipers in church isn't a plan. But there are important points to discuss as it relates to immigration in America. So, Mr. Beer, in January, you testified before the Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration, Integrity, Security, and Enforcement. During that hearing, we played a little game called Rhetoric or Reality. Do you remember that?
I remember, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead for round 2, why don't we? Rhetoric or reality? Immigrants are a burden to the American taxpayers because they deplete our federal resources.
That would be rhetoric.
Correct. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office estimates that immigrants will lower U.S. deficits by a cumulative $1 trillion and increase the U.S. economy's size by nearly $9 trillion over 10 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In 2023, 47 million immigrants paid nearly $652 billion in taxes, $58.1 billion in taxes alone into Texas. Rhetoric or reality? During his first administration, Trump improved enforcement of U.S. immigration laws.
He did not.
In fact, President Trump closed almost all immigration courts for removal proceedings, cut prosecutions for unauthorized entry by 87%, cut ICE removals to the lowest level in the history of the agency, and released 9,000 people with violent crime convictions back into our communities. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
So rhetoric or reality? President Trump's immigration policies make American communities safer.
No, they don't make communities safer.
In fact, nearly 100,000 unauthorized immigrants have obtained legal status through their cooperation with law enforcement. And local law enforcement agencies have more than 300,000 pending requests for immigrants seeking legal status based upon their cooperation with law enforcement, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Is that correct?
That's right. Immigrants work with law enforcement to stop and solve crimes.
Thank you. That was one of my rhetoric or reality questions. Sorry. The question was, immigrants without legal status can help stop crime. That's correct.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
All right. And Mr. Beer, isn't it true that Republicans are threatening to illegally strip cities of law enforcement grants intended for local policing and public safety if they don't go along with Trump's immigration agenda?
That's right. They want to redistribute the fiscal burden onto the Democratic cities and away from the Republican ones.
Which brings me to my next point. Mayor Adams, do you believe that President Trump is weaponizing the Department of Justice against local governments like New York City?
As I stated publicly, thank you for the question, Congresswoman. And as I indicated previously, this case is in front of Judge Ho, and I'm going to allow the judicial process to go forward.
That's not what she asked.
Let me ask it a different way. There was a quote from Mr. Well, he had to get advice. So can I just get a...
What's that?
He was getting advice. So can I get a little bit of time? I didn't interrupt while he was getting advice.
Time because they were advising us.
Go ahead.
Okay, this is the last one. There was a quote from Mr. Homan, I believe, where he said he will be in your office and up your butt if there was a problem with whatever agreement. We don't know what it was. My question to you, I know you've been asked about it a couple of times today, is was he lying when he said that you made an agreement that would cause him to be up your butt if you failed to uphold your end of it?
And gentlelady's time's expired, but if the mayor wants to answer it, he can.
Congresswoman, I answered that question, and it appears as though we're asking the same questions over and over and over again. My comments are not going to change. No quid pro quo, no agreement. I did nothing wrong.
Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy from New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, mayors, for being here. You all represent cities that should be beacons of opportunities for young professionals, entrepreneurs, and hardworking Americans that want to make it in this world. not the laughing stocks that they've become in many ways. New York was once hailed as the capital of the world. Boston was admired for its founding role in America. Chicago was the gateway to the West and the icon of the Great Lakes. And Denver was admired for its natural beauty. Now all these cities are seen as a place where illegal immigrants,
Thank you, Mr.
violent
Langworthy,
criminals,
for
and
that
gang
great
members
travelogue.
thrive, breaking our laws and spreading fear throughout our communities. Let's be clear. Sanctuary policies have not just failed, they've made our cities less safe and less welcoming to those who truly want to contribute to our communities. Here's a perfect example. Laken Riley's murderer was arrested in New York City on charges of detaining a minor. He was released due to New York State's sanctuary status. He was then allowed to go on to Georgia, where he murdered Laken in cold blood. Last night in my district, 400 miles from New York City, 2 members of Tren de Aragua gang were arrested for an ATM jackpotting scheme that stole more than $100,000. The suspects were also wanted for similar crimes throughout the state of New York, and in your state's Mayor Johnson and Mayor Wu for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, God only knows what else these dangerous gang members are responsible for. Buffalo ICE recently arrested an illegal from Peru who had murdered 23 people and had the victims' faces tattooed on his body. He was allowed to evade law enforcement for a long time due to New York State's green light law that protected him and shielded DMV data from federal law enforcement officials. There
Have
is
you
no
tried to
such
get
thing as a
anything done at the
victimless crime.
DMV, sir?
Every crime has a victim, and these victims, they don't have a sanctuary. They have to live with the pain and the trauma of something being taken from them, their safety, their security, their property. And to add insult to injury, the witnesses before us have protected the perpetrators. Mayor Wu, the other day, you stunningly expressed sympathy for the man responsible for the knife attack, not the brave officer who stopped him. Where is the sympathy for the men and women in law enforcement trying to keep us safe?
Congressman,
Where
check your
is this?
facts.
It's my time.
Check your facts. Watch the video.
It's my time.
I did not express sympathy for that
Where is the
individual, but for
sympathy
their
for the
family.
victims?
And any individual
I haven't
whose
asked
life
you a
is
question.
lost is a
It's
tragedy.
appalling to me that we even have to ask for sympathy for victims instead of violent criminals.
What
But
are you
here we
talking
are.
about?
And to all the mayors before us, hindsight being 20/20, is a blessing and a curse. You can't go back in time, but it should give you clarity for the future. Laken's murderer, Jose Ibarra, had demonstrated he was a danger to society. He should have been detained by ICE. I want to ask each of you, yes or no. Do you agree that someone who demonstrates a willingness to harm society should be detained by immigration officials? Mayor Adams. Yes or no?
Within the confine and restrictions of the law, yes, I do.
Okay. Mayor
Someone
Johnson.
that's committed a crime, yes, Someone that's committed a crime, yes, should be detained, and we would help them.
Every violent criminal should be held accountable, and that's why crime is down in the city of Chicago, because we're doing just that.
Mayor Wu.
If you commit crimes against the people of Boston, you'll be prosecuted.
Another yes or no question. Has anything that's happened in this country in the last 3 years given you reason to consider removing sanctuary city status from your communities? Mayor Adams.
I'm clear that what we do is prevent some of these crimes from taking place.
Mayor Johnson.
We think the system that we have works, and we will keep it.
Violent crime is down in Chicago because of welcoming city ordinance.
Have you considered removing sanctuary city status?
Well, violent crime is down in the city of Chicago under my leadership, and we're going to continue to do what we have to do to
Quite a
ensure that
stock
that
answer.
continues.
Mayor Wu.
We are the safest major city in the country, in part because people trust that they can call 911 and help police solve crimes.
Have you considered removing sanctuary city status?
We are going to continue to keep our policies in place that have been working for the people of Boston.
I think you've answered the question. The American people are fed up with the policies that protect criminals, waste taxpayer
Well,
dollars,
apparently
and
not,
prioritize
because they
illegal
keep
immigrants over
voting
the
these
safety
people
and
in,
well-being of
sir.
hardworking
Oh, my
citizens. Your cities,
Lord.
once shining beacons of opportunity,
you
have now
know?
become a symbol of failure in leadership. The time for excuses is over, and the American people demand that you take responsibility.
They
abandon
are.
these reckless policies
Actually, they
and
sound
start
like they're
putting the
taking a
safety
lot
of
of
your constituents
responsibility.
first. And with that, I yield
I
back,
mean,
Mr.
it's a
Chairman.
nice effort,
Gentleman, yield
champ,
back.
but
Mr. Chair, I have a unanimous
lose.
consent.
Who said that?
From USAFacts.org, which states rely the most on federal aid? The number 3 highest proportion of federal funding that a state relies upon is the state of Kentucky, your state, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Simon from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Mayors.
Latifah Simon, yeah.
Really a pleasure to hear from you today. And Ms. Sue, I was able to meet your sleeping daughter outside, and as a mother myself, I know the care that you are taking, not only for your own family, but for our communities. But to all of you, thank you for being here
I've
today.
met her.
For
She's
so
so
many
wonderful.
hours. Just quickly, you know, when I came to Congress, I was under the impression that both members of Congress and folks who are in the federal government take heed to the history of this country. I would love for members of Congress and on this committee to contact the Congressional Research Service and look at the ordinances and the authors who created ordinances of sundown towns. That animus is almost mirrored with the conversations today about our immigrant communities. So when you get in your Uber and when you talk to your nurse and when you go home, I want you to look in the face of the folks that you are disrespecting today. The real crisis is a crisis to me and many who study this issue for a career. It's a broken asylum system. Right now, 3.7 million folks are in this country waiting, and they have waited years, meaning these folks fleeing violence for years are waiting for an immigration system that works. That is not on the duty of these mayors. It is our job, it's the federal government's job, create an asylum system that honestly purports what we say on the base of the Statue of Liberty, and let's get that work done. Don't blame our mayors who are supporting young people and elders and bringing in federal dollars for health care. I want to yield my time to the gentle lady from New York, Ms. Cortez.
I thank the Congresswoman. I'd like to start with some questions prior to my recognized questions. Mayor Adams, on January 31st of 2025, your attorneys met with federal prosecutors regarding the charges of bribery, campaign finance fraud, and conspiracy against you. Were you aware of this meeting prior to its occurrence?
Congresswoman, as
Microphone, please.
I'm sorry. As I stated to your colleagues, and I'm going to continue to state because we're asking the same question over and over again.
This is a new question.
This case is in front of Judge Ho, and out of deference to
I
our
understand,
criminal justice
Mayor Adams.
process, I'm going to
Mayor Adams,
defer this
as your
to the
counsel,
court.
I'm sure will inform you. The only permissible way to refuse to answer a question during a congressional proceeding such as this is by pleading the Fifth Amendment. Deference to the judge is not a permissible excuse for not answering questions during a congressional hearing. Is it your intention to plead the Fifth today?
Councilwoman, you said the only way that you can't answer a
Councilwoman?
question is to plead the Fifth. I am answering your question. I'm answering your question directly. That
You are not, Mayor Adams.
Okay, I believe I am.
I will ask it again. Were you aware of the meeting between your attorneys and federal prosecutors on January 31st? Answering this question is a yes or a no.
And I'm going to answer it again. Out of deference to Judge Ho with this case in
That is
front
not an
of,
answer, Mayor Adams.
He is going to deal with the outcome of the case.
Mayor Adams,
She came
is it your
with
intention to not
receipts.
comply with these questions?
As I stated, I'm answering your questions, and what
You're
you're
not.
doing, let's be clear on, you're asking me about communications between my attorney and I. And I don't
Okay,
think
I'll
that
move
is
on to the next
appropriate
question. If
to
it's
be
about- if
asking a
it's-
question
if it's
between
about-
my attorney and I.
Shut up.
Because we
Shut
are
up.
in a
Just
country
talk
of
over
law
him.
and order.
I understand.
And your
So, Mayor
relationship
Adams,
and
who
communications
is
with
your
your attorney
attorney?
should be respected.
Who is your attorney?
Alex Spiro.
Alex Spiro, thank you. Now, Mayor Adams, have your attorneys ever met with city officials? That is not covered. You know, I'm not asking about your conversations with your attorneys. Have your attorneys met with city officials, New York City officials?
Any communication or activity between my attorney
yes or
and I
no?
is
Have
up to
your-
our attorney
have
and
your
I.
personal
You can reach out
attorneys
to,
met with New York City officials?
Alex Spiro, my attorney, to deal with those communications.
Mayor Adams, in this meeting, did anyone representing you, including perhaps Mr. Spiro, agree or allude to any arrangement with the Trump administration that would involve changing city policies in exchange to reconsideration of the charges brought against you?
You say in this meeting? Can you be clear?
In the January
on which-
31st meeting.
Again, there was never any agreement, never any quid pro quo. And
That's
I
not what
did
I'm
nothing
asking.
wrong. Never any agreement, never any quid pro quo.
Was there an
and
allusion
nothing-
to
and
a
nothing
shift
that
in
I've
New York
done
City
wrong.
policy?
Gentlelady's time's expired, and I just want to remind her, Mayor Adams is here voluntarily, and we appreciate that. The topic of the hearing is about
Well,
our
Alex Spiro also had
illegal
Elon Musk as a fucking.
alien problem and
I wonder
the
if
drain
that's
on
how
the cities and the,
Eric got
what the
connected to
solution is.
Alex,
So,
although
Chair
Alex,
now
I'm sure,
recognizes
is
Mr.
famous.
McGuire from Virginia.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sure he's
Chairman,
famous.
for convening this important hearing. The American people deserve answers on the disastrous policies of sanctuary cities.
Well, apparently they're
As a
not very
veteran,
disastrous,
as a
so
Navy
your
SEAL,
story
I
is
hope what I'm
not
about to
really
say is
doing
common
very well.
sense. If somebody saved your life on the battlefield, you wouldn't care if they were pink or blue or male or female.
Wait, what are we talking
or
about?
Democrat, Republican.
Are we
or
talking about pink
independent. We're all
people?
people.
Are there
This is
pink
not
people?
a race, religion, or creed thing. This is an our American people. We the people are being robbed, raped.
Are you
and
kidding me,
killed
Mr. McGuire?
By these criminals that are coming across our border.
What are you talking
My
about?
first question is just a yes or no.
You already
Do you
won an
believe
election,
someone who
apparently,
breaks the
and you're
law
fixing
is
it.
a
Did you
criminal?
fix it yet?
Mayor Adams.
Did you fix it yet, you stupid
I do.
ass?
Next.
Oh, I see.
Criminal law,
Just simple yes or no.
Pink, purple, yeah, I get it. Okay.
Did you answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you repeat your question again?
If you commit a crime, are you a criminal? Yes or no?
If you commit a crime, you should be held accountable. Absolutely.
I don't use that label depending on what it
Yeah.
is, like a speeding
You
ticket.
need
for
to use a
example.
label like that, you stupid ass. I'm not that
Well, I gotta tell you
simple-minded.
guys, thank God we have President Trump in the White House. Thank God we have the border czar, Tom Homan.
Wait, you know what's
God we
missing
have Mike
here?
Johnson
You know
as a
what's
speaker.
missing?
Thanks God we have
Let me
Leader
tell you what's
Thune
missing.
in the Senate, and
That's what's
thank God we
missing.
have Hegseth, Rubio, and everyone else. Over the last 4 years, the American people have been robbed, raped, and killed.
Ooh.
And the left
Oh,
doesn't
Lord.
talk about that.
Really?
They want to say that
My
people might be
goodness.
scared
It's
in their
been
homes.
bad
Well,
then.
what about the families whose members have been killed and persecuted? The border has
think
been
it looks
cleaned
pretty
up
good
in just
like
a
that,
matter
actually.
of weeks. Border crossings are down 97% in just a matter
I
of
thought it was
weeks.
94
And over the
earlier.
last
Did
4
it
years,
already
we've been
reach
getting
up to
lip service like, we
97?
want to secure the border.
Wow.
80% of
That's
Americans
fast.
believe we should secure the southern border.
We should have gotten Crispy Gnome
We
in
are
there
all elected
earlier.
leaders, and I assume you all sought these positions to help your citizens improve the quality of life in your city.
Actually, the quality
It
of life
appears
is
to
pretty
me
damn
that
good, it looks
left-wing,
like.
activists want to create wedges
Wanna
in our
talk about
society and
data.
cause the mayors of our great cities to ignore the oath of office. and
They're
to
not
support
ignoring their oath
rule
of
law.
office, sir. How offensive that is
Egypt,
for you to
took an
say
oath
that.
That included an oath
Why
to
can't we
support
be
the
shocked and
Constitution of the United
outraged?
States, correct?
Yes.
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 Are you aware
Correct.
that Article 6, Section 2 makes laws of the United States supreme, known as the Supremacy Clause?
Supreme!
Is everybody aware of this?
Yes.
I'm shocked
Yes.
that you all, as elected leaders, flaunt violating federal laws.
They're not
as if you are
violating federal
running a
law,
political
sir.
campaign.
They're not violating.
We are a nation of laws. We lose
That bitch
credibility
even
as
read
a
it,
nation when we
and she
disregard or
doesn't
ignore,
understand how
the
it's
law
written.
And the people die. As of July 24th, there
Shut
are more than
up.
660,000 illegal
Oh wait, I
aliens
know.
from
This
criminal
guy actually is a little
backgrounds roaming the
different.
United
Let's give him
States.
something else. Here,
It is
I've
estimated that
got
the
it.
total added
This
cost
is
of illegal
him.
aliens nationwide is $150 billion per year.
There he
Since
is.
the start of 2023.
There he
The federal
is.
government has
I'm
spent
so
more than
happy.
$1.45 billion
They never say
reimbursing
orange, do
local
they?
Jurisdictions and
God, good job,
non-governmental
Karen.
organizations that
I know,
provide
like they
travel,
have no
shelter,
weight.
and other service to illegal aliens. What about homeless veterans that are living on the street? What about Hurricane Helene victims? that
Yeah,
are
what
still
about
suffering in
it?
North
What are you
Carolina?
doing about it,
What about those
McGuire?
folks that are
What the
suffering
fuck
from
have you
forest
done
fires
about
in
it?
Los
Let's hear it.
Angeles?
I want to hear
Chicago
how
has
great
spent
you
over
are, Mother Teresa.
$639 million.
Step up, take
Denver
your
spent
prize.
$365 million.
Let me put a ribbon around your
Boston
neck.
is spending potentially
Jesus
well,
Christ.
about $1 billion annually, and New York City estimates it could potentially spend $12 billion on illegal aliens from 2022 through fiscal year 2025.
Oh, so
If
3
you were the
years?
president and you found that your cities were spending
Wait,
billions
what?
of
Yeah,
dollars
he sounds like a
against
chud.
the interest of your
They just don't
citizens
know
in
how
violation
how
of
words
the
work.
Supremacy Clause, don't you think you would have cause to consider
They have
withholding
not
federal funding? Yes or no?
Violated federal law. Period.
No answer.
No, because we've not violated any federal law.
Yeah.
Yes, you are making the taxpayers of this nation foot your
No,
bill
baby.
for your
No,
consensual
sweetheart.
whims
That's not how
that
it works.
You don't agree with is wrong.
No,
And that is
baby.
getting
And
people
also, they
killed.
didn't fly those people into their
Mayor Wu, in the
towns.
Boston area alone, Tom
You have to talk
Homan
to
said
Greg
there are
Abbott.
at least 9 accused
Why don't you
child
talk to Greg
rapists
Abbott?
That is
who local
inaccurate. That is
authorities-
false.
My time.
That is false.
Local
I'd
authorities
like to see the
refuse
facts.
You're
to
lying.
Again, put him under oath and
immigration
ask the
customs
questions
enforcement.
here.
How could you do that to your citizens? It sounds like you care more about your politics
He's
than the
just
safety of
reading
your
it.
citizens. Imagine the parents of those
How
children
shameful.
abused by someone you all released into society.
Congressman, our
It
safety
could have been
statistics
prevented.
are the lowest in the country,
In my
lower than your district.
A little girl was age 14, was raped by an illegal alien.
Boy, they love to talk
He was
about
released
girls
from
being
jail 4
raped.
times because it seems
That should give everyone
you're-
pause.
you guys on
They
the left who
cannot
believe that
stop
criminals
talking about
are
it.
Good, police are bad, and no one cares about the victims. This
That's not
horrific crime
true.
was avoidable, but it was
You are
sanctuary
absolutely
policies
wrong, and
like
I'm glad that
yours
you're using
allowed
your
the offender
pencil to
travel
guide
the
yourself
US
to read the
and
words
end up
because
in
you
my
don't
district.
even believe the words that you're reading. You stupid, stupid fuck. You're
Gentlemen,
hoping that the orange man
yield.
lets you
Chair
lick his
recognizes Mr.
balls.
Min from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to take a moment just to note that
hate
once
these
again,
guys.
this committee is failing to do
Fucking
its job and
idiots.
actually exercise oversight in the way it should. My phones are ringing off the hook with people who are angry as hell about what they see as the rampant corruption of this administration, the illegal activities of Elon Musk and Doge, and the massive cuts to Medicaid that Republicans voted for last week. Literally not one person has called to ask about the immigration enforcement priorities of the cities I represent, let alone Boston or Chicago. This hearing is an attempt to distract from the actual waste, fraud, corruption, and abuse that is happening at unprecedented levels in this country right now. So thank you to the witnesses. I want to start off with a few simple yes-no questions for you all. First, please raise your hand for the mayors if you are aware of any laws or policies that prevent federal authorities from enforcing immigration in your city. Okay, no hands are raised. Please raise your hand if you're aware of any cities or states in America that have laws or policies that prevent federal authorities from enforcing immigration law. Any cities or states. Okay, I just want to know for the record again, there are no hands up. And as your answers make clear, this whole sanctuary city, quote unquote, debate is a sham. There's no place in America, not one, that actually provides sanctuary from federal law, period. The real issue here is whether state and local governments should spend scarce taxpayer dollars to help the federal government enforce its immigration priorities. Whether local police should spend their time focused on their actual jobs, keeping our streets safe, apprehending violent criminals, solving crimes, or whether they should be deputized to help enforce federal immigration laws. And a lot of cities and states, including my state of California, have made the very reasonable decision to say, hey, we want our teachers, nurses, doctors, cops, firefighters to focus on their actual jobs and not be dragged into this Republican war on immigrants. And let's be clear, the Republican immigration policies being pushed forward right now are counterproductive and will make us far less safe, something several of our mayors pointed out in their testimony. Look, I support a 100% ban on all illegal border crossings, but the reality is we already have over 10 million people here in this country without proper immigration status, many of whom have been here for decades. And if you have ICE agents patrolling our courthouses, police stations, and hospitals, that means that those undocumented immigrants are not going to go anywhere, but they are going to stop reporting crimes or seeking medical care, and this makes us all less safe from the rapists and murderers out there. Now, recently, my Orange County Sheriff, Don Barnes, a staunch conservative, issued a statement outlining his position on immigration enforcement. And here's what he stated. The Orange County Sheriff's Department does not enforce federal immigration law. It is not part of our primary mission, and we remain focused on violations of state and local laws. The department will provide for your safety and respond to your calls for service regardless of your immigration status. We do not and never will ask the immigration status of victims, witnesses, suspects, or those
That's
who call to
big.
report
San
crimes.
Diego?
We enforce
That's
state
big.
and local laws equally without bias and without concern for your citizenship. Now, I actually think this is a pretty good summary of what each of you are describing happens in your cities, a situation where the federal government enforces immigration law while states and local authorities enforce state and local laws, and it makes a lot of sense. I don't know what my colleagues on the other side think, but I don't want my police focused on immigration status and asking people about that. I want them focused on preventing violent crimes. But with that, I want to shift gears to address Mayor Eric Adams. Mayor, as has been well discussed in this committee, you are the first sitting mayor in modern New York City history to be indicted while in office. Last year, of course, you were charged with numerous felony counts for soliciting and accepting bribes for nearly a decade from foreign nationals, businessmen, and others, including illegal campaign contributions and luxury travel. On February 10th of this year, the Trump Justice Department instructed federal prosecutors to drop charges against you. This decision caused 7 federal prosecutors, including a Trump appointee, to resign because they believed this was such an enormous miscarriage of the rule of law in law enforcement. Now, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, this was widely reported as a quid pro quo. I know you've denied that. I know you're probably limited in what you can say. But a lot of people out there, including a lot of people in New York City that I know, believe that these charges were dropped in exchange for a quid pro quo for your agreement to help the Trump administration enforce its immigration policies. So my question for you, Mayor Adams, is actually a very simple one. It's clear that whatever your intentions, whatever actions you take, whether on immigration or anything else, you do not enjoy the trust and confidence of the people of New York City. So my question is, why haven't you not resigned yet, and do you plan to resign today or anytime soon?
I'm really surprised after you laid out your strong belief in the country
It's
and
a yes/no question.
and what we stand for, that
Why
you are
haven't you
acting
resigned
to
yet,
take away
Mayor
the
Adams?
power.
Why
Oh,
have you not resigned
please.
yet?
He's
The
asking
people
you a
of the
political
city
question,
elected me
sir.
to be
Why
the
have you
mayor,
not resigned yet?
and
Please
you
answer
should
the
not be a
question.
hypocrite and ask
That's a
the people
political
of the
question,
city power
not
to
a-
be reserved for them.
Why have you not
I
resigned
was
yet? And
elected
do
by
you
the people of the
intend to
city,
resign anytime
and you
soon?
don't
Before
realize
we
it.
knew you were a fucking criminal.
Time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Jack from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for convening this hearing, and I'd like to begin
So ridiculous.
by offering some thoughts about our colleague from Texas,
Great
Congressman
job,
Sylvester
Min.
Turner, who sadly just passed away, as some of you may know. Congressman Turner was a former 2-term mayor of Houston, and as our witnesses can no doubt attest, being the mayor of a big city is not easy. Congressman Turner was a member of our freshman class, and his office is right next to mine in the Longworth House Office Building, and as such, I had an opportunity to walk with him to and from votes, found him to be an incredible gentleman with respect and courtesy. My colleagues across the aisle, particularly the freshmen, knew Congressman Turner better than I, so I certainly yield to them on this topic, but I wanted to at least mention my own thoughts for the record. Now, to the topic of today's hearing. I prepared for today's hearing by chatting with some of the mayors from my district, from those who represent just a few hundred to those who represent a few thousand, and I found a common theme of frustration. They, along with me and many other constituents I proudly represent in Georgia's 3rd Congressional District, want to know why policies are in place that benefit citizens of other countries at the expense of citizens
They're
of our
not.
own country.
They're not.
So if I could, Mayor
That's a
Johnson, I'd like
lie.
to start with you from
Well, it
Denver.
sounds like a feeling.
I know Chairman Comer, in his opening line of questioning, discussed an ordinance passed by the Denver City Council in 2017, and I recognize you had just left the state Senate by then. But this ordinance prohibits city and county employees from assisting the enforcement of federal laws or inquiring about a person's immigration status. So I just have to ask,
It's
do you see a
apparently their
benefit
practice.
in learning whether or not someone charged with a crime is a citizen of another country?
Thank you, Congressman. I do just want to say Mayor Turner hosted me in Houston when I first became mayor, so that's a powerful statement for me. Thank you for acknowledging it. Thank you, sir. We don't ask someone's status when we first contact them because it's not relevant to whatever charges we may be pursuing. They may list their country of origin on a document that we ask for. It does not indicate their immigration status. They could have legal status but be from another country.
Thank you. Mayor Johnson of Chicago, do you see a benefit in asking someone charged with a crime whether or not they're a citizen of our country?
I don't
The
think that's going to
benefit
help
of
you
community safety is trust
solve the
between
crime.
local residents and law enforcement, and that relationship is critical to driving violence down. Under my leadership, violence has gone down in the city of Chicago.
And Mayor Johnson, if I can ask, have you ever disciplined, fired, or arrested law enforcement officers or correction officers if they notified ICE or other federal immigration officers of an illegal criminal alien in lockup or courts in violation of your sanctuary city policies? Have you ever
God.
disciplined, fired, or arrested a law enforcement officer that worked with ICE?
That is not, I don't believe that's under the jurisdiction of the mayor. I don't arrest people or.
Are there issued memos in which you direct Chicago officers from not assisting with enforcement in immigration law or helping ICE identify folks who may not be here legally?
We do have documentation around making sure that the residents of the city of Chicago know their rights.
Yeah.
That's important because it builds trust between law
And
enforcement.
they probably have procedures
and community. By having that
to let
confidence and
their
trust, people are more likely to come forward to report
folks know
crime,
how to handle
regardless of their
that
immigration
and to
status.
not ask it.
Well, I have to submit to the record.
So there's
Mr.
probably a
Chairman,
process
an article
document.
from News Nation Now, January 21st, 2025, in which it says Chicago police reminded they cannot cooperate with deportations.
Well,
And if I may ask,
cannot.
Mayor,
Okay, what are you
there any
talking about?
memos-
This is a very
are there any
semantic
memos,
kind of argument.
that direct Chicago police to not cooperate with President Trump's
Because it's
deportation
not,
plans?
then
Well,
they're not supposed
So local law enforcement, we're not federal agents. So local law enforcement in the city of Chicago, they do not dub as federal agents.
But that having been said, from your mayoral office, have
Then
you ever
go
issued
change the fucking
memos
law,
to
Jack.
The police department.
You're the fucking
instructing them not to
congressperson
cooperate
here.
with President Trump?
We remind
Change the
people
fucking law.
of what the welcoming city
Good luck.
ordinance
Put it on the
entails.
floor.
Would you submit
Because
to
you
the
can't get
committee,
it passed
any written
because it's
documentation
stupid.
to the Chicago Police Department as it relates to this?
For the welcoming city ordinance, we're happy to make sure that this body has that ordinance, and that policy has been around for 40 years.
Thank you very much. Mayor Wu,
shut up, Jack.
Back to my line of questioning with Mayor Johnston.
My
and Johnston.
God.
Do you believe that if you are asking someone who's been charged with a crime, whether or not they're here in our country legally, is that a proper and
No.
beneficial thing to do?
Does it have anything to do with the
laws of
crime?
Massachusetts and the Boston Trust Act help Boston police solve crimes. We do not ask for immigration status because it allows
not
for people
relevant.
to trust that when they call 911, when they have information that might help bring justice to another family, that they feel comfortable.
It's not
sharing that.
relevant.
Mayor Adams, in closing, obviously you know the police very well. Do you see
Change
a
the
benefit
law,
in asking,
Jack, if you want.
folks who've been charged with a crime, whether or not they're a legal citizen?
Yes, I do.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Of course you do.
Gentleman yields back.
There we go.
Chair
There's the difference.
recognizes-
That's what the quid pro quo was. I see.
Ms. Gill.
I see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one thing everybody
Message. You
seems to
cannot
agree on
trust
here is
your
that our
your mayor to
immigration
protect
system
you.
is broken and desperately needs to be fixed. And I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to work together with us to fix our broken immigration system, to fix our broken asylum system, which isn't fixed by firing the top immigration judges who can actually help us fix this problem. But my focus here today is the effect on my constituents on Long Island. Every day, my constituents are dealing with the effects of the failure to secure our border and the influx of more than 670,000 migrants who have come into the state and New York City, putting a strain on our schools, on public safety and law enforcement, and local governments. Mayor Adams, you said your top priority is to keep New Yorkers safe, but under your watch, the exact opposite has happened. Instead of effectively governing our city, your policies have compounded this crisis. New York has housed migrants in the Roosevelt Hotel for nearly 2 years, not only giving them food and shelter, but also debit cards. In New York, taxpayers have paid about, as you acknowledge, $7 billion to respond to this crisis. That figure is outrageous. And now, instead of stopping the bleeding, you're going back and asking the taxpayers of New York to spend another $1 billion on this crisis. While you focused on your own personal problems, crime has skyrocketed in New York, increasing 20% since you took office in 2021. An AP poll has said that the majority of Americans agree that undocumented people who commit violent crimes should be deported, including 79% of Democrats. But what have you done? I was astounded to hear that ICE was prevented, even if they knew there were gang members in the Roosevelt Hotel, from actually doing anything to get those gang members out of there. Mayor Adams, what have you done and what is your answer to the taxpayers of New York for the money that has been spent on this crisis?
You raise several things, and there's a level of inaccuracy in some of the stuff you raise. When you look at our crime numbers, I'm not sure where you got those from, but we could give you an accurate account of our crime numbers. Crime has continued to drop since I've been the mayor of the city. We have moved over 20,000 illegal guns off our street. And although we had 230,000 migrants and asylum seekers that came to our door, 189,000 were able to go on to the next step of their journey. We managed a crisis. Congress makes our immigration policies, not mayors. I managed a crisis that was dropped at my door. And I continue to do that every day, and I'm proud of what my team did coming out of COVID and managing this crisis as well. Our city has more private sector jobs in the history of the city. We received our bond rating increase and stabilized. Our city is functioning, and we're going to continue to do the job that I was elected to do.
So spending $8 million $1 billion is a good job. Mayor Adams, What you said today has given me no confidence in your ability to continue to serve and lead our city.
But
I
you don't
had to
live
read
in New
that.
York City. You live on Long Island.
Unfit
You don't live in the
mayor,
city?
and you should resign. And I said that before you made your deal with Donald Trump.
Thank God you don't live in New York City. You live on Long Island.
But
People
the
of
problems
city,
New York City
people of
affect
city
my
elect,
constituents
people
who
of
work
New York
in Long
City
Island, who
elected.
work in Manhattan, whose kids live in Manhattan, who go to the doctor in Manhattan. Everything that happens in Manhattan affects my constituents, Mayor. I yield back.
Would the gentlelady yield to me, please? I thank the gentlelady. My question, Mr. Beer. We've heard a lot about crime. So the overwhelming majority of crime in the United States is committed by undocumented individuals whose immigration status is dubious. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct at all. The overwhelming majority of crime is committed by U.S.-born Americans.
So if I wanted to demonize naturally born Americans, I could cherry pick crime rates from that population and demonize them and dramatize that and use it to smear an entire subgroup in the population. In this case, the majority group. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. You could look at people with driver's licenses and say, man, they're committing a lot of crime. We should stop issuing driver's licenses to people.
I think that's really the sham and the shame of what people are doing in terms of political exploitation of a population this country needs if we're going to grow and protect the social safety net for the future. Thank you.
Chair recognizes
I
Ms.
prefer
Green
not to
from
look
Georgia.
at them as like an ATM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know,
Thank
future
you
generations.
For coming
I don't
before
know.
our committee today. In the
I get
past
it,
4
but-
years, our nation has been invaded by millions and millions of people.
Oh,
who have
no.
crossed our
Who
border.
let her in?
There's also millions
What's wrong
of
with their
what's called
lighting?
known gotaways. These are people that
Where's
our
your
government
lighting?
has no idea where they came from,
Here we go.
who they are, what they're going to do in our country. And many of these known gotaways could be criminals. They could be part of the narco cartels. They could be terrorists. We don't know who they are, and there's millions of them here.
Millions?
This country has also been the victim
Do we know?
of fentanyl.
Where?
This is a dangerous chemical that comes from China, is made into pressed pills in Mexico and Canada, and illegally distributed
I wish I
into
could
our
turn
country
the eyes. I don't
by the
I don't know how to do
cartels.
that in my thing.
On average, 200 to 300
right here.
Americans
Oops.
die every single day from fentanyl. Not die, they're murdered. They're murdered.
They're murdered.
Americans have
They're
also
murdered.
been victims
They're
of all
murdered.
types of illegal alien crimes.
Let's make them a little smaller.
One family in particular, Lake
There
and
we go.
Riley's family,
Oh,
I
there we
know them
go. Okay.
personally, and her death was
Important to
absolutely
know her.
horrific. Jose Ibarra entered the United States illegally on September
She still has
8th,
to read this story, even though
2022
she's
near
known
El
it
Paso,
for
Texas,
a couple years
with
or
his
a
wife
year.
and son. He was detained by the U.S. Border Patrol,
Sorry,
but
I'm not
soon
moving the
released
balls.
due to overcrowding at detention facilities.
Well, that's a
After
problem.
his release, he was transported to New York City, arriving
Yeah,
around
I wonder how many
September
rednecks in her
15th,
district make
2022.
runs to Mexico
The following
for
summer,
drugs.
he was
For
arrested
drugs.
by New York
Important,
Police Department
important,
and
important.
charged with acting in a manner to injure a child.
What?
Injure a child.
A child?
And a driver's license violation.
And a driver's license
Before
violation.
an immigration detainer could
What
be
the
issued,
hell?
NYPD
Dogs and
released
cats
Ibarra,
living together.
according to ICE. He
Yes,
later,
that's what
after
it
this
is.
release, moved to
That's what
Athens,
it is.
Georgia, where he was cited for a misdemeanor
it
for
is.
shoplifting in 2023.
Yeah, that's what it is.
This
Well,
guy
I
got
thought it was
arrested multiple
Banjo
times. He was stopped at the
Banjo
border.
Lele. Yeah, that's
but
what
he
it
was
is.
continually released.
Sorry.
Just a
Answering
few
your
months later, he brutally murdered Laken Riley. Mayor Adams, do you
Mayor
agree
Adams.
that Laken Riley would still be alive today if New
If
York
Donald
Police
Trump
Department
was president?
hadn't released Jose Ibarra after they arrested him?
I don't know.
Despicable crime. And as a former law enforcement officer, I respond to these crimes as
Yeah.
a mayor as well. And I believe people like that should be held accountable. And I've advocated to stop this revolving door criminal justice systems like him to come out and hurt innocent people. I wish we would have had the power to prevent that from happening.
He really has a
Mayor
stack of
Adams, will you
her own.
continue
Probably
continue
does.
sanctuary city policies
Wait, I have another
in your
thing.
city?
Hold on.
That
get
policy
creative.
is by law.
Gonna
I
be
do not
lazy.
make the law. I must operate within the confines of the Constitution and the law.
Mayor Adams, will you advocate to get rid of sanctuary city policies in the city of New York?
I have made it clear on a portion of the sanctuary city policies that I believe we need to alter to prevent crimes like
Oh,
this
I
from
have
taking
this guy.
place.
Federal law under 8 USC 1324
Ooh,
makes
they
it a
look-
crime
they
to
look
knowingly
stuff up.
harbor and shield illegal aliens from detection.
These guys really like her.
But your cities refuse to work
Wait,
with ICE
yeah.
detainers to help them find these criminals. I'll go one at a time. Mayor Adams, will you work with ICE in New York City, yes or
I
no?
love her.
ICE is part of our criminal justice apparatus,
Ice,
and
ice,
I will
baby.
work with my city, state, and federal
Dun, dun, dun,
agencies
dun, dun, dun,
to
dun.
keep our cities
Dun,
safe,
dun,
no
dun,
matter
dun,
who they
dun,
are.
dun.
Mayor Johnson, will you work with ICE to protect your city?
We already do.
We do work with ICE right now, Congresswoman. When
So
they
shut
send
up.
us information about someone they would like access to, we send them notice when and where we will release them, and they can pick them up. We've done that 1,226 times.
There
and
you
we'll
go.
keep doing it.
Will you end sanctuary city policies?
No.
We think the policies that we have right now allow us to work with ICE
Yeah.
and to stop crime, and we'll keep doing that.
Mayor Johnson, will you work with ICE?
I
Our
do
local
work with
law
ICE.
enforcement, Chicago Police Department, we work with federal agents on a variety of issues, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, getting guns off the street, and we will continue to work with federal
Will you
agents. to
stop
keep us safe.
harboring illegal aliens?
We're not
Will you end
harboring illegal
sanctuary city
aliens.
policies?
So the city of Chicago, we do not harbor criminals. We do not harbor undocumented individuals. We comply with all laws.
Yeah.
Mayor Wu, will you work with ICE?
Boy, it's
to
really not
protect
going well
Americans,
today.
Legal Americans in your city and end sanctuary policies.
The Boston Police work with ICE and federal agencies.
You
every
must have to
single
be
day
really
on
smart to be a
criminal matters
mayor.
and hold people who are committing crimes accountable.
Chairman, if I may,
I'm gonna just
I'd
say
like to
from-
enter for the record,
from, Epoch
according to the
Times.
U.S. Constitution,
Oh, no.
giving aid
Constitution.
and comfort to the enemies of the
Oh,
United
that's
States
not it.
is an act
Oh.
of treason.
No,
And
that's
those that
nice, but
violate
no.
that should be
Without
should be held
objection
You should
to
be.
order.
You want them killed?
Chair Dale
Is
recognizes
that what you
Ms.
want,
Ocasio-Cortez.
Marjorie? You want them
Thank you,
killed?
Chairman.
I don't know
Now,
what's going on with the
Mayor
broadcast.
Adams, are you aware that the former acting U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon was present at the January 31st meeting between your lawyers and federal prosecutors?
As I stated, and
Oh, shit.
Congresswoman, you appear to want to ask the question over and over again, and so I could only
No,
give
these
you
are
the
very different
appropriate question
questions,
over and
Mayor
over again. That this
Okay,
case is
I
in front of
understand. Mayor
Judge
Adams, are
Ho,
you not
and
answering
Joe
this
Ho
question because you
will be
believe you
able
Stop
to
talking.
respond to
Don't let him
the
do it.
movement of
I
this
understand.
case.
Mr.
in
Chairman, I
deference to
would
him,
like
I
to
would like
submit
have him
to the
handle it.
congressional record
Fuck you.
Danielle
Oh, I
Sassoon's
fucking hate that
resignation
guy.
letter from the U.S. Attorney.
God, he's a smug
Without objection to
motherfucker.
order.
Thank you so much. In her letter, the former
Put him in
US,
Rikers Island.
acting
I'm
US
done.
attorney,
I
registered
usually wouldn't say that,
Republican,
but I'm saying
a
it.
former clerk for
Fucking hate
Antonin
this guy.
Scalia, was appointed by President Trump.
Fucking use the
to
city.
serve as
He used the
acting
city
US
to enrich
attorney,
himself.
was present at the January 31st meeting between Mayor Adams' attorneys and federal prosecutors. After that meeting with attorneys, the acting U.S. attorney resigned rather than dismiss the charges against Mayor Adams. In her letter, which I have just submitted to the congressional record, Ms. Sassoon stated that during that January 31st meeting, Mayor Adams's attorneys, quote, repeatedly urged what amounted to a quid pro quo, describing it as a, quote, improper offer of immigration enforcement assistance in exchange for a dismissal of his case, end quote. The acting U.S. attorney has submitted a former acting U.S. attorney has submitted a letter. And Mayor Adams, do you know how many federal prosecutors total resigned rather than file the motion to drop the charges?
It was reported that 7.
7. Correct. Mr. Chair, I would like to submit another letter from Hagan Scotton, his resignation letter.
Without objection to order.
Mr. Scotton was an assistant U.S. attorney who also attended the January 31st meeting between your attorneys and federal prosecutors. He also resigned rather than drop the charges. In his resignation letter, he stated, and I quote, "Our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials." 7 federal prosecutors, the acting U.S. attorney, the assistant U.S. attorney, all gave up their entire careers, Republicans included, then drop these charges because of what they saw transpire in that January 31st meeting. This is important not just for the city of New York, but for the people of the United States of America. Because what is being alleged is genuinely not just about what may or may not have occurred from the mayor's office and with the mayor, but what is happening at the Department of Justice. And that's what I want everyone to understand. These are not Democratic U.S. attorneys. These are Republican U.S. attorneys that have trained under Republican-appointed Supreme Court justices who have stated that there is and suggested as well, that the prosecutorial power at the Department of Justice may be influencing what is occurring. And instead of carrying that out and carrying out the erosion at the Department of Justice, they would have preferred to give up their entire careers. 7 lifelong public servants involved in law enforcement, mind you. And to that, when it comes to the fact that this may or may not have anything to do with this hearing, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, this is about specifically immigration enforcement in terms of that. And this right here is the 4-alarm fire that everyone must be paying attention to. Because if it's not just in the mayor's office of New York City, what other city, what other individual, what other municipality leader can be next? For a party that talks about states' rights and municipal rights, we must defend, yes, the rule of law, including in the Department of Justice. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. LaHood from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to wave on to this important committee hearing today. I want to thank the witnesses. I represent a district right outside of Chicago, the excerpts of Chicago representing Rockford, Bloomington Normal, Peoria. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing. It's past time that individuals like the mayors we have before us come before us and explain to the American people why you continue
well, I think
to
they've
fail
done an
to
excellent
enforce the
job.
laws of our
So,
country and
yes,
allow
I appreciate it too.
illegal
Thank you,
immigrants
Mr. Chairman,
to
for
flood
having
into
this
our
incredible
communities.
panel of
And
speakers
it's clear to
who
me
have
that
clearly
sanctuary city
exceeded the
policies have
expectations of their
significantly
voting
harmed our once great cities,
constituency,
which
and
is
they
very,
truly
very
represent
unfortunate.
all of the residents
During my time
of
as an
their
elected
city,
official,
and
have
I could not be
strongly condemned the
prouder of
policy
them
around
for
sanctuary
that.
cities and the impact it's had on the state of Illinois. And I
Like a
believe every
manner.
sensible resident in Illinois knows these policies have further harmed the economy in Illinois,
How?
increased crime
How?
throughout our state, and
How?
endangered hardworking,
How?
law-abiding Illinois
How?
citizens.
Give me some
I
information.
want to turn
Give me
my
data.
attention to you, Mayor Brandon
Give me data,
Johnson of
bitch.
Chicago. As I've watched you over the last 2 years that you've been mayor, I've been amazed at how tone deaf you
Oh,
have
really?
been and how oblivious you've been.
Gosh,
to the
you know,
decline
that's
of
not who I've
Chicago.
seen speak in front of me
And
for the
I
last
say
4
that
hours,
looking
6 hours,
objectively
5.5
at a number
hours.
of things. Out of control crime in Chicago.
Apparently
People
not.
scared throughout neighborhoods on the west side,
Apparently
south side,
not.
north side.
Okay.
Morale has never been lower with law enforcement and
How?
CPD.
Where's the data?
Record number of police officers leaving the force.
Data?
We have been hemorrhaging people out of the city of Chicago to the suburbs and elsewhere
Data?
where they feel safe.
Is it too
Record
expensive?
number
That
of
might be a
businesses
different
fleeing
issue.
the city of Chicago.
What's the matter?
You couple that with record deficits.
Of what?
$2 billion deficit, the $2 billion deficit line of credit that you just had to take out this week.
Okay, so that
But
might
you've
be a
spent
city
$300
issue. I
million
think there's
of
probably
taxpayer
context
money
missing on
illegal
that I
immigrants.
think is probably important.
And when I think about all of those things,
why that's a
and I
feeling.
look at the strategy you continue to take, I mean, you're putting the interest of illegal
I don't know. The
immigrants
data is
above the
saying a
interest of
different thing,
taxpayers
sir.
in Chicago.
The data's
But
saying
you
something
continue to go down
different.
this path, and for the life of me, I can't understand it.
Well, because you have
So,
to look at the
Mayor,
data.
tell me why you continue to put the interests of illegal immigrants
Look at the
above
data.
taxpayers in
He's
Chicago.
not. Look at the data.
Thank
Look at
you
the data.
for your representation.
Oh my
Violent
God, you're
crime is down in
lying. That's
Chicago.
why.
Well, let me reclaim
'Cause
my
I'm not
time.
gonna
So I have
defend a
statistic here.
lie.
Last year, Chicago had 573 murders.
Okay.
Down.
Okay, but I want to compare that to the city of New York that is almost two-thirds the size of Chicago, 337 murders. So
Oh
you
my
had
God.
573 murders in the city of Chicago, and you're one-third
Well,
the
if you
size.
just
That's the
cherry
lowest
pick your
amount in
data,
5
you can
years
pretty much
under my
tell any
leadership.
story.
Okay,
I know that.
And you look at the level
That
of
I've seen
violent
people
criminals,
do.
sexual offenses, and drug dealers.
All violent crime is down in Chicago.
Yeah.
In fact, just this year alone, Congressman, respectfully, there's a 20% decrease in violent crime in the city of Chicago.
I don't agree with your
under
statistics.
well, it's
No.
not a matter of whether or not you agree with it. It's
Let
a
me
matter of whether
reclaim
it's
my
fact.
time, because I thought you might do this. And when I hear your answer, no one in this room should be surprised that your approval
Feeling.
rating
Feeling.
is 6.6%.
Feeling.
Now, that's not
Feeling.
just me saying this.
Feeling.
Newsweek article, the least
Feeling.
popular
Who cares what the
politician in
polls
America
say? I don't give a shit what polls
is
say.
Brandon
Sorry.
Johnson.
Is he going to
So,
get voted in again?
recent
I guess he
poll,
should. Are you going to run
M3
against him?
Strategies conducted this
Are
February
you going to run
20th,
against him?
21st,
Are you going to run
showed that
against
Mayor
him?
Johnson has a 6.6% approval rating. The worst
Yeah, it's
showing
true.
of
This
any
one will
political
regular
figure
New Yorkers
in the
wouldn't. Yeah, they're
country's
doing it on the
history.
regular
So,
news, I think.
I know you're talking about crime is down and things are great and the city's
Statistics,
flush
you
with
know.
money.
Fuck you and your
None of that is
statistics.
backed up by the people in the city of Chicago.
Yeah, why don't you talk to the people?
And so I'm wondering why you
What?
continue to go down this path
Oh,
of failed
of
policies,
data.
destruction to
Why?
the city of Chicago. People
Why are you
fleeing,
why are you
law
destroying us with your
enforcement at an
positive
all-time
data?
low. And
Why?
I'm wondering if you have any remorse for that here
No,
today.
why are you
and can
doing
tell us
such
why
a?
you
Do you have any
continue to double
remorse for
down on
doing
these
such a
failed
good job?
policies?
Do you?
We've invested $1.25 billion for housing and economic development,
I
particularly
don't know.
for
He
Black
seems like he's
Chicago.
doing
It's
a
the
pretty good
largest
job.
investment
I'm
in the
sure
history
he's
of
got
Chicago.
problems. I mean, I
45%
don't know a mayor
increase
that's
in
doing
youth
a great
employment,
job. I
particularly
voted for
Black
Karen
and brown
Bass, and she's a
children.
piece of
I will
shit.
not apologize for my investments in the people of Chicago. We have one of the most
But
diverse
guess who would have been
economies,
worse?
the top
Rick
universities.
Caruso.
As violence continues to go down and investments continue to go up, that is what's most important. We've opened
need
up
good
3
people to run for
mental
mayor.
health clinics, the first mayor since the first
Mr.
Black mayor
you're-
in the history of
Mr. Mayor,
Chicago
I'm gonna
to
reclaim
actually
my-
invest in
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to reclaim my time.
in public
Yeah,
health.
you're
and I will
not.
continue
You're
to
giving
make
him like
approval
good
rating
answers. He
speaks
can't handle
Well,
volumes.
the people approve of my
6.6%.
investments.
I think
and
he
will
has State
continue to
Farm,
make those
but I'm not
investments.
You're going the wrong direction. You need to reverse your policies on sanctuary cities. That's what the election
Hey,
results were
dude,
last year.
no.
Crime
Okay, there's a
and
feeling.
Is down in
immigration
Chicago.
were the number one issue in the election from Republicans, Democrats,
Chairman, the
Independents.
gentleman's
We
time
could
is
use
expired.
your
Got a
help to actually help us continue to
feeling.
invest in these
I'm high on
programs that continue to drive
believing
violence down in the city of Chicago. And I'm willing to
that
work with
I
you. And I'm glad I had a chance to
can
finally
spout
meet you
these
for the first time.
lies.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes
God.
Mr. Davis from Illinois.
Ugh.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you,
Chairman,
Mr. Davis.
And I also want to thank you and Ranking Member Connolly.
If the gentleman could speak into the microphone so we can hear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank you and Ranking Member Connolly for letting me participate in today's hearing. I also want to thank all of the witnesses. I served some time as a city councilman, so I know what it looks like to be mayor and what happens. Thank you for your service. As a proud Chicagoan, I stand in support of our city's locally elected leaders, namely Mayor Brandon Johnson, who could be back home serving the residents of Chicago, but instead is here before us today, preserving and protecting the sovereignty of the city of Chicago as a welcoming and humane city. At a time when immigrants are being blanketly labeled as criminals and targeted haphazardly to fuel the Trump-Musk administration's PR-orientated deportation stunt. I'm proud that since the enactment of the Illinois Trust Act in 2017, the state of Illinois, Cook County, and the city of Chicago have maintained an ongoing commitment to welcoming those in need, including those that have endured persecution abroad and press their way across borders, looking and longing for a better life for themselves and their families. I think we all agree that immigration has long played an integral role in the development of American society, culture, and its economy. In recognition of such, the City of Chicago is holding true to its values. As Mayor Johnson has stated on several occasions, that Chicago, and I quote, will remain a welcoming city, end of quotation, despite recent and repeated threats and attempts of coercion from the current administration to do otherwise. Likewise, H.R. 32, the supposed No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act that undergirds today's hearing, is drafted in the same threatening, intrusive, and non-constructive manner, as the measure unfairly calls for welcoming jurisdictions to be stripped of federal funding that we just heard often goes towards supporting critical public safety initiatives and local programming needs. In fact, I would commend that the bill as drafted infringes on the constitutional balance of power between states and the federal government and will cause more harm than help if enacted. So, Mr. Mayor Johnson of Chicago, the Windy City, the city of the big shoulders, would you share with this committee what principles and concepts guide your thoughts and actions as you go about your task of being mayor for all of these people in Chicago?
Thank you very much, Congressman Davis, for your leadership, and it's good to see my neighbor here today. You know, look, the city of Chicago, we reflect and we represent the best part of America. It's a diverse city, again, a city that was established by a Black Haitian immigrant and a Potawatomi woman, a city that has invited immigrants from around the world, a city that was built by the formerly enslaved, my ancestors. And it's a very proud moment to not only represent the city of Chicago, but it is my honor. What we've experienced over the last 20 months since I've been in office, first of all, the city of Chicago is safer. We have violent crime has gone down in the city of Chicago by over 20% just this year alone. We've invested in housing. We've invested in mental health care. We've invested in youth employment. We've invested in our overall community safety plan, 200 more detectives to solve crime. We are headed in the right direction, and I'm grateful for your leadership, and I will look for this body to continue to support these efforts for all of our cities. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Evans from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for allowing me to wave onto this committee. And of course, thank you to the witnesses for taking the time to come and have this conversation. So, Denver Mayor Johnston. I'm a Colorado native, grew up in and around the Denver metro area, also Latino, grandson of an immigrant from Mexico. And I also served for 12 years in the U.S. Army, Colorado Army National Guard, and in the Denver metro area for another 10 years as a police officer. And unfortunately, as a Denver metro area police officer, I've seen firsthand how public safety in Colorado and in Denver is plummeting. When I started my law enforcement career, Colorado was ranked 31st in the nation for our
The
crime
insurance
rate.
industry
We
is
were
reacting
ranked
to the
third in
replacement
nation
costs
last
and the
year.
tariffs and other
Denver,
things
6
that
years
make
ago
the
in
replacement of
2019, didn't
items
even make the
harder
top
to
50 most dangerous
achieve.
states,
That's why they
dangerous
went up.
cities in the country list. This year, in 2024-2025, U.S. News & World Report ranks Denver as the 10th most dangerous city in the country.
And greed.
Denver has
And
twice
greed.
the homicide rate as
Don't forget
San
greed.
Francisco. We've lost more than 7,000 Coloradans to illegal drug overdose deaths since 2020, with a significant percentage of that coming from illegal drugs like fentanyl. And we know from criminal intelligence that in the Denver, Colorado area, almost all of that fentanyl is being trafficked by illegal transnational criminal organizations.
Another
the
supply
Jalisco
chain
cartel
problem.
And the Sinaloa cartel.
He's creating
We've seen a
another
massive increase.
scarcity
This is just a
problem.
recent headline. We've seen an increase in Tusi,
What
which
is
the
that
drug
that
of
people
choice
don't get?
of
He's
Trendy
creating
Agua,
scarcity.
in the Denver metro
I'm
area.
so
And
angry
we've seen
about this.
headlines that show that overdose deaths in the Denver metro area remain stubbornly flat despite falling.
So I want all you 12 people who are watching
in terms of violent
to
crimes.
go tell people
Denver's
what's
had over
happening, because
6,400
they're not going to
violent
come here and find
crimes.
it. So we have to go out and tell them what's happening.
689 sexual assaults, over 1,200 robberies.
Because
over
apparently I don't
4,400
scream at people
aggravated assaults.
enough.
And again, depending on which database you look at, anywhere from 65 to 71 homicides. Again,
What a fucking
double the
world.
homicide rate of San Francisco. So the first question to you is, for those homicides, do you know how many of those were committed by people illegally present in the country?
Thank you, Congressman, and happy to answer that because I think you may have some bad facts. I'm happy to clarify them for you. In terms of what's happening in Denver right now, as we know, crime is down in Denver from last year to this year.
Reclaiming my time, Meyer. Do you know?
I do want to answer the question you phrased.
Reclaiming my time. Do you know how many of those 65 to 71 homicides were committed by people illegally present in the country? And I'm happy to show all of the sources for my facts.
We don't ask anyone's status at point of arrest. We do not know someone's status and when they're charged.
Thank
When we
you.
arrest
Thank you
them,
for
we
the answer,
prosecute.
Mr. Mayor. And I'm glad you've brought that up because, as you can see displayed here, we actually have a training bulletin to the Denver Police Department dated January of this year.
Oh, is
which
that
pretty much
data?
says what you just said, which is that Denver Police Department is prohibited from asking for any information about the national origin, immigration, or citizenship status of any
What does that have to do with your last
And
question?
that's a problem.
But wait, what was
because
your
of
last
the
question?
Second item that we're going to display here, which is the standard FBI fingerprint card.
Listen,
something that I filled
there's
out
literally
for over a
nothing.
decade when I
That's
was
not a
police officer,
gotcha.
which
He
has
asked
those,
one question
items
and
as
then he showed
mandatory
two pieces
fields,
of information that have nothing to
location
do
of
with the
birth,
question
and
he
then the
asked.
citizenship. And
You know
so
what,
I've
Republicans? I
heard,
would
being a
require
cop in the
smarter
Denver metro area, that
representatives
police
if I were
officers
you.
in Denver are
I would
not,
require
are
that
being
your
told not
representatives
to
need to
fill
actually
out
know
those
the
mandatory fields in
logical
the FBI
progression.
fingerprint card, which could potentially indicate why
That
you're
kid
unsure of how
listed
many of
20
these
years of
crimes are
credentials
being
and looks
committed
younger
by
than
illegal
30.
immigrants
I
in your
know.
city. So the second question
No,
is,
he's a dick.
will you allow
a
Denver
dick.
police officers to fill out all of the information on an FBI fingerprint card, to including asking
Why
for
would
and
they have
recording
to?
the citizenship status?
Why? Does that help them solve the crime?
Right now, under city ordinance,
Fucking hell, you just want data. Fuck you.
and that does
Fucking
not
little Nazi
prejudice in any
boy.
way our prosecation. We believe it doesn't matter where
Thank
someone's from.
you, Mr.
what
Yeah, it
crime
doesn't
they-
matter. It has nothing to
you're
do with
not
the
filling-
crime.
So you're not filling out the FBI fingerprint card as required?
No, it's not required.
Right now, we are filling out.
They're doing
information when
everything
folks
they're
arrive,
supposed to.
and none of that information prevents us from prosecuting them to the full extent of the law, which is what we do.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Shut the
so
fuck up, you
not
little
filling out the
worm.
FBI fingerprint card, which would directly contradict your statement that you want people who are illegally present in the country and
That's a
committing crimes to be held to account for those crimes. And I think that the statistics that we've gone
They're
through
following
in
the
the space
law.
of crime
So
show
I'm sorry,
why
if
Denver
Congress
is
wants to change the
specifically
law,
cratering in their
then
public
that's what
safety
they do.
statistics
So
as
little
compared to
Skippy,
major cities
little
around
red,
the-
white, and
around
blue
the
boy,
country.
It's actually false.
if you want to do it,
I
change
can
the
show you
fucking
my
law.
statistics. And as a police officer, I am here to make sure that we are uplifting the voices of the
Stop
victims
it.
of these
Stop
crimes who are
it.
being
Your
taken
pride
advantage
and
of
your
in communities
lack
that
of
provide
humility are
sanctuary
going to
to
be your end,
dangerous
sir.
illegal criminal
And once
gangs
they
like
open up
Trendy
your hard
Agua,
drive,
which
all
your
bets are
jail
off.
released just last week, we talked about somebody back into the community. We must take care of our victims.
Who's we?
I brought legislation, the Uplift Act, to focus on
we?
this. We're here to protect the victims. And Mayor, I would ask
This
you
is
to join
just
me
like
in
a
that.
speech.
Already
You'll-
done that,
you'll
and we'll
back-
keep doing that. Thank you.
This isn't his.
Chair recognizes Mr.
It's
Crank
not.
from Colorado.
You know what? Just because you
Wait,
can
wait,
yell
wait,
and
one
scream
moment.
and throw
Just
your
quick
microphone
UC,
doesn't mean you got your point
I would
across.
ask unanimous
You
consent
fucking
to enter
blew
the
it,
record
kid.
an
You blew
NPR
your dick.
article
You
entitled
put your
Criminal
head in your
Records
own
of
lap and
January
you
6
sucked your
rioters
own dick.
Pardoned by Trump include rape,
Congratulations.
domestic violence. And I would also ask the
God,
correspondence
Republicans
between
are
the number of us
stupid.
and the new Attorney
My
General.
God,
Pamela
why do
Bondi
you
be
guys
entered into
elect
this
such
point.
goddamn
Without
stupid
objection to order.
representatives?
Now, Chair recognizes Mr. Crank
Fuck.
from from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to waive on. This is a very important issue to the state of Colorado. And Mayor Johnson, thanks for being here. I know for all of you it's been a long day. Appreciate you being here. Mayor Mike Johnston, Denver has an ordinance that prohibits city and county employees from assisting in the enforcement of federal immigration laws or inquiring about a person's immigration status. We've just talked about that.
They're
The city of
following
Denver
federal
also
law.
has a legal defense fund.
If you want to
support
change
individuals
federal
facing
law, that's
deportation.
right, legal defense fund,
Denver's
because
received more
everyone
than
is due a
41,000
defense.
illegal aliens over the past 2
Oh
years.
my God.
And due to its sanctuary status,
It's not
has
a
become a popular
status.
destination for illegal
Is
aliens.
it? Because
It's
I think
estimated
people
that
have also
Denver
been
spends
shipped
more than
into her
$180
locality.
million a year supporting illegal immigrants. And in rare
Yeah, I
cases
do
where
assume all
ICE
the insurance
is
companies
able
will be
to
doing that.
apprehend an illegal immigrant in Denver jails, Denver forbids that transfer from taking place in the jail.
Okay.
I just did a ride-along with El
That's
Paso
fine.
County Sheriffs. That's my home county.
And
Colorado
one
Springs,
person
just,
apparently put
hour
6 of
away.
your ICE
I
people
just did a ride-along with them for the safety of their
completely
officers,
incapacitated him like a
officers,
one-man fucking
ICE
Superman.
Officials, the community, and the
Maybe you should get
detainee
better ICE agents.
do transfers
Did you ever
in
think of
the
that?
jail with El Paso County officers present.
Are we talking about
and
Texas?
with the handcuffs on.
Okay, great.
El
Good for
Paso
you,
County
Texas.
method has
Fucking knock your
never,
socks off.
ever
You guys are
resulted in
assholes.
the
Everybody
injury of an
thinks so.
officer
I
during
mean, the
transfer.
leadership, not the people.
However, in Denver, you require
Yay!
that Denver
I'm
Police
glad.
Department
I know.
release
I am not having a good
Trinidad
time.
Aragua
I can't
gang
wait till
members
this thing is
to the
in our
quote-unquote
past.
streets, uncuffed, and hope that ICE agents aren't able to
There were
apprehend
6
them
ICE.
on
Oh
their
my
own.
fucking God.
That's the hope. Let's just be honest. With no Denver Police Department officer there to assist if the situation turns violent.
They were outside the police
To be
station.
clear, there's no federal law that forces you to do it this way, Mr. Mayor. This policy and the danger that it creates is wholly a
Oh my
result
God.
of
Oh,
your
some ICE agent got punched in the
city
face. Get
and
over
county of Denver.
yourselves.
Just last week, it resulted in
Get
an illegal
over yourself,
Trinidad Aragua
crank.
member assaulting and biting an
Biting?
ICE agent
Well,
because
that's
he was
it.
uncuffed and he was
Biting.
released by
What the
Denver
hell? Now
to
they're
a
the
parking
cats and
lot.
they're eating the cats. They're
Now, you're
eating the
putting police
dogs.
officers who you're sworn to help
They're
protect
eating the cats. They're eating the
as their
dogs.
mayor at risk to score political points. And I
The-
think it's
the
outrageous.
local police are
It's
eating cats.
unbecoming
Wait a
to
minute.
Your office, and it's a
The
danger
local police are
to the
eating
people of
immigrants. Wait,
Colorado
no,
and the
that's
citizens
not
of
right.
Denver. Now,
Immigrants are eating cats. Cats
have
are eating
this
immigrants.
case,
What?
and I know you've talked about
Where's
it today.
animal
Abraham
control?
Gonzalez, suspected TDA
They're eating ICE
gang
agents.
member released from Denver County Jail.
They're
as I
eating the
mentioned, due to
ice. They're
Colorado
eating the
sanctuary
ice.
policies. This is a post by ICE.
They're eating the ice. They're eating the ice.
Was forced to arrest him in public. ICE was forced
That's
to arrest
my,
him in public, where he assaulted officers, sanctuary
my
policies,
imitation of
endangered
chewing
communities, and
ice.
law enforcement. That's
You're
their
welcome.
post. I'd ask that this be entered into the record.
Here's my
Chairman.
feelings. I'd like them in the record, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, yes or no? Would you
Yes or
feel
no?
safe if you were alone in a parking lot with a Trinidad Aragua
yeah.
gang member?
Oh, okay.
We did
Sorry.
not put a situation
I'm
where
sorry.
Just yes
I
or
wasn't
no?
even thinking.
Would you feel safe if you were in
They're
a
eating
parking
the
lot
ICE
alone
agents.
with the Trinidad Aragua member, like you make your police officers do, or like you make an ICE agent do? Yes or no?
There were 6
Yeah,
ICE
what- yes or no?
agents on the scene.
Could you answer
when
my
he was
question? Would
released
you feel safe
without
in-
any weapons?
Would you
in
feel
a
safe?
secure location
Reclaiming my time, thank you.
with
Would
a fenced
Coloradans reclaiming my time, Mr. Mayor? You're not
Crank's
gonna
really
answer the
mad.
question. Would Coloradans be safer if ICE had full cooperation from Denver to remove Trinidad Aragua gang members? Yes or no?
We currently honor those notification
Yeah,
requests. We've
they
done
do
it
it.
1,226 times. This is the first
They
time
do
I've
it.
ever been aware of there being an incident, which is why I reached out to ICE
Full
yesterday.
cooperation would be allowing them to come into the jail and doing
No,
it in
it
the jail,
wouldn't.
not
That's
in the
your
parking lot.
definition
Will
of
you
full
change that?
cooperation,
For
Crank.
the safety of
Relax.
your officers and those ICE agents, would you
Ooh,
change
this
that?
I
is
reached
big
out to the ICE
feelings.
officers as soon as I heard about this. I have a meeting with them in
Yeah.
the coming weeks to talk about
You
the
just didn't
procedure.
hear about
We have
it.
2 jails, 90%
All right?
of the
And there
pickups
was
are from the
6
other jail where
agents.
we've never had an occurrence
Would you
like this.
change it?
And so I'm going to sit down
No,
with the
he's
ICE
gonna. He
officers
hasn't
and
even
see if they're
investigated
Common
it
sense,
yet.
you don't do a transfer in the middle of a parking lot when you can do it in a jail. It's common
That's
sense.
a
It's common
feeling.
sense.
No, it's not common sense. You don't know anything about the situation.
Mr. Mayor, is
Stop
your
it.
highest priority as mayor the citizens, the safety of
Yeah.
the citizens of Denver?
Yes.
My priority as mayor is to protect
Is
public
all
safety for all
citizens
citizens.
Last
and
question, would you
residents.
apologize
Because
to the
guess what?
federal
The
law
residents
enforcement
are.
agent who was
Ah.
assaulted by a Trinidad Aragua gang member because of your
Trinidad
failed
Aragua.
leadership? Yes or no?
Trinidad Aragua.
the ICE officers yesterday, and I've asked to sit
Trenderagua,
down
oh
with them
my
to talk about
God.
this procedure and how we can align
There's
systems to make sure no
another
other officers do it.
Trenderagua.
Chair recognizes Mr.
Well,
Burleson
go
from
yank
Missouri.
it out in the corner. Somebody crank
Thank you,
a
Mr. Chairman.
fresh box of
From what I
tissues
gathered
and a
from
sock.
this hearing, the
and a
term sanctuary
magazine.
cities seems to mean
He's got to
a
finish.
sanctuary only for criminals. Throughout this hearing, we have heard countless examples of illegal immigrants with criminal histories being allowed to roam free in these
God,
cities
why is there
and
two of them
continue
in
to
a
commit
row?
crimes and violence against American citizens.
We
that
got to
should
hear from
never
all these
have
douche
happened.
whistles.
The bottom line is that sanctuary policies
douchebag
are a
whistles.
violation of federal immigration
Tom Lamas
laws.
to take over
The
for Lester
states,
Holt was former
when they
fill-in
enacted
anchor
the
for David
Constitution
Muir.
in Article 1, Section
Lamas
8, Clause
previously
4,
Fernando
made it very
Lamas
clear that
previously worked for
it's in the
NBC as a
purview of the
campaign
federal
embed. He
government,
also worked at
not the
Miami
states,
affiliate
to determine
WTBJ.
these
I don't know.
policies.
I think I know the
States
name. I
shouldn't
just
be
don't watch the
flaunting our
news.
laws
I just
that
don't
they
watch the
gave
news.
us the sole responsibility to
I
implement.
never have watched
And yet
NBC
Chicago,
News.
Denver,
I didn't
New
watch
York
it when
City, and
Lester
Boston
Holt
are
was
aiding
on
and
it.
abetting in the furtherance
that
of laws
bad?
and policies that are in direct
that
defiance
bad?
of the immigration laws that are passed by Congress.
Whose campaign? Yeah. Do we know?
This hearing is important for us as Congress to determine ways in which
I have
we
to
can
read
use our
this.
constitutional powers, such as the power of the purse,
Yeah,
to force
because we're going to not give you
these
any
and other
money.
sanctuary cities into compliance.
That's right.
My first
All
question,
right, I'll
I
look
want to
him up.
ask.
I know that the name sounds familiar.
Mr. Beyer.
Fernando
You haven't had a lot of
Lamas.
questions
I
today.
love Fernando Lamas. He was really great.
Enough.
I want to ask, does
Oh, I
okay,
think he's really
so
good. I mean,
are you
I
aware
think.
of how much it costs the American taxpayer per illegal immigrant in the United States?
Oh my God.
Roughly.
Not on a per capita basis, no.
The budget committee has
than
determined it's about
feelings.
almost about
Just on the floor is
$9,000
fine.
in
I love
net
you so
loss
much.
per
Thank you.
tax-
I'm sorry you had
or,
to do that.
per illegal immigrant.
That's
Bye.
definitely not correct.
Okay, you can
Bye.
question, but that's the group that did the
He was
research. So let me
born
ask you
in
this.
Miami, Florida.
Does Cato support
Let's see. Who
subsidizing
did he work for?
using taxpayer programs?
He's a Sigma Phi Epsilon.
Other people's
Oh, there you
healthcare
go.
benefits.
No, we don't.
Okay. Does Cato support using taxpayer dollars to support people
Bush.
staying in
Oh, wait.
hotels?
No.
Definitely not.
Reporting
Okay,
on
just wanted to get
Republican
that cleared up
candidates
because I was worried
on
where
in
Cato stood.
2016.
Mr.
He
Adams, you
criticized
stated that the
Jeb and
migrant
Trump.
crisis, wait, first, I want to ask this question from everybody on the panel.
Yeah, so he
is
was.
there a difference
he was-
between
I
if there's a
think
difference
he's
between
good.
the ICE detainer
I mean, I think
and a
he's
criminal warrant? Which one would you
I like
honor?
David Muir.
I'm not I'm sure I understand the question. You said
So
there's a
he was just
difference
reporting
between
on the
an ICE
campaigns, but
detainer
he
and
was
a criminal
critical
warrant?
of the of
We
Jeb
will
Bush and
always
Trump.
honor an ICE detainer that
Really?
comes with a judicial warrant.
Oh my God.
That is what the law calls
Sigma
for
Phi
in this-
Epsilon, so
Do
naughty.
you concur? Is that what
I
you
wonder
would
if
do?
he's a
always
bad
support
boy.
criminal warrants with ICE requests.
Was he a
yes.
bad frat boy? Oh, whoops. Oh, these still are feelings. Okay.
With a criminal warrant, we do, our local police department, with a criminal warrant,
Yeah.
will
Civil warrants, they
collaborate
don't.
and
Okay.
cooperate with
They don't have
federal agents.
resources to
and
go
Mrs. Lee?
after all the
Whenever
civil
there's a
warrants
criminal
that are
warrant
not
from
in
any
their
agency, Boston
jurisdiction.
Police enforce it.
Period.
Okay.
Period.
Mr. Johnson, I'm concerned about.
I would like to yell at you about
what's happening. Obviously, my neighboring state of Illinois.
right in
You said that
Chicago
you're
because we
prepared-
always yell at the
Let's see.
Chicago
You
mayors.
said that you oppose.
Your town will never vote for us. Damn it.
Illegal immigrants that are convicted of serious crimes.
I have to read this.
Why do you think it's important to protect even violent criminals?
What?
We do not protect violent criminals.
I
In
mean,
fact, my top
they probably
priority is
protect the
to
rights of
make sure that the
individuals
people of Chicago
who are
safe. Our local
innocent
law
until proven
enforcement
guilty.
Work hard every single day to ensure that. That's why I invested in more detectives so that we can actually.
Why don't
solve
you
crime. And as a
selectively
result of the work
prosecute the
that I've
people
done in
we
my
want you to,
leadership,
sir?
crime
Oh,
has
because I'm
gone
not your
down
puppet.
Since I've been mayor.
That's
Mrs.
this hearing.
Wu,
That's literally
you've
this
said
entire
multiple
hearing
times, you made
in
it very
two
clear that you're
sentences.
a welcoming city, knowing that there is a cost
Yeah.
to the taxpayer. What
But what's going to
the
happen? I mean, do you think this
acceptable
doesn't happen
number?
anyway?
Is there any acceptable?
What the
or
fuck is wrong
reasonable
with you?
limit that
He didn't
would-
ask people to
that
be
you would
shipped into
consider
Chicago.
before your
Okay?
city
They
is overrun?
landed in his city. What is he supposed
We
to do?
are a city that is the
What the
safest
fuck
in
is wrong
country
with these
because everyone
people?
feels connected to city
God,
services.
Republicans, why
everyone
don't
feels
you?
like one.
you have no
Why don't
answer.
you ask
There's
better
no
of your
capacity.
representatives? Why
It's
do
too
you not
Congressman,
ask better?
respectfully, I'm the mayor of Boston. I don't get to decide who comes into our country and where they go after that. Our job is to keep people fed and healthy
Yeah.
and safe when they
Yeah.
arrive in our city.
And she's
we
doing
do
it.
that in order to make sure that everyone
Sounds
across
like
our
she's doing a
community
pretty
is safe.
fucking good
Resources
job.
are
Maybe we should
strained,
ask her what
but
she
I would ask
does.
you to please do
Can you
your
come to
job
LA
be
and tell
part of
us what to
passing
do about
bipartisan
whatever?
legislation that would allow us.
I would rather
to
have a
do
mayor like
what
her
we
than
want.
even
because
Karen
HR2,
Bass.
What we've made it's been.
I need a
made
mayor
very
from
clear
outside of
is that
LA to
we
come
don't
here.
need to pass laws. All we need is a new president. My time is expired.
What? What are you talking
General
about?
time's expired.
You
They
have a
called
new
for votes,
president.
but we have one last question, Mr. Hurd from Colorado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Mayor Johnston, it's nice to see you. Thanks for coming. I have a question about Denver's policies that I fear have made it a magnet for migrants and have drawn tens of thousands
You know what?
to Denver.
No, I'm not. 6.5 hours of this, these feelings, is far more than I can take. My Lord. My Lord. Having attended a lot of their parties, understandable. The naughty boys of Sigma Phi Epsilon. Naughty. 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 We gotta bring the fire in here. We gotta burn the place. Man, okay, here's the one thing. Here's the bright spot. Here's my very big bright spot. First of all, I am so delighted and proud to hear mayors who know exactly what's going on in their city, exactly what the law is to which they are subject, and speak intelligently about being compassionate leaders. And if anything, I would want those 3 mayors. Eric Adams is a piece of shit. But those 3 mayors, I would love to clone them and have mayors like that all over the city or all over the country. And I hope that they teach other people who are up and coming mayors and potential mayors. I hope they mentor them, because they sounded pretty good to me. And I'm not, I'm sure nobody's perfect, and I'm sure that I would disagree with them on something. It doesn't matter, because fundamentally we both agree that people are human, and as such, we should treat them with dignity, regardless of what papers they have in their wallet. And even, oh my God, if they commit a crime. Because in this country, I know you guys have trouble with this because you elected a criminal and you deny that he committed any crimes. I get that it's hard for you, but in this country, we even treat criminals with dignity and respect because, again, they are also humans. So I am very impressed with these mayors. They were subject to the most horrific, stupid questioning, plus threats to their safety. Luna and Boebert and whoever else, the MTG. Oh my God, it's the 3 bimbos. And I usually use the word bimbo in a nice way, not for these 3. Okay. All right. Well, you've heard enough of me. All right. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming to the midweek trash heap, also known as Wake and Bake on a Wednesday. I hope the rest of your Wednesday is fantastic. And it gives me great hope to see young leaders. And by young, mostly everybody is younger than me. So I mean it with all great deference and respect, actually, for youth. That these young leaders are really giving me great hope for the future. And that our cities will be kinder. And that's really great. So, yeah, I'm happy. That makes me happy. They really stood their own. They really stood their ground. And I'm very proud of how they represented their cities today. Very proud. Well done. Well done, Denver, Chicago, and Boston. New York, you're fine. I love you, New York. I mean, yeah, but he's a dick and we know it. That's okay. 2 things can be true at once. We can be Democrats and not support Democrats just because they're Democrats. That's a typically Republican thing. All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. I will probably see you on Discord, and I'm sure, and I definitely will see you tomorrow morning. So thank you. Thank you for coming. And thanks for the donations earlier. You guys are too much. That was funny. Me and my fucking equipment issues. One of these days, I'm just going to have the most perfect studio. You're not going to believe it. One of these days. I'm just going to walk in, push a button, and all of a sudden it's going to be like that George Jetson thing where it puts me in the chair and it fixes my hair. puts my makeup on. That's what I'm aiming for that. All right. Have a great day, everyone. I'll see you later. Thanks for coming. Thanks for sharing, liking, and subscribing. That is really the greatest gift that